All right. Last week we opened with the crew hard at work on building Hunk's Mustang. They were working together and buffing out some of the beginning portions of it. This also led to a reveal of Frederick in a new character that he's seemingly planning for the future, and a challenge laid out for a rematch at boxing between Frederick and Scar. Meanwhile, the kids were given their after action report on the Port Nowhere engagement and were rightfully picked apart for their respective issues. They were taken to Inova both to follow in the Saints' footsteps as well as for a training exercise to work on teamwork. At the academy, the Rainfall elders were having a nice morning and were hurriedly discussing preparations for the production meeting later that day. The kids' training exercise was fighting an Anovan Hydra. Their battle was long and difficult, but they were eventually able to prevail by working together as a team. After that, they followed in the footsteps of the Saint, finding multiple artifacts of him and watching Soul and Carter find pets. Meanwhile, the adults were up, working in the office hard at work. Ash had been confined to the office due to his injuries, and so was there for the foreseeable future. But this was the day Clive had to pay up on his debt. He walked in nothing but his bathrobe, slippers, and boxers, and stayed for as long as he could before Sasha threatened him and Scar. The kids returned to the office with Icy and reported their success before Ricky was given permission to go with for the production meeting, and they headed to the lane. There, the production meeting for the Perfect Storm took place, and all the roles were divvied out. The final plans of the movie were all that were left to be ironed out, and everyone ended up having a nice night. And I believe that is everything.
Back on Earth, nobody really likes me. Nobody really likes halflings in the cities.
Okay, Friday to Friday, you're on Okira's home planet. Just climbed up, we'll say, a quarter of a large mountain, stopping to eat lunch. MREs, go.
Carter picking through the MRE. What MRE does he have?
Beef stroganoff.
He'll give a shrug. I'll never say no to a beef stroganoff MRE.
Especially when I'm this tired.
Yeah.
Carter nods. Yeah, you can say that again. He leans his head on Tip Marianne's shoulder and will start eating some of the MRE.
Yeah, geez, okay here. Feels like I'm gonna pass out even just sitting here.
Make you big and strong, nodding his head, opening his MRE.
Laz looks over at Okir. Do you usually do this kind of thing, or like your tribes, I suppose?
He's nodding his head. Yeah, the gravity here is lower. I think not by much, but a little bit more than Earth. And you feel it, don't you?
Laz nods. Oh, yeah, I really do. It's not something you would probably ever notice if you weren't doing hard work like we are, but walking up a quarter of a mountain, oh, most definitely.
Yeah, about halfway through getting to where we are, the air started to feel heavy.
Beautiful planet, notwithstanding.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely gorgeous. She looks around. Really, I suppose you can say natural in everything about it.
Benny nodding his head, opening an MRE for Elizabeth.
I mean, yeah, look at that view, and he's gonna point off in the distance. I mean, how many places in the universe you gonna get something like that?
Down there, if you see where the smoke is billowing up from that village, that's where Shaman Izzy lives.
Oh, well, let's never tell Mom where she lives, yeah?
Izzy, rubbing the back of Soul's neck.
Soul shaking her head. Oh, Izzy. She looks at Okir. What Carter said, never tell Mom that she's still alive or on this planet, okay?
Didn't your dipshit of a father have her erased from his brain or something?
Yeah, he did. Had her erased from his brain and everything, but, well, you know my mother. She would probably want to make triple sure about something like that.
I don't plan to ever say the I word again.
Please. Yeah, that's a very good idea. She smiles at Okir and gives him a thumbs up.
Yeah, we don't say Izzy on the lane at all.
Nope. No, especially now that Julius doesn't know who Izzy is, so if we do say it, he just ends up getting really confused.
What a dipshit.
Yeah, well, you could definitely say that again. She starts to laugh.
Benny, what a dipshit.
JJ nods. I think that is one way to put it. I would just call him a fucking idiot.
Agreed.
You guys said it, not me.
JJ chuckles a bit, opens up his MRE. You want some of mine, hun?
She nods her head, please. The chocolate.
He'll take out the chocolate, open it up for her, and hand it over.
She'll open it and take a small bite and sigh.
He puts his hand on her shoulder, gives her a kiss on the cheek. It's a very nice view, isn't it?
Quite beautiful. Looking out across the landscape. It's nice to have you here.
It is nice to be here. I enjoy spending all this time with you as of late.
Well, this is what you should come to expect once you go through the word I won't say and then join the squad full time.
Oh, well, I wouldn't mind that at all. I've never been one to turn down some hard work, sir.
Yeah, and risk of death notwithstanding, you get to see some pretty amazing places.
Beats the hell out of being stuck at Woodbury.
Damn right.
You can only climb up the same mountain so many times before it gets old.
Yeah, could do without the monsters running at us at times, but yeah, it's something special, ain't it?
Carter nods. Oh, most definitely. So, looking around, the air is also just so clean here. She looks at Okir. Does EarthGov have any plans to, like, colonize the planet further, like put in cities and stuff?
I think so, nodding his head. But for now, I think they're just happy to have us fight alongside the troops. Not that there's much fighting to do. We do have a garrison and an embassy in the capital village.
Soul nods. Wow. You know, I would like to see the capital village one of these days. It would
No,
be
no,
pretty cool.
no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
She tilts her head. Is it just like any other village I've ever seen?
It's named after Shaman Izzy.
Oh, never mind then. I don't want to go.
Cold laugh.
I mean, I'd still be down to see it, I just would not bring the Primarch.
This Shaman Izzy must be a wonderful woman. She is! Nodding his head, she's been around a long time. Long lived. Delivered a lot of babies.
Elizabeth shakes her head. Oh man, and the poor woman will never get to meet any of us because her name is Izzy and my brother is stupid.
Not her fault, but yeah, most likely. But the village is named after her. She, comparable to Mother Teresa, if my Earth history is right. That lady, yeah,
Wow, so she must be an absolute saint then.
and makes the best fish tacos.
Soul chuckles a bit and nods. You know, if you ever happen across that recipe, I wouldn't mind having it.
Well, we'd have to go into the town, and I don't. Shaman Izzy, there's a statue to her built there, Memory Ann. Ah!
So it's just like the perfect storm of stuff that would make the Primarch mad.
Just real awkward since I was the one that initiated the Izzy beating.
Well, I think that was a long time coming, Okir.
20 some odd plus years. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't feel too bad about it. You just started up what needed to be started, I think.
Moron. Not you, your father.
Yeah, I think with something like that, the fuse was already lit, you just shortened it.
Carter nods. Oh, most definitely. Like, a few weeks beforehand, I had a conversation with my mother about that kind of thing, and I just told her to, in simplest of terms, let it all out. Hit him in the face, do what you want, and well, That is certainly what you wanted to do, wasn't it?
Oh, so you provoked it, Carter.
Well, yes, I did. I most certainly did provoke it.
Good. Rubbing Carter's head.
He smiles at her and gives her a wink. But yeah, it was a nice talk between me and her, and I don't know why. Maybe it sounds egotistical of me or something, but I feel like I helped out even just a little bit. Soul shrugs. You know, it doesn't sound super egotistical. Just she probably made that decision a long time ago about wanting to do it. Most likely, yeah. Elizabeth chuckles. I mean, she looks at Benny. I know you would never do anything like that, but if you were to do something like that, I know I wouldn't be pleased, and I would probably want to rough you up as well.
Huh? He looks back at Elizabeth.
The whole situation with Izzy and Julius and stuff.
Oh, bitch, please.
Well, yeah, I know. If you ever did anything like that, which I know for a fact you won't, you're far smarter than my brother when it comes to this sort of thing. But if you did, I would want to rough you up as well.
I'd let you. You can rough me up anytime. Look at this. I wasn't listening to what you were saying at first because I was looking at this.
Oh, yeah? What?
He will pull it up on his wrist computer, blow it up so everybody can see. Speaking of your brother.
You suck very much. Me think you stink very bad. Hope you drink out-of-date Strongbow and get stomach flu.
Yeah, that's not the Colonel. I ran clearly. Me, Julius, not Crowley.
At rainfallproductions.com.
Sam starts laughing loudly.
At least they're not threatening his life anymore.
80k likes?
I'm surprised they didn't call him a crackhead somewhere in that comment.
Pretending to fucking be the Colonel.
I don't know why, because Clive knows for a fact Julius has left those comments before, or my father has left those comments before.
But your father leaves them in complete English, and with good grammar and punctuation. Unlike that.
Oh, very, very true. He actually knows how to use grammar.
This is his newest video about Benny. Yelling at his camera. Here, I'll play the video. He will play the video of Clive really losing his cool and telling Fred Shedboy and Krelltooth to lick his sack from the back.
Alright, listen here, Fred Shedboy. I just need to tell you to lick my sack from the back, 'cause that's all you'll ever be worth it. That's all you'll ever be good for. Lick my sack from the back. And get out of here. And don't you be leaving any more comments on my videos, 'cause I swear to God, I know where you live. You live in my house. So lick my sack from the back. And get out of here, 'cause that's all you'll ever be worth. Thank you.
Holy shit, he's just holding the middle finger up to the camera the whole time. I thought he was like a kid-oriented content creator.
He's supposed to. He said on one of his videos, once he joined up with the Rainfalls and started getting more recognition and everything, he stopped cussing entirely in his videos. So, wow, that's very surprising.
I wish he would just listen to my mother and ignore them.
JJ shakes his head. Oh, we both know he's never going to do this. He's easily drawn out into his combative nature, let's say.
Lick my sack from the back.
JJ starts to laugh.
What did they even say to him to provoke that reaction?
I have no idea. Something childish and stupid. And he fell for it, most likely. I believe Krelltooth Gaming is trying to get more, what do you call those things, Carter? Subscribers or something like that than him?
Yeah, subscriber. Clive right now is, if not the most, at least top 3 most subscribed person on YouTube. So Krelltooth Gaming, is trying to get more subscribers than him to rub it in Clive's face.
And it looks like Fred Shedboy put out a video saying Clive was giving out false information about digital downloaded game. Oh my god. He starts chuckling and starts mixing the powdered orange drink into his canteen for Soul.
Soul smiles at him, gives him a wink, and Laz, she just shakes her head. Which is weird, because it's been proven so many times at this point that it's not like a digital key when you download it off of a physical cartridge or disc, but Clive wanted to prove it, and then everyone in the comments said he was a liar, and just watch Krelltooth Gaming's video on it. He sounds so much more smarter and everything like that, so this probably stemmed from all that.
Benny nodding his head. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Poor Clive.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. We get, those guys making fun of us sometimes, but at least for me, it's, you get breaks. That dude's gotta live with them.
Benny, it looks like Krelltooth Gaming is creeping up on Clive's subscriber account. Fred Shedboy, on the other hand, is already ahead of Clive. That might play into it, too.
Yeah, and I believe Fred Shedboy's only made, 3 videos, honey?
All of them countering something Uncle Clive has said in one of his videos, putting his arm around Elizabeth.
So it's just counterculture, I guess you could say, to counter Clive, and I suppose that's also something that's making Clive quite angry.
Fred Shedboy's first video was some type of claim that I don't know what to call him, Dad or Uncle Clive, I really don't know. But he does not collect graded games. He hates them. In fact, Fred Shedboy posted a video saying he had graded games in his collection and he was a liar.
Yeah, I remember that.
They bought graded games, Carl and Frederick Samuel, and snuck them in to the shelves behind where Uncle Clive was filming his video that day, and then he made the video. It's actually very deep. It's almost like a false flag operation against poor Clive.
It really is. It's the lengths that the Stooges will go to make fun of Clive or destroy Clive's career is quite impressive, because it was also graded NES cartridges and early games like that they bought just to plant into Clive's collection,
which are ridiculously expensive.
What do you want to bet they used his credit card to buy him?
No, not his. They drained his account. When they bought all the, Cheetos! That's what they're called. They drained his account on the Cheetos, and he's been building it up. I think they just probably used Tommy's.
Carter just starts to laugh. Man, Tommy's probably just so confused about all those charges on his card.
What the fuck is this? Somebody charged for NES cartridge?
Bought it from the video game museum.
Soul starts to laugh. Probably thinks it's just Yuri spending money to spend money, and then he's gonna get even more angry at Yuri because of it.
Well, maybe Carter buying this for memory on. I'll overlook it this time.
Carter chuckles a bit. If that is truly, how would I even get access to his card?
Who knows? At least he's not disgruntled towards us anymore.
That is true. It's nice to have not disgruntled Tommy.
He just always seems so drained when we come around.
Well, Soul grimaces a bit. We did cause a lot of issues for him.
Yeah.
Benny looks back at her. You and Carter did.
Soul puts her hands up. Alright, very true. Me and Carter caused a lot of issues for him.
Agreed. Eating her MRE.
JJ nods. Yep, just you two, and we'll start to eat from his MRE. Carter crosses his arms. While that is true, he, rightfully so, acts a bit drained around us. I know I would be pretty drained if I went through everything I put him through.
Probably just getting ready for the, that thing. The memory celebration of a lifetime, or whatever it's called.
The memory anniversary.
Your wedding, yeah.
Yep, the biggest wedding to ever grace the face of the galaxy.
In the history of Eva.
Yep. All of it's going to be aired on Fox for billions upon, well, at this point, trillions of people to see.
He bought every TV network, not for money's sake, but just so everybody has to watch. Your wedding, think about that. Sam looking down at Carter, smiling.
Carter looks up at Sam. She could see just a single bead of sweat go down his face. Trust me, Sam, I've thought about that a lot.
Every single being in the universe that wears a wrist computer or has a television near them.
That's a lot of people.
Oh, and radios too. I heard he purchased the, what's that called? It was something satellite radio. He bought that recently too.
Carter starts to rub his forehead. Hey, okay, you want my MRE? I'm suddenly not hungry.
I'll take it. Memory Ann will take it. I'll hold it for you. It's gonna be a long hike up.
Thank you, honey. He pats her thigh and watches it lean forward on the rock he's sitting on.
It's gonna be a big day.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all right, man. Who cares who's watching? You're the one who's winning that day. You get to marry her. And
Agreed. Rubbing Carter's back.
It is going to be the best day of my life. He'll take her hand and give it a kiss because I get to marry you. It's just a bit nerve-wracking to know how many people are going to be watching that.
Oh no, I'm in agreement. It's interesting.
Well, he has been planning ours for 20 plus years. I mean, he knew it from the beginning when I would sit on your lap and he would read me books and everything like that. He knew from the beginning, probably even before that. So he's probably been very excited for this one.
Sam will lean into JJ. Did he know Carter would be such a bitch?
JJ shakes his head. No, I don't think he did.
She'll laugh, kiss him on the cheek.
But then again, did any of us?
I would have never guessed, personally.
JJ lets out a chuckle. Neither would I have, my love, and neither would I have. Carter takes in a deep breath and lets it out. Alright, I'm okay, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be a good day. He smiles at Memory Ann.
Yes, it is. Stroking his scalp with her hand. Okay, well, that wedding ain't for a whole year. You gotta relax.
Yeah, it isn't for a whole year. February 14th, my wife's birthday and Valentine's Day, which, that's a big day, isn't it?
For you. Nodding his head.
Yeah. And wedding anniversary going forward after that wedding.
Carter will look over at Ricky and go back to leaning forward on the rock he's sitting on.
Drink some water, Carter.
Carter will start to sip at his canteen. Elizabeth leans over to Benny. I don't want a big wedding like that. Just something nice and simple for the two of us, yeah?
Something at the lane. Like Aunt Nicole's, I think.
Yeah, something at the lane. Something small like my mom and dad, so it doesn't have to be like this huge extravagant event. I just want the family there with me.
Agreed. Family only, General Lorelai.
Oh yeah, of course, General Lorelai. I mean, I'm not the greatest child of Julia, so I don't know if she's gonna come to mind, but who knows?
Apparently, Krellin called Lorelai multiple times, screaming Something about the greatest child of Julius, looking up at Laz while she rubs Carter's back. She has to come to this wedding.
Laz starts to laugh. Well, I'm very thankful for the former Ranger General to come to our wedding. I'm honored, in fact. I can't wait to see her again. I haven't seen her since
Jace!
Yeah,
Since
exactly.
we adopted Jace.
Exactly, Jace. It's been a while since then.
It was. Oh, think about it. You can chronicle time better based on drama than dates. It was back during the Cancun crisis. Which, yeah.
Oh, that is true. We can use drama better than just normal units of time. Oh god.
Uncle Scar did say our generation was the most drama filled. Yeah.
Carter sighs. As bad as it sounds, let's keep it that way. Let's make sure the next generation isn't nearly as bad as us.
Agreed. Drink your orange drink.
Soul will smile at him and start drinking her drink.
Well,
I'm surprised to see she walked halfway up the hill, Ricky, pointing at Soul.
yeah, I mean, as of late, you wouldn't have made it. You hadn't been walking quite that much with us, training at all.
She clears her throat. Well, you know what they said in the after action report. I have to step up my game. And I have been trying to step up my game. It's important to do, Oz. I am the heavy hitter after all, so stepping up my game and being prepared and studying more and everything like that, it is far more important.
I'd say you're doing something right. I don't know. Can't probably put my finger on it, but you've been looking like lively the last couple weeks. I don't know how to put it, like glowing or something. Looking
It
good.
comes with the territory of being pregnant, she says loudly.
Carter drops the water that he's drinking.
Carter! She grabs him.
He slowly looks at Soul. I fucking knew something was going on, god damn it.
Thank you, Samantha. Looking up at her.
JJ shrugs.
Well, I mean, you all were gonna find out eventually.
Yes, they were.
You're actually pregnant.
Yeah. Nodding his head. Oh, curious she is.
Like, how far?
She looks up at the sky. I think 5 weeks at this point?
Your father is going to be furious when he finds out. I'm not telling him, but yeah, Benny, I knew it. Looking at her.
Soul turns around. Oh, right. Medic and all that you probably knew from the beginning.
No, me and Elizabeth just had a sneaking suspicion.
Elizabeth nods. The no caffeine, the no to very little sugar, all that. It was pretty obvious, and the no working out. It started to add up.
Wait a minute, so you were pregnant for the demonic invasion of, that Sergeant Kelly fool?
Soul nods. Yeah, it was.
And the Hydra?
And the Hydra, yes.
Yeah, granted, Aunt Nicole was there, but Port Nowhere?
Yeah, I was gonna say, depending on which side of 5 weeks, that would be Port Nowhere too.
She puts her finger up. I didn't know. Until the fight with the warlords. I did not know I was pregnant until then.
Look at Clive's face.
Carter looks terrified.
Look at his face. That's the face he would be making if he was your father. Remember, points to Soul.
Soul nods. I know. Honestly, I sort of would rather that face be made at me than the face that my father's probably gonna make.
He's going to be furious, rightfully so, but, I mean... You know, it's your child. You're the one that has to carry it, and you and Colt are the ones that made it.
Soul nods. It is our decision to inform people or not. I don't know if he's gonna be exactly happy about us hiding it for so long.
kiss your spot as the heavy hitter goodbye.
Elizabeth nods. Yep. I mean, don't worry. We could certainly make do without you. You are very helpful to us, but don't worry. We'll be okay without you. But yeah, you're gonna be off the squad for a while. So
Yeah. And then more than 9 months, probably, still rubbing the back of her neck for her. Because then you gotta do post-pregnancy, yeah.
Soul nods. Yeah, post-pregnancy. I have to spend time with the kid, and it's gonna be a long time until I'm able to be with you guys on the front lines again.
Then you gotta get back into shape. Pregnancy is a great, wonderful thing in all species, but it really fucks up your body for a while.
You're so nuts. Yeah, no, it really does. She puts her hand on her stomach. I'm not very worried about that. If it's a choice between me being fit like I've always been or me having a kid, I'm choosing the kid all the way. Just it's gonna feel a little weird having a large stomach and all that, I think.
You'll be okay.
Oh, I know I will.
Putting his hand out in front of him, looking down at it. You do have the slight baby bump going on. Sooner or later, I think your parents would find out whether you told them or not. Remember, and oh my god, hand out in front of Soul's stomach. You do.
Carter turns around and does it, and then puts both of his hands on his temples. I would think they would react better if you told them, rather than, they find out.
Putting his hand on his stomach, Colt looking at her. Yeah, in about 4 weeks, I think they're gonna know one way or another, sweetheart.
Saul nods. Oh, I know. I'm planning on telling them soon, but I'm good for the time being. I'm still raring to go, and I could still be of use to you guys for the time being.
You should tell them today.
She looks at Sam.
Okay, I'll take your advice. I'll tell them today. I'll just have to find the right moment for it.
Because maybe her going out of action will let you avoid basic. Looking at JJ.
JJ looks at Sam.
Actually, that might work. Probably not. Don't necessarily get your hopes up, but it's the best plan we have so far for me to get out of basic.
I don't think that will work, love.
Laz shakes her head.
No, it won't. But
She leans into Oz.
he's desperate, honey.
And so is she. Looking back up at the...
She nods.
Yeah, both of them are rightfully so. I wouldn't want to be separated from you either. Just, they're both very desperate about it.
Laz and everybody here hears a phone ringing. Sound of somebody's wrist computer being called.
Carter jumps. Whose wrist computer is being called?
Benny's calling Uncle Clive. Does Clive answer?
Yes.
Yo, Ben, what up? Yo,
Oh.
Clive, what up?
Oh, well, what up, Ben? What up? How can I help you?
Do you know my homegirl Soul's pregnant?
No.
Here she is, turning the camera to her.
Soul awkwardly smiles at him and waves.
Hi, Uncle Clive.
You see his face? She points.
I like to imagine it's just the face on the token.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, Uncle Clive. How are you?
I'm, oh god, I'm doing fine, sweetie. How far along are you?
I'm about 5 weeks.
Oh, wonderful. So, only the most dangerous missions your squad has been on. You have been a part of them.
Were you mumbling to yourself over here, Clive?
Benjamin called me.
Oh, what's up, kid? Hey, Carter, how's it going? Hey, everybody.
Carter looks at Uncle Scar. Carter somehow immediately just seems drained about something, and he waves at him. Hi, Uncle Scar.
Long day out there training. Where are you? Nebraska or something like that?
Okira's home planet, sir.
Oh, nice. How's it going up there, kid?
Pretty good, Mr. Scar. Good to see ya. And yeah, you could say it's a long day now.
Homegirl, Soul's pregnant, dude. Eh? Looks confused.
Clive looks at Scar, whispers into his ear. Charlotte's apparently pregnant. She's about 5 weeks along.
Oh! Well, congratulations, honey! Looking at her, smiling. Wait, 5?
5. Scar 5.
He counts on his paws slowly. 5 weeks pregnant. You just found out. You had a pregnancy test up there on the side of that mountain.
Soul coughs.
No. I found out, in the final fight of Port Nowhere.
Oh! And, your father knows this, right?
She slowly shakes her head.
Scar looks at Clive.
Clive looks at Scar. Okay, so here's the plan, kiddos. He looks at all the kids. When your father and your parents find out, we did not know about this, you hear me?
Now, we knew nothing, and we're saying nothing.
When it eventually comes out that you are pregnant, we are gonna be the most surprised motherfuckers on the lane. I can promise you that.
Damn straight. When Julius finds out, he's gonna rip her a new one.
Oh my god. Clive is shaking his head. It's gonna be okay, honey. Don't worry. Just... He's gonna be not very pleased. I'm just gonna say that. I don't think any of the parents, the big four, will be pleased about it. Just, I think especially your father's not going to be pleased.
Don't forget the Primarch and the Ranger General. Woohoo!
Oh god, oh Jesus, the Ranger General. And I see.
You don't really have to worry about Icy. She's the one who told me.
Seems like Nicole.
Her grandparents.
Oh god, Hunk and Davine.
Well, hey, I'm just glad she's not my daughter.
Yep, same here. Like we said, we're gonna be the cool uncles about this. We don't know anything about it. Thank you for telling us and informing us. But we know nothing. Is that understood, kiddos?
Understood.
Take it to the grave, man.
Carter nods, gives him a thumbs up. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Damn good. Damn good. And, Benny, can I just ask, why are you talking like that, mate?
I don't know, I'm a big fan of Fred Paw. Scar.
Right, okay. Well, you keep doing you, buddy, okay?
You keep doing you. We got enough Fred Pock to deal with here. Hang up on the little fuck.
Alright, bye-bye, kiddos. He hangs up.
He looks back at Soul and smiles.
Soul awkwardly smiles at Benny.
At least they're cool about it.
She looks back at Colt.
We could always call the Colonel next.
No, this is something I need to tell him in person.
Agreed. Nodding his head, rubbing Soul's shoulders.
Yeah. Poor Clive, dude looked like he was gonna piss himself when you told him.
He always comes back to pregnancy.
JJ starts to laugh. It always comes back to pregnancy. Carter rubs his eyebrows and looks down at Memory Ann.
I'm surprised it took this long, honestly, Carter.
Yeah, as am I. Just, he sits back down onto the rock. I really hope. He shouldn't. We just found out, but I really hope they don't blame the two leaders of the squad for not taking her off as soon as possible.
It's not our fault. They had an argument on a mission with some type of alien running around that was hellbent on killing any living being in that building. Facility. Well,
Few of us were down having the fight for our lives while they were arguing.
Soul sighs heavily and will just hug her arms around Colt's neck.
a week of problems, kissing Soul on the cheek, or like 2 months of outlaw country. Memory Ann will scoff and throw her MRE wrapper off the side of the cliff.
Carter just shakes his head looking at Colt. Honestly, man, fair enough.
Oh, and you know what? Nobody had to risk their life outside of military duties to solve the argument, either, in our case.
Carter sighs, looks at Colt. I thank you again for helping me out with that, Colt.
Land squid. Most dangerous of creatures.
It was like the only creature that wasn't dangerous on that island.
The only thing not actively trying to kill us, yeah?
Last of its kind.
And you nuked it.
Yep, we did.
Technically speaking, the Ranger General nuked it.
Yeah, and we're never gonna tell anyone that we found the last land squid and immediately killed it.
Nah. As far as I'm concerned, it was just a big raptor.
How is your new bird guide taking to Petra, Carter?
And Carter looks at them. Oh, Rocky? He's doing just fine. His species, Istacunos, are very passive creatures. They're actually herbivores, if you can consider eating like ice and snow herbivore. So they're not very territorial. They're, yada yada yada, but they're getting along just fine with Petra, and the eggs that we got, they're doing fine with those too.
That's good, nodding his head. When it's up at the apartment, it's a pleasure. Never see Petra up at the apartment. Memory Ann, Petra's very particular about her environment. Takes after her mother.
Soul starts to snicker. Laz nods. I'm guessing Petra doesn't like to be in enclosed spaces for very long or without their mother.
Correct.
So, the wide open spaces of the lane is far more preferable for them.
And your ferret mood ring thing, how's it doing? When it's up at the apartment, it's great.
Oh, Carby? They're doing great. She absolute joy to be around, and well, she shrugs. It is always fun to just make yourself feel an emotion and see what color it turns out to be. Like envy or jealousy is obviously green. That one's obvious. Or anger is red. More
Stormy
obvious.
gray when Samantha's around.
Depressed is stormy gray, yes. JJ clears his throat and will put his arm around Sam's shoulders.
She leans into it.
But then you get like out of left field colors, like when you're sad, not like depressed or anything, but sad. It's like a blue, right? Or a deep blue or something like that. But then if you're like flirtatious or something, it's a blue that mixes with a pink for a very almost light purple. It's really cool.
When Uncle Krellin is around at Okir, it just goes all random. It looks like a disco ball.
It does not understand him. I think it like reads your emotions through your mind. I don't think it's like a how do you say, hormone thing, like it senses your hormones or anything. It just reads your mind, and nobody's able to read Fledwick's mind, so it just gets really confused around him.
Yeah, well, I have the same effect around Frederick Krellin and the robot guy, Samuel.
You get really confused around them?
Yeah, I do. I can never remember Frederick's name because every time I see the guy, he looks different, whether it be on TV or, in person. Kralin, easy name to remember, only one of his kind, and the ancient robot, just a robot to me.
Yeah. Clive's been working on a translator for him, so he's actually going to be able to talk.
More of a personality instead of just beeping at him.
Yeah, just beeping, none of us being able to understand him. It's been sort of weird to have him around all your life, I'm going to be honest. Whatever seems normal for us is probably quite weird for others.
Oh, well, Frederick came up to the apartment the other day to sit down and have a cup of tea with me, and he was wearing this shit. Huh? He's looking at... I took a picture of him. That's how confused I was. He said it was some Medal of Merit given to him by somebody named Vladimir Putin. Oh, no.
Elizabeth leans forward.
Oh god, that's him in like a Steven Seagal, his Russian form.
Vladimir Putin was a fucker. Memory Ann nodding her head.
I don't remember much about history class, but wasn't that dude a dictator?
Yes, a horrible one.
Laz nods.
And Steven Seagal famously was a surrogate and like a trainer for the Russian army during the time of Vladimir Putin's reign.
Yeah, we were calling that Russian Frederick, if you will. We're calling it Russian Frederick. He came over to JJ's Sunday morning to have breakfast with us, right, JJ?
And JJ nods. Oh yeah, no wait, the Stooges said that they're gonna come over to have breakfast with us, and they did, and well, Frederick just so happened to be in his ceremonial garb.
Kralin was in a suit as best he could be, and so was Samuel. They were his bodyguards.
They were also wearing sunglasses, completely blacked out sunglasses, including Samuel, who has like a cyclops eye, so that doesn't really make any sense.
Secret Service?
Oh yeah, no, they were they were Frederick Seagal's Secret Service.
Wow. I wonder if they'll ever come have breakfast with us.
Soul nods. Oh, I sure hope so. It would be cool, and honestly, I'd be really excited to see what outfit Frederick would wear.
He has more of these? Remember, on every phase of Seagal, he has one, yeah.
Carter nods. He has Russian Seagal, Native American Seagal, Cop Seagal, Asian Seagal, Black Seagal, and Sniper Seagal. And then he also just sometimes wears a really obvious muscle suit with a black tank top and says that's OG Seagal, is the way he says it.
I hadn't seen all of those.
Sam, he asked us for help the other day. They came over for breakfast. He wanted help on how police officers act. Now, none of us are cops, but you know a thing or two. Sam will pull up a video. JJ told him, just go up and tell the perpetrator to show them your hands. Let me see your hands. And, well, she pulls up a video she recorded of Frederick pretending to be a cop.
Frederick is making his two hands into finger guns. Hands, let me see your hands. Watch that corner. I got your six, don't worry. Hands, let me see your hands. Am I doing good, Samantha?
Yes, sweetheart, you are.
Oh, okay. Hands, let me see your hands. Pointing his finger guns at Samuel.
Sam looking around confused. What corner? In the video, she's looking around with the camera from the camera's POV. Well, yeah, what corner?
There was no corner. We were out in the middle of a plain on Rainford Lane.
What's that corner, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth starts to laugh. What's that corner, Benny?
He laughs, picks her up.
She shakes her head. Well, I mean, hopefully that's just for a role in a movie and not for anything serious like trying to be a deputy or something like that.
He really takes method acting to the extreme, don't he? Samantha, yes.
Yeah. Just imagine you're on some SWAT unit somewhere on Earth, coming in to stop like a bank robbery or something, and you just hear that coming up behind you.
Watch that corner, Carter.
I got your 6, don't worry.
She'll turn around and point to her butt.
Carter will smack her butt.
There you go.
Carter smiles at her and gives her a wink. I did not mind that one bit.
What corner, though? I mean, I don't get it. Did you tell him to say that? Samantha, no. He didn't, looking at JJ.
JJ shakes his head. No, I think that's something he picked up from movies.
And, I mean, if you think about it, he said, I got your 6. He was the only person there. Nobody was in front of him. Thus, there was nobody 6 he would be able to, as Memory Ann points to her butt again, cover.
He smacks her butt again.
Watch that corner.
Yes, ma'am, I will watch that corner. Even though he looks around, there's no corners around to really watch.
Can you imagine instead of training with Satterley and Delta, you trained with him in the kill house before the mode? Samantha, they would all be dead.
Soul and Carter both nod at the same time.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't have survived at
No.
all, sir.
Now that, pointing at Soul, that might be a good April Fool's joke on the Delta guys. We tell them we have somebody that wants to train them. They're open-minded. Frederick comes down and tries to train them. Watch that corner, Satterley!
Oh, God.
I think they would beat him up.
Well, maybe not if we tell them who he is. That, or they'll think he's a Make-A-Wish kid.
Make-A-Wish, nodding his head.
Yeah, they'll think he's a Make-A-Wish kid whose wish was training Delta Squad members.
Watch that corner. Watch it. You gotta watch out.
Watch that corner. You have to watch it. Saturday, watch the corner, damn it.
Oh, just remember, if you're ever in doubt in a mission, watch that corner.
Make sure you have my 6 card.
Carter will smack her ass again, just this time he'll keep his hand on her ass.
She lets out a loud yell. Getting restless, I'd say.
Carter nods. You could say that, sir.
That's one thing I've noticed. Rainfalls cannot keep their hands to themselves. Like he, pointing at Colt, always has his hands on her. You guys can't go more than like 10 minutes. He's always carrying her, and then there's them. And yeah.
JJ nods. I think it's a combination of how we were raised along with just the blood in most of our veins. We really like being around and having our hands on our significant others.
Yeah, when I've come down to the lane, there's usually a lot of empty seats because there's a lot of lap sitting. I know.
Yeah, whenever we're invited places, I always joke, like, you could probably just cut the seating down in half because most of us are just going to sit on each other's laps.
Carter nods. Yeah, very true. Honestly, it's just more comfortable that way, and it's always nice to have a significant other on your lap, or, he looks at Memory Ann and smiles, sit on their lap.
Well, if you're getting that restless, then that means you got the energy to go up all the way to the top of the mountain, I'd say.
Carter sighs. That is something that would mean that, sir, yep.
Rand, do we have to care? Yes.
Oh boy. Starts packing his up. This is gonna be a long day.
Soul slowly raises her hand.
Do I have to climb up all the way, sir?
No. He shakes his head. I've known you were pregnant, but if you're not going to tell me, I'm going to wait till you tell me.
Oh, okay, but was it when you asked me to work out and I told you I was on my period?
Your aunt told us last week before we went to fight the dragon thing. Hydra, that's what it's called.
Oh, so you found out the same time they did.
Yeah, exactly. The adults of the squad, and I was happenstance standing there, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I understand. Well, thank you for keeping me in the dark about that, sir.
We should get her a hover chair like Hale, but an adult-sized one.
Carter starts to laugh and get Colt a Bjorn that could fit Soul, so he could just carry her around like that.
That would look cute, I'd say.
I think it would look cute. I would also mercilessly make fun of my sister for it, but it would look cute, yeah. And Soul looks at Carter, sticks her tongue out at him, and will hop onto Colt's back.
He'll prop her up on his back, piggyback riding her up. Sam will start packing away her MRE slowly.
JJ will start to do the same with his. He'll look at her. You ready for this climb, love?
Not really.
Why? He'll put the back of his hand on her forehead. Are you feeling okay?
I would rather just go home. We have limited time.
Ah, right. To be honest, I would rather be at home right now as well, but anytime we can spend together is a good time, yes?
She'll kiss JJ on the chin and hold the kiss there as Ricky sees something. The yelp, most likely Memory Ann let out, crawling out of the cave up here. It's just looking around, staring in Memory Ann's, the group's direction.
Hey, Oak here.
Huh? Looking at Ricky, you want it? Handing him his MRE. There's
No.
some left in there.
No, maybe later, but what's that?
He looks over. Oh, it's a Celadon Drake. Celadon Drake.
What's a Celadon Drake?
These little Drake fire-breathing gecko things that grow into big fire-breathing gecko things. They're really rare. They only live up here at really high altitudes. On this planet. Long time ago, my species used to hunt them as trophy collecting, and that's unfortunately why they're rare. But with the induction of your mother and EarthGov and big scary dragons, they're now, what do you call that thing? And conservation type of endangered. Yeah.
They're a protected species.
Yeah, but killing an adult one, the highest honor you could get in a tribe. They grow to be huge.
That's sick. Looks badass too.
It's probably, looking at it, it's probably young. They have a really brutal life cycle. They are birthed, and then their mother abandons them. They have to survive to adulthood on their own. No coddling, no Colt staring at it.
Oh, that's really sad.
And he, fixing his masks, built-in binoculars to look at it. Maybe it smelled our MREs.
Yeah, maybe it's hungry.
They are, what's that word, Carter? They eat plants and meat.
Herbivore. Oh, omnivore.
Yeah, points at Carter. They eat both, yeah.
Yeah, no, that would be an omnivore, so it could eat theoretically anything from, he'll point down to the grass, or even, we're the only meat around here, so he points to himself.
Comes out of the cave a little more, sniffing the air. Benny definitely smelled the MREs and probably heard Memory Ann's yelping. Memory Ann rubs her bum.
Carter looks up at her, smiles, and gives her another wink.
Would be a nice addition to my mother's collection, or Carter. Our collection. It's starting to grow. Oz, are you seeing that, JJ, over there? Or are you too busy looking at her kissing at you?
JJ's looking at it.
Sam, what? Looking up at it?
That, over there. The
Gee.
Celadon Drake.
Celadon. Turns around, looks at it.
He looks down at her and looks back at it. Leans in. Do you want it?
She's staring right at it, making eye contact with it. Those are pretty rare. When in ranger training, she points at it, starts stuttering. We learned about them in Ranger Basic. I want one. I always have. It reminds me of Charmander.
He leans back. Oh, it does, doesn't it?
It is kind of like a real-life Charmander if you think about it. Does it grow wings? Okay. Big wings. big ass wings. When my species was like primordial and they were the dominant ones on the planet, they used to eat us. He looks at it.
Very interesting. He looks at Sam. I'll be right back, love.
That would be nice company for the 6 months you're gonna abandon me.
I'm getting this damn Celadon Drake. He'll pick up his MRE and start to re-unwrap it, and will slowly walk up to this bridge right here.
Is it male or female? Colt's looking at it. Okay, you can tell by the tail. If the flame on the tail tip is orange, male. Blue, female.
Carter looks back at Benny. What color is it, Ben?
Nah, I can't see. It's keeping its tail hidden.
Oh, okay. JJ will start to slowly walk up with the MRE out in front of him, so the animal knows it's offering him something.
It's keeping its tail hidden because it's gonna use it to set JJ on fire if he startles it. I guess.
Oh,
So, let's hope that doesn't happen.
One that small can't really breathe fire quite yet, but it can set you on fire with its tail, as the beast will retract into the cave, seeing JJ approach.
JJ will take a step back and put the MRE out in front of him onto the ground.
It'll turn its head, looking inquisitively at JJ. Come out.
He'll open up the MRE slightly and start to take some of the food that's in there out. Some of the beef strips in there.
It'll pick up the whole bag and start going through it, actually. Sam's right behind you.
JJ smiles slightly at it. He'll take a very cautious step forward, just testing out the waters with it.
It'll sit down on the ground like a little kid and start going through the bag.
JJ turns to Samantha. Can you go grab me Carter's MRE or something like that?
Mm-hmm. She'll glare back at Carter and point to her wrist.
Carter nods. Alright. He'll bring the MRE over to her.
She'll take it and hand it to JJ.
Thank you, love. JJ will turn to the Celadon Drake and show it the MRE that he has and smile at it and point.
He'll put its arms out. It's like a little kid, basically.
He'll put his hand out to it.
It'll touch hands with JJ.
He'll start to rub its hand, take out some of the food from Carter's MRE and set it down in front of it.
Watching closely. It'll take the food and sit there and start eating it. Okay, see, look, it can heat up its own dinner with its tail. They're dangerous. Nodding his head.
Carter nods. I can tell, yeah. JJ will scoot a bit closer to it and sit down next to it.
In ranger training, she'll come up behind JJ. We trained here on this planet, and they pointed out species to be aware of, and species were not allowed to interact with and or take off the planet.
JJ chuckles slightly, and I take it the Celadon was one of them.
The only one, actually. Like I said, conservation, endangered, protected thing. Mostly because of us, though. But yeah.
Interesting. JJ will very slowly, like you're trying to pet a feral cat almost, start to reach out and pet the top of its head.
It lets JJ, because it's busy eating the MRE.
He'll lean down to it. You know, I really don't think you can understand me, but there's more of these. He'll point to the MREs. If you come with us and live at our house with us. He smiles and will take out more of the MRE and start putting it in front of it. It's so much more food for you.
Did you miss the part where she said we're not allowed to take them off the planet, though?
JJ will look over at Okir. My wife wants it. I'm getting it for her.
Where the rain falls, bitch. Okay. Okay.
Carter laughs. We make the laws, Okir.
Here. He'll pitch an MRE to JJ.
JJ will hold it up to Okir. Thank you. And will open it up again, putting out beef strips, but this time holding it close to himself. So it would have to come up to him and take it.
It sniffs around the air. Sam holding out what looks like a cookie cake from her MRE, and it will hug her leg. Well, I'd say we know what it likes.
Cookie cakes. Okay. He will take out another cookie cake, stand up so he's matching Sam, and offer it to the Celadon Drake.
It will try to reach up at JJ.
He will try to gently pick it up and feed it the cookie cake.
It lets itself be picked up.
And
Yeah.
he'll
It's
say,
hungry, JJ. It's hungry. Their mothers abandoned them at like fingers month time, 1 month. So it probably hasn't eaten in a long time.
Oh, poor thing. He'll start feeding it the cookie cake that he has.
Sam will let me hold it.
He'll hand it off to her.
She takes it and will feed it. Oh, I'd say it's found its new mother.
I believe it has. JJ will look around and check the flame of its tail.
It's a male.
He looks back at Okir. Orange. It's a male.
Perfect. I've always wanted a son.
JJ looks over at Sam, smiles, and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
You don't think your parents are going to be mad at us for taking this off the planet? Marianne, no.
We brought back animals from Manova. I think... He nods towards the Drake. I think they're gonna be okay with this.
And
Got a cookie cake here, pitching it over to Sam or JJ.
JJ will catch it, take it out. Thank you very much, sir.
honestly, even if they are mad about this, I think they'll be too preoccupied with being mad about something else to care.
You don't have to keep bringing it up.
I'm trying to make them feel better, sorry.
JJ shakes his head a bit and will continue to hand off the cookie cakes to Sam. Well, I think we have a new kid, don't we, honey?
How big do they get? Okay, really big. Looking back at Marianne and Ricky and Carter.
Like a dragon size big?
It's gonna be living in your backyard, not in your house, especially if you keep feeding it. And I'm sure it will get to maturity, and because, you know, rain falls and magic spells, and I think by like, what, 15, 20 years old, it's gonna be huge. Did you, at the village we landed at, that gigantic skull in the middle, size of a bus?
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
That was a Celadon Drake.
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness. Marianne, hand over her mouth.
Carter looks back at it. So that thing's gonna be fucking huge then.
Good. Sam petting it on the head, kissing.
JJ nods. He'll lean down, kiss it on the head. What's its name gonna be, honey?
Looks at it. Jacoby.
Jacoby, like the crazy old homeless man.
Yeah, that's what he called you, right?
Yeah, Jacoby Jameson, I think.
I'll have Jacoby to sleep with me and keep me company while you're gone.
The smile that he had immediately drops, and he'll give her a kiss on the cheek.
And he's your son.
He is my son. Jacoby is my son.
Let's get this over with. Walking with the Drake. Thank you for getting it, by the way.
He smiles at her. I will get you anything you ever wish for, my love.
She'll plant a kiss on his cheek. You are very charming. It extended to the Drake clearly.
Oh, obviously, he totally gets my charm.
They will walk up the mountainside because she wants to get this done and over with. Well, didn't think we'd land one of those. Hands on his stomach.
Nah, and, well, she looks a little happier.
Don't do that. Looking at Okir with his hands on his stomach, you look like Frederick. Huh? Looks down at his hands on his stomach.
Yeah, like resting your hands right there, it makes you look like Fledwick, man.
Oz will pull out his sidearm and put his sidearm on his stomach. And he,
Oh God, Oz, no, you're pulling a Seagal right now, man.
Oh, he takes her off because he wants to get it over with too, disappearing up the side of the mountain with Sam and JJ. Looking down at his hands on his stomach, but I always stand like this.
Yeah, but Carter will walk up and pat Okier on the shoulder. Just think about it like this. Steven Seagal also stands like that.
Have I created a monster by not complimenting Uncle Frederick on his somewhat striking resemblance to Seagal? Have I? Oz, I think so. Hand on his stomach with the pistol.
Yeah.
Elizabeth nods.
I think you have, honestly.
It's just a joke. She looks around.
Yeah, but I think you unintentionally gave him the next Fwedpak idea.
But who would want to be Steven Seagal?
Those three.
Fair point. She points at Ricky.
Carter nods. Those three have no media literacy, let alone social literacy, so I don't think they get that Steven Seagal is pretty universally hated in both entertainment and social circles.
Taking Laz across the bridge on his back. They have like a very skewed view on what is cool and what isn't cool, in case you haven't picked up, okay. Right. Nodding his head.
Yeah, anything that me or you would think is uncool, they would probably think is cool, and vice versa.
Do you guys hate green hair? Okay, no. I think it's cool.
Yeah, no, it looks pretty sick.
I think it would be a hard look to pull off. Like if Carter had green hair, I think it wouldn't look good. If Ricky had it wouldn't look good. It's a hard look to pull off, as well they hate green hair.
Elizabeth nods.
Yeah. You know little Chase, okay?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the reason why they hate green hair.
He takes his hands off his stomach.
Because their nephew has it?
I think it just doesn't compute very well for them. They don't necessarily understand it, maybe. And because of that, they hate it. Or they just hate green hair to hate green hair.
The
You
thing-
never know.
The thing they hate the most is his eyebrows are even green. Imagine that.
So it's like a little kid hating something because it's new.
Looks back at Laz on his back. I'd say so, yeah.
Last nods. Yeah, no, that is correct. I would have to say so.
They even hate my sunglasses. He points to his glasses. They say Jace got his green hair from me because my glasses are green.
Laz looks up at the sky.
Maybe they just don't like the color green.
Maybe. I quite like green, personally.
As do I. It does look very nice on a lot of people.
Memory and hands on her stomach. Oh, I've created a monster.
Carter shrugs. Well, hopefully this monster makes a lot of money for us.
I think it will. Benny nodding his head, picking Elizabeth up.
Wait until the day you walk in on him training in whatever bullshit martial art that guy uses.
Oh, Uncle Frederick doing martial arts. That'll be the day.
Oh yeah, the second that he starts doing martial arts, I'll eat my shoe.
I'll tell your dad, or I'll tell your brother, the Colonel, Julius. Benny nodding his head.
Oh, please, if that happens, get it on tape. I'd love to see the Colonel's reaction to Fwedwood pretended to do martial arts.
Probably just copy whatever that Seagal guy is. Let's go, kids.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Haha. Flashing down to the same St. Bucks that the kids came to all those many months ago. Hunk's up here getting drinks. Clive's not here. Suletta, Mr. Snuffles, without JJ or Sam, Jace, the grandkids, Hale, Integra here. Blaze is walking around, shopping, perusing.
Davine starts to pick out some of the sweets in front of her and puts them in a little, baggie so she can buy them eventually.
This is the coffee shop the kids come to all the time.
Yes, it is, darling.
She looks around.
Well, look at that. Such a
Such a beautiful mural, is it not?
Oh, look at the man. Oh, wait, well, I'm looking at your husband. Who are you talking about?
Oh, I was just pointing at the disturbing mural behind.
Oh, John Kevin and his Crusader helmet.
Yes, but that man, yes, he is a very fine man, you understand.
Yes, he is. Looking at Davy.
She chuckles. He is a very fine man and a very good husband.
And he's not aware of the Mustang. You've kept it under wraps, right?
Davy nods. I wouldn't want him to find out at all.
Okay, good. Only like a year's and some change more worth to go. She grimaces.
Davy sighs. I think this is going to be more difficult than I thought.
I think so.
But it's okay. To see the look on his face when we do eventually show him, it'll all be worth it.
I asked Mr. Track if he could, maybe slightly pick up the pace the other day, and he said something to the effect of, you can't rush perfection, cool Suletta, so... Tried.
Well, that is very true. I wouldn't necessarily want him to rush it. I do want it to be as close to perfect as humanly possible, but a bit of extra speed would not be minded at all.
Bit of extra speed on what? Coming over with the coffee.
She smiles at Hunk. Oh, a bit of extra speed? She takes a step closer and gives him a kiss on the cheek. On, the candy being made, I always want to buy, like, all of it, but, she shrugs, there's never enough, you know?
Well, we'll make Tom's day. We'll take it all.
She raises her eyebrows. Really? You'll do that for me?
Yeah. He points at all the candy. We'll take it all. Pulls out his credit card.
Thank you, honey. She'll hold his cheeks and give him a very big kiss on the lips.
A bit of extra speed on the perfect storm as well. It's been a long time since we've got to do a more higher class film. Not a Frederick Price film. Yeah, not a Frederick Price film. Blaze just grumbling to him.
David looks over at Blaze. Blaze, darling, are you still angry about Frederick's bringing an actual flintlock pistol onto set?
Are there any guns in the perfect storm? I don't think there are.
Davian shakes her head. Not to my recollection, darling.
Oh, good. Then I won't come with my weapons loaded.
Davian lets out a chuckle, looks at Hunk. I do believe he is still angry about that.
Well, he could have hurt our son.
Oh, yes, he very much could have.
Wasn't the shot pretty close to JJ?
Oh, yes, very worryingly close. Luckily, he has your dodging capabilities, my love.
I don't think it was Blaze he'd have to worry about. Was it JJ the shot was close to? Yeah, it was. Was Samantha in the picture back then?
Davian looks up and nods.
Yeah, she was.
She was, yes.
You remember when that twerp piece takes Davine over here, trying to hide the fact he met a girl he liked from us?
Davian laughs. Yes, I do.
Well, honestly, I thought he was just... he probably made it up or something like that.
Davian sighs and shakes her head. Remember that time that he eventually, called her up and everything in front of all of us, and Scar was the one who was egging him on about it?
Yeah, no, and I'm probably a little guilty of that too. I didn't quite believe him, let's just say that. But no, yeah, then Ranger General's daughter picks up and oh shit.
He certainly knows how to pick them, doesn't he?
He didn't go for a home run, he went for the grand slam on his first attempt at bat.
Davian clicks her tongue and nods. Luckily, I do believe he succeeded at that grand slam.
Yeah, he hit it out the park.
She smiles and looks at Hunk, just like his father.
And she's still smoking.
Davine sighs. I don't think there's anything, any of us will be able to do about that. She looks at Soletta. I still don't think the moment's right for me to have a discussion with her yet.
I still don't think the moment's right. Mumbling to himself.
Davine sighs, looks at Blaze. Did you mean for us to hear that, or are you just speaking aloud again?
Huh? Looks at Davine. Uh-huh.
I'll take that as a speaking aloud without thinking, darling.
Well, I'm just saying, I feel sorry for young JJ. And her, of course, but I just feel sorry for the boy. Of all the Rainfall children, he is the most well put together, in my opinion. Up there with Laz as well, but he is the most well put together. And caused zero drama. And yet, he still has to be separated from the only girl he's ever felt any feelings for 6 months. And I don't care what Nicole says, it's still 6 months he's separated, regardless of not actually losing life and aging.
Davy nods. Trust me, darling, I know that. I'm the one that caused that to happen for him. I feel terrible about it whenever I think about it. It's my fault, she shrugs.
The Stooges agree. They call JJ son good JJ and Elizabeth bad daughter Elizabeth.
Davine starts to laugh. Well, I would feel bad if I said I would agree. I may not be lying about that, but I would feel bad if I said it.
Uncle leading the girls over here sitting down at a table. She's not bad daughter Elizabeth.
She did leave for a year, darling, and had no contact with us.
I would more categorize her as stupid daughter Elizabeth.
That might be more accurate, my love. Yes, that might be more accurate.
Slap her across the face till her lip is so fat she can't kiss Benjamin. Elizabeth. Yes, nodding her head.
Davy nods. She holds Soletta's hand. I just have to say thank you again for going down to Woodbury and dealing with it how you did, darling.
No problem. I wish I could solve JJ's problems that easily. Just walk up and slap. Well, in this case, it would be slapping Patricia. Never mind.
Well, wouldn't it be slapping me, darling?
True, but I've already done that, so it didn't work.
That is true. It didn't work at all. Davy shakes her head, looks at Hunk. You haven't been able to come up with any ideas to help him out, have you?
No. I've resigned myself to the fact he's gonna be gone for 6 months, and we're gonna have to be here for our daughter-in-law. No way around it. Patricia won't budge. She does not budge.
No, she does not. I was just wondering. She smiles sadly, looking at her drink. It's going to be hard for them both, but we are going to be here for Samantha. And, oh god, poor JJ, he's gonna be all by himself.
I have seen Patricia, in all the years I've known her, bend her knee once. And that was when things were awkward with Ash and all that drama he started. And then, you remember, I don't really like to bring it up and think about it, but with Integra. And Integra told her not to. And she's never bent the knee since. So, never gonna happen. I think she's keeping that promise to Integra.
Davy nods. Like a good girl, she will. She probably does not want to disappoint her, especially now that we know that Integra is most certainly watching down on us.
And speaking of which, Ash, Amol's tonight, Ceres is coming, and Siletta nods her head. Yes, and is Ash able to eat? He's not being fed through a straw. Oh, okay. Well, Nicole said he was pretty fucked up.
From what Julius and Pico told me, they didn't tell me much about it, but it's mainly his, she gestures to her lower body.
His lower body, that's really hurt at this point in his recovery.
Okay, good. Then we don't have to blend him up food or anything like that. Good. Okay. I would not want to eat like that.
Davine shakes her head.
To me, texture is 75% of food. If it doesn't have a good texture, then I won't enjoy the dish.
She shrugs.
So if everything had the texture of a smoothie, for example, I don't know if I would enjoy food as much as I do.
You know what I enjoy too, besides food and you?
What's that?
Seeing Clive's face when the Ranger General comes around. Suletta laughs.
Oh god, I think that man is going to be terrified from now on when he crosses her path.
Waiting to get hit in the head with that jug of moonshine, I think.
Davine starts to laugh. Oh god. Have you noticed he stopped using his PlayStation mug? Especially around her.
Why? Oh, did he have it up there? Is that one? Okay.
He was holding it while he went up there, and I think he doesn't want to look at it anymore or like use it anymore because it reminds him of a time that he probably almost died.
Or he's afraid she's gonna take the mug and break it over his head.
That could also be a very high possibility, darling. But yes, that poor man, he is going to be scarred for life while trying to talk to the Ranger General.
Well, it's his own hubris that got him where he is.
Yes, I'm sure that he has learned his lesson about. Well, he's probably going to challenge her in snooker later on, but making a bet that he can't possibly win.
You gotta, picking up Davine's hand, kissing it, you gotta get him under wraps. We were watching that video he made today, where he's yelling at the camera, flipping off the camera the whole time. Suletta groans loudly. I was in the room when he made it, so yeah, I know.
I'm not sure it could get much worse than this, but if it does, I would hate to see what happens to him, darling, or his channel.
It's a bad look for the rainfalls in general, I'd say. Blaze agreed.
Davy nods. It does not paint us in the best light, does it?
No, it really doesn't, and he is just giving them what they wanted now, truly. It's one thing to get, like, slightly mad. It's another thing to make a whole 10-minute video ranting at them. And he calls them by name, too, so. They were in the home snickering when he made it, if you turn the volume up all the way. Clive is a bright man, but not the brightest when it comes to the internet. The e-web, let's say.
Davine sucks some hair in through her teeth. Well, perhaps something will happen that will teach him the lesson. As an example, like I've already said, I'm sure he won't be betting against the Primarch anymore when it comes to games. I'm sure something will happen that will prevent him from becoming combative with the audience anymore.
I think it's all downhill at this point for Clive and his eTube. There's no going back.
Have you ever suggested that he just stops eTube?
No, because it brings him joy. Truly it does. He likes getting in front of the camera, making the videos, educating his fans, if you will, on his collection. Because most of those games are well over 600 years old. So no. I'm just hoping Patricia steps in at some point.
Well, if it gets too mean, let's say, too personal maybe, perhaps we bring it up with her and we ask her to step in for us. Because the Stooges... what does this say? Since when let crackheads on rainfall? Oh, God.
From me, young Nicole, not Krellin, at rainfallodmacademy.ed.
Davine starts to laugh.
Wow, nodding his head.
Me,
That one's actually kind of funny.
me, young Nicole. No, just say Nicole at right. Oh my god, she just shakes her head.
Oh, he got a picture of her. He used the. I think that's from one of the first, I don't know, if you will, air quote, Rainfall family photos we took before she had her growth spurt. So yeah.
Oh yes, most definitely. That is a young Nicole. So
I'm sure Clive is none the wiser and clearly thinks it's young Nicole who is now fully grown and matured Nicole.
Davine shakes her head. Oh god, that man does not know a lot about the internet, so I would say so, please. I think he does think that's just Nicole herself.
Well, at this point, it's kind of hard to tell. Everybody kind of pitched in to make fun of him in the comments, so, but no, that was Krellin. This is part of their plan. They ran out of emails to make new YouTube accounts, and Clive was sniffing them out. You know, clearly this is you, Samuel. Clearly this is you, Krellin. Clearly this is you, Frederick. So they came up with the idea to take pictures of the family, put them there. It's just all stupid.
Davine covering her mouth, shaking her head. Since when let crackheads on Rainfall Lane?
I can't believe they called that guy a crackhead. Gilletta, yeah, I think it was just a slip on Krellin's part. He was getting frustrated in discussion, Clive. It was a heated discussion, not about making fun of Clive, but yes.
Davine starts to laugh again. It's certainly, I think, the most cutting insult they've ever said to him. No, not the teeth thing or the blowing the nose or anything like that. Crackhead is probably the most cutting insult they've ever said to him.
I don't know, honey. Playing with her fingers, they wish death on the guy.
Oh, that is true. That is very true.
Me hope you die of COVID, Davy.
Yes. Well, that's more of a death threat and not an insult, though, don't you think?
Well, they did hope. I think Fred Shedboy said he hoped he got hit by a bus or something like that.
Well, I'm glad that they haven't been making death threats again, have they?
Oh no, Julius put his foot down on them, so.
Thank God. She shakes her head. If they did continue to make death threats even after Julius put his foot down, I would be scared for what would happen afterwards. Probably just Pequod taking away one of their credit cards.
Hunk kissing Davine's ring finger. Why don't you have Clive put his foot down, say, this is my house, and if you want to live under my roof, you gotta stop making fun of me.
Yes, darling, but would that work?
Krellin's retort to that is always care to beg, differ who Pequods think house this is. Blaze.
Davine's eyes. They are her favorite children, so she probably does see that as their house.
They've made way more money than Clive ever will for her, so yeah.
Davine nods. And they will continue to be making money, so in all reality, that probably is rightfully their house.
With the advent of Hale over there and Thomas, and the unborn Thomas, mind you, Patricia's doubling down her efforts to have more money stored away for the next generation of Rainfalls. Expect to be asked to do Fat Fudwick 2 very soon. Oh God, not again.
Davine rubs her face and shakes her head. I'll do it for the family and for my lovely daughter. I will do it.
It's for the best. Let's just put it out in the open, madam. You people fuck a lot.
Davy nods. Oh, trust me, Blaze, I know we do.
Yeah, I mean, we plan to have more kids, so yeah.
Davy nods. A good amount of kids, like a good 10 or something like that. I'm not sure on the exact number, but 10 seems like a good starting point.
It's a multiplicative thing. She has to acquire more land, and then more materials to build home, and then food, and the light bill for Rainfall Lane alone. So yeah.
Davy nods. Oh yes, the electricity alone is probably through the roof. So I understand. For like I said, for the betterment of the family and for my lovely daughter, I will do it. I just won't necessarily enjoy making that film.
And I will give the the copy of the film, the original film copy that we end up with, to Ricky, just like I did the original Fat Frederick.
Davine chuckles. I'm sure he will greatly appreciate that.
Get it the fuck out of the lane.
Oh yes, get it out of the lane and possibly put some money in that boy's pocket. Or hey, if he just wants to keep it, that is certainly a thing he could do as well.
No arguing, kissing her hand more, no arguing with her on set this time. You guys were really going at it. I was waiting for you guys to start pulling each other's hair.
Davy nods. Yes, honey, I won't be arguing with her this time.
Thank you. Holding the kiss on her hand.
She smiles at him, leans in, and will hold a kiss on his forehead.
It was quite a turmoil set to be on, trials and tribulations, and it was only like 3 days.
Yes, I think that's probably the most angry I've ever been on one of the Rainfall production sets. Which is not good at all, but yes, that won't be happening again. I swear to you all.
Simple plot will be done in 2 days. Just Fat Frederick walking around with Krellin and Samuel in the elephant suit, helping his friends, which will mostly be played by Carter Memory Ann, and the youth of today, if you will.
Davy nods. Well, a simple plot is always a good plot for a Fat Frederick movie, I suppose.
We're gonna keep JJ out of that, though. We want JJ, his stock to rise as an actor, not in something like that. So that it will be filmed while he's a basic.
Good, very good. I'm sure if he was in it, the critics would pan him again and would probably somehow give him another Razzie nomination, and I think that poor boy couldn't recover from another one of those.
Must he do that stupid accent in all the movies he plays it? Yeah.
Sam quite enjoys it, Blaze. And if she enjoys it or wants it or anything, that boy will make her happy.
But he only won the Razzie because of the accent, we know.
Davine sighs. We know, Blaze, and I think he knows that too, but it makes her happy, and I think there's nothing that boy would rather see than his wife happy.
Who's going to accept his Razzie for him if he'll be away at basic? Krellin's already agreed to.
Oh, good. Krellin has already agreed to, and he's going to give a nice speech, right? I'm sure he wouldn't mind going up as himself to do it, but no, like, sit on babies or anything like that.
No, he'll just read JJ's mind, as he did Ash all those years ago, and somehow perfectly recite English as JJ would.
I'm still confused as to why he just doesn't do that all the time, like, read one of our minds to recite English as we would.
Me too lazy.
David starts to laugh. That is a very good explanation only when it comes to Krellin.
Poor JJ. Petting Mr. Snuffles had won his first Razzie. I really hate the fact we have to stay for the Razzie Awards. Me too. Normally, by the time the Oscars are over, I want to get home and get her out of the dress. The red dress. But nowadays, we have to stay for all of them, because Frederick, Carlin, and Samuel are always winning.
Well, hopefully this Oscar season they won't be winning any Razzies, and we can hopefully get home as soon as possible.
And Frederick just crying as he accepts award after award after award, as if it's the greatest achievement in his life. Yes, the first time it was endearing, but after the 10th time, it's like, come on, Frederick.
It's like he's a part of a beauty pageant that he just won. All those tears and the waving, catching all the flowers that Krellin and Samuel are throwing at him.
Hunk will take Davine's hands and start to clap them together, and we have to sit there like this with fake smiles and clap. Every time.
Davine starts to laugh. Every single time we do. Hell, I'm not even 100% sure Pequod enjoys doing that.
And Frederick has like a 20-minute speech for every Razzie. The one Samuel wins, he just goes up, takes, and walks off the stage. Crowlin's speeches are just, me earn this, thank you very much, and walks off stage. Frederick's are the most long-winded diatribe horseshit ever. Letting go of Davine's hand.
I would agree. It always just drags on and on about how this is the greatest honor ever, and how he will make sure to continue to do his best possible, and all of that, and oh my, let's just hope he doesn't win any Razzies this time around, or at the very least, just like one or two. I can't sit through another hour and a half of them accepting Razzies.
Well, he's definitely not up for one for War Gods the Deep, so you're okay then.
And thank the Lord for that. Anything that we can get him to act in that he won't be terrible in, and possibly earn a Razzie for, I will be happy to direct him in.
Hopefully he puts in the same amount of effort as John Deere Frederick, as I'm starting to call him, and him and JJ both go through the roof. Though I'd hate to see Frederick's face when he wins an Oscar. He'll probably be devastated.
He'll fall to his knees, arms lifted to the sky, and start yelling no.
Like that joke fucking Patricia and Julius used to make about Ash. Little brother!
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Fucking snickering at their goddamn reception. All night about it.
David starts to laugh. Oh god, little brother! Oh god, I do remember them laughing like that.
I don't even understand the context of the joke. It was so them, I don't remember, honestly.
David shakes her head. I believe it had something, you know how Sharon used to call Julius' little brother. It has something to do with that, just I'm not necessarily sure about the context further than that.
Something stupid. Sipping her coffee.
Most likely, yes, something stupid. She will also take a sip of her coffee.
Hunk. He'll start kissing Davine's hand again. To let it keep it in your pants. We're in public.
Davine looks at Suletta, raises her eyebrow, and then looks over at Hunk.
Hunk, yeah, I guess if we criticize Clive about flipping off his E-Tube audience, we can't really be... Well, we can kiss. Who cares about kissing?
Yes, there's nothing wrong with a kiss, Letty.
See a magic trick.
Sure.
Look at my wrist computer.
She will.
You see Jace over there?
I do see Jace over there.
Pull this.
Jace, I like to think, is just playing around with Hale like some babies do, and out of the corner of his eye he sees it, and his head goes immediately to Suletta's wrist computer.
She'll enlarge it.
as she enlarges it, his head starts to tilt slightly and he falls back into the back of the chair, just staring at the picture.
Ugh. Just let it grow.
Davine, looking at Jace in the picture, she starts to laugh.
Suletta pulls up another picture.
His head goes over to the picture of Sasha, and it just keeps on going back and forth to Sam, Sasha, and a big smile on his face appears.
Look, he's like a dog. His head's going back and forth, back and forth. His male instincts already ingrained in him at 3.
Davine laughs. Well, darling, it's... He enjoys the two of them. You can't slight someone for that.
Look, I think if you know what you want at that age, half the battle is already over. I think it's a positive trait. Suletta.
Yes, exactly. If you have a type at that age, maybe it's wrong to call it a type when he's 3. Maybe he just feels connected to them in a way he doesn't necessarily understand. But if he has a type at that age, there's nothing wrong with that. Like my husband said, half the battle is over.
Oh, that little gigolo understands. When the Ranger General kissed his cheek, he held the kiss there. Trust me, he understands. Closing the picture.
When the pictures close, Jace shakes his head like he snaps out of something and will go back to playing with Hale.
Ugh, she groans loudly, taking a sip.
Well, darling, you have to admit, it is just a little bit cute.
Slightly, yes.
Slightly, yes. She looks over at Jace and smiles, and back at Suletta. It is always quite funny to see him absolutely mesmerized by Samantha.
Well, they'll be around today. Ranger General's coming down for dinner at Amy's, and Samantha will be there, though. Probably smoking and brooding, but yeah.
Oh, most likely, but yes, they will be there. All of them will be there, which is always nice to have.
What time can we expect our guests? Not for a few hours. We got time. Could we go get a new TV? I'd like a new TV. So let up.
Davine looks at Blaze. Oh, I don't see why not, darling.
We can go to the shopping malls here. Same one I taught Goofus how to drive at.
Oh, yes. She nods to Blaze. I'm sure they have a very nice TV at the shopping mall.
I believe they renamed that street, actually, John Kevin Avenue. Yes.
The street where you almost died?
Yeah, or am I thinking of a different one? We'll go to the mall in Cali. Not here, excuse me. We'll go to the mall in Cali.
Yes, the one by Amos, correct?
Yeah. We'll go there and we can see John Kevin Avenue, yeah. I kind of remember that. I think Tommy petitioned the city to have it renamed or something like that.
Well, that is a very nice thing for Tommy to do for... She nods towards the mural. That man right there.
It is my favorite mall. Taught Julius how to drive there. A lot of good times there. Not really, actually, the more I think about it. Hunk scratching his chin. Teaching him how to drive was good, but everything else there, not so much.
Davine starts to rub his shoulder. Well, we could certainly make more good memories there if you want.
Yeah, I think we should. They got a toy car section there, too.
Oh, yeah, well, we could look through that and see if there's anything you would like.
Well, me and the grandkids. We can spoil them rotten.
Oh, yes. I have a feeling that one would quite enjoy a toy car.
You'd be better off getting him just another picture of Samantha or Sasha.
Darling, he obviously has interests outside of those two.
He, standing up, is a gigolo. Nothing more.
Davine blinks a couple times. Darling, he's 3.
She'll shrug and look at Jace.
She shakes her head. It's probably just him being.
Pulls up the picture.
He looks right at it.
Gigolo.
It's probably just him being 3. This will probably slow down with age for him, darling.
Not how it works for males. I don't think so. I think it goes up with age.
Well, yes, that is true, but I highly doubt. Oh, that's just not fair.
Hmm? Wag your head like a good dog, Jace. She'll separate the picture.
He starts doing it.
See? All I need to do now is strike him on the nose with a piece of paper.
Well, I'm sure he's not going to be doing that when he's older, darling.
She'll enlarge the photos.
Instead of falling back in the chair, he leans forward to get a better view of them.
Look at him, little fucking gigolo. Closing the picture.
David starts to laugh.
There's another word for that, little player. I think that's what Nicole calls him.
I happen to agree with Nicole. He is just a little player.
TV, please. Looking back at Jay.
Yes, darling, your TV, sorry.
Alright, come on, let's go. Let me pick you up.
She'll put her arms out to be picked up.
He'll start carrying her out, gigolo. Looking over at Jay.
Davine shakes her head. Oh my god, Letty.
Come, children, and the grandkids will follow them out. It's time for Uncle Blaze to get a new television. As here, Frederick, Clive's house. Frederick is showing off some Fred Cheeto to Samuel. Wow!
It is very difficult style to do. Now, Samuel, throw a punch.
Samuel does. A gentle one.
Frederick will clumsily step out of the way and, as slowly as a fat guy moving fast can, goes behind Samuel, puts his arm around his neck, and will keep it there. You see this? This is what you want, because then you could just boom, pop the jaw walk out of the socket.
Throw him on ground, Frederick.
Okay, he will try and throw Samuel on the ground.
He'll fall to the ground and there's a loud thud and crash. What the fuck's going on in there?
Did you
Stop horsing around!
Did you guys break something in there?
Samuel beeping sorry to Frederick or to Clive and Scar, but they can't understand Scar. I assume that means apologize.
Yeah, that's right.
What are you doing in there? Get out here!
Okay. Frederick will try and help Samuel up, but can't help at all.
Krellin helps him up. He pats Frederick on the head and they come out at Scar's command. What are you doing in there?
I was just practicing for Shido.
Fred, oh, is that your mixed martial arts thing for Marshall Fredson?
Yeah, you would know about it if you didn't cheat so much.
I don't cheat. You just suck.
Whoa.
Mean thing to say about Marshall sitting down.
Very mean thing. I am personally very hurt, Scar. Frederick will also sit down.
Well, I didn't mean it as an insult, but, look right here. You see that guy right there in the statue, Julius?
Yeah, Julius. He's my biological father.
Right! Yeah. Sure, you look a lot like him. You get your body structure from him. Anyway, were not for his martial arts, we'd all be dead, because he saved the universe with them. Maybe you get some practice from him. And if you really want Clive to be your penultimate villain, why don't we all get pointers from him? Helen, looking at the statue, probably good idea.
Yeah, no. It never hurts to be trained by a master, right?
And maybe he could help you with develop Fred Cheeto. You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't mind that at all. He is a really good martial artist, so maybe he could teach me a thing or two about Fred Cheeto.
Yeah, there you go. Get some pointers from him. I know you and Clive kind of have some of the fight planned out in your head. Krellin, Clive do this amazing spin at beginning of second round.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do the spin. It's gonna look awesome.
Very talented martial artist Clive is.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say that, guys. I'm just starting out, with the whole training and everything like that. But it's been a fun time, I would have to say. It's nice to be in a more action-oriented role like this.
So you spent. Why don't you guys show me what you got so far?
Okay, yeah, sure. Fudwick will stand up over here. Clive will stand up, and as he's walking past Scar, do you think he meant adoptive father?
I have no fucking idea. I just play along with it.
Oh, Jesus. Clive starts to laugh and will stand up. So, where do you want us to start? Part 1 and part 2?
Give me part 1 and 2.
Oh, alright. They will start, pacing back and forth for a good minute before they both meet each other in the middle, and Fredwick starts to just spin his arms in a windmill fashion. And Clive will also start to do exactly that, neither of them making contact with each other's arms or even trying to go for the very open chest and face.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. Slow up. Clive, why don't you do more like forward strikes? And Frederick, you deflect them.
Oh, that's not a bad idea, Clive. Okay.
Give it a shot. You go for forward strikes. He swats them out of the way because he's just too adept at martial arts. I don't know.
Yeah, no, we can try that out. All right.
But you got to do the pacing again. That was cool. You're like setting a tone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Agree with that very much.
They'll pull back away from each other. Clive will nod towards Fudwick. They will start the pacing again. And then meet each other in the middle. Clive will start to do the forward strikes, and Fudwick, obviously it's like a quote-unquote choreographed fight, but Fudwick actually managing to knock them out of the way. Fudwick, being worried he's going to be hit in the face by Clive, has put his face back and given himself like a 6 chin.
Krellin is counting them with his fingers. Samuel's doing the same. Scar is actually caught up in the fight. He's into
it. They continue to fight. Fudwick pushing Clive back, and they both stop. And this is when I would have like a piece of rebar, try to throw it at him, and I would get pushed down through a wall.
What if you disengaged from him mid-fight with a spin backwards, and that led in to you picking up the rebar? Wow! Writing down everything.
Fudwick turns to look at Scar. You're really good at this, Scar.
And you could do something, like you could, I don't know, like hurrah, or some cool like sound. I don't know what your character's really supposed to be, but yeah.
Yeah, no, like a when I spin back, like a hi-ya, that kind of thing.
Give it a try. Do round 1 again.
All right, let's do it. From pacing.
Yeah, absolutely. The pacing sets the tone. Krellin agreed.
All right, let's do it. Okay, ready when you are, Clive. They will start the pacing back and forth again, and then, boom, meet up in the middle. Fudwick this time around coming at Clive. They start to do it again. Fudwick again pushing his head backwards so his face does not get hit. They continue to fight for a while. Fudwick gives him a little nod, and Clive will spin backwards, doing a jump on the way, and go, hi-ya!
Wow! Standing up, clapping. Samuel doing the same. Scar, goddamn.
And then this is the part where I would have the Ray-Ball attempt to throw it at him, but Frederick will take a step forward. I would meet him and push him through the wall.
See, that's the stuff you gotta train with Julius to do. And you train with him, and he helps you develop Fred Cheeto, but I don't know, I'm kind of retracting my statement. I kind of think whatever you bullshito, whatever you call that, it's actually kind of cool. As long as somebody is, like, coming at you quickly. Do round 2. But you should start with the spin thing, Clive. Try it.
Oh yeah, no, that was the plan. We were gonna start it with a spin.
Let's see it.
They start to pace back and forth again as Clive will do a spin and try to chop at Fredwick. But Fredwick blocks it and they just continue doing the same exact thing they were before.
Now imagine if in round 3, Clive actually hit Marshall. Oh my god. Looking over, that's what me saying all these weeks. Maybe once. Scar, what about twice?
Twice?
And then Marshall doesn't get... It's like the 3 strikes you're out rule. Marshall gets to strike 3, but does something, and beats whatever Clive's character is.
Fredwick starts to stroke his chin as he starts pacing around. Marshall is supposed to have these like blades that he uses that can really hurt the species that Clive is, right? So maybe we end round 2 by cutting Clive, then he does a flip roll back through the hole that he made when I pushed him through the wall, and then in round 3, he gets me against a wall and I just stab him in the side of the head.
Not a species. What type of species is he supposed to be? Alien. Oh, okay. Nodding his head, crossing his arms.
Yeah, alien. It's the only material on Earth that's able to hurt them, and Marshall Fredson has special blades made out of it.
Okay, good, because I don't know about the original Seagal, but I know the Malcolm movie, it was like I think a Sherion dressed as like a hooker or something. No, this be Alien, trust me. Nodding his head at Scar. Thank God! Okay.
Yeah, alien who only has one weakness. Think like Superman.
Okay. And, why don't you try to give us a dive, Clive? Dive, like he was just describing. See if you can do it.
Oh, well, I could do spins, but I'm not sure about the dive. Frederick will move out of the way. Clive will take a step back. Alright, here we go. Hiya! He will try to do a dive. 1 second. And he does it. He will do a dive, not go all the way, like roll onto his feet, but he definitely dives and lands on his ass, most definitely.
All the characters I play stand and clap. Loudly.
Frederick does the same. He stands and claps. That was amazing. That was awesome.
Maybe we don't need Julius's help. I'm fucking partially reneging on what I just said, but the more I see you guys go at it, the more I kind of think it's got its own unique style. In the Malcolm one, it was just, which I thought it was gonna be. I thought you were copying that. In the Malcolm one, he was just literally beating up Ash. Like, actually, he had, like, brass knuckles on. He had Gurok, this big orc guy, come up behind Ash. They edited him out in post, mostly, and hold Ash, and Malcolm was just punching him in the face. Because Malcolm hated Ash. Like, literally trying to beat him to death. I thought you were gonna do that. Colin, no, real fight. The most climactic of battles.
Yeah, using Fred Cheeto to really amplify it.
Fight scenes are hard. I filmed a lot of them, and I've always had basically Julius there to baby whoever was acting. Julius teach them. Julius, make sure they're doing everything safely. But when you're watching fight scenes as they happen, they always look terrible because none of the sound effects are in. You're only seeing like maybe 10 seconds, then you cut, and you're gonna get another angle or do a retake. This does not look like most fight scenes I've done. It doesn't have that aura of like, okay, it'll be better in post type of thing.
Right, yeah, no, because what we're doing, it's like, he stands out, it's like real, you know, we're not necessarily even doing like stage punches or anything like that. We're not trying to hurt each other, but we're not pulling back, you know what I'm saying?
Why don't you do that, Frederick? Go up Clive and go every time you block hand.
Oh, yeah, just add some sound effects to see if it works better.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I actually like this idea, lighting a cigarette.
Alright, here we go. Well, we're just gonna take it from the top. No need for the pacing.
Pace, you gotta pace.
We gotta pace, mate. Alright. He will take a step back. Frederick will do the same. And they will pace. And then, boom. Frederick rushes him. And as they start going, Clive throwing his hits that he's trying to hit him with, Frederick will start making a noise with his mouth each time he quote-unquote blocks a hit from Clive.
Take it to round 2. Come on, you gotta dive, keep the fight going.
Oh, right. Clive will spin backwards, act like he picks up a piece of rebar but tries to throw it at him. Frederick will
Push him, get into it, push him.
Oh, okay. He will push Clive backwards, palm full into the chest as Clive will go backwards, hit the wall behind them, and sort of just scowl at Frederick as he does a spin, pushing Frederick backwards while he does it. Hi-ya! Oh, man.
Now round 3. Let him hit you. Ah! Scream.
Okay. He'll do like a flat palm strike right into the middle of Frederick's chest, and as Clive does it, Frederick makes a pow sound and will stumble back a few steps, fall to the ground, and stand up. And then they both start pacing again.
And see, in round 4, we can choreograph that as we go. But you know what we should do? We should have Julius help us. But not until we choreograph this whole fight scene out. And then when he comes in, probably here at a gym at Rainfall Lane or something, we show him what we have. Probably impress him very much.
Make him very proud of us and maybe even a little jealous by how good we are.
The whole time, Suletta was trying to call Clive, but he wasn't responding. His wrist computer, he forgot he put it on silent, so she answered she came up on the home console system they have in the middle. Really?
Oh God! He jumps. Suletta, honey, hi.
You should be working on the Mustang, assisting Zap, and you're up here doing this.
Well, we're practicing for martial fencing, honey. Sorry.
To show Julius what we got. I'm trying to help him, but, I'm not that great. Clearly.
Clearly, honey. I don't know. I thought that was pretty okay.
It was wonderful. Just smile at Clive. Not wanting to hurt his feelings. I'm just, in a depressed mood,
Hey, watch that, honey. He will walk up to the console.
Oh, well. I had a talk with Uncle Zap this morning. I wanted to see if he could expedite the process of the Mustang a little bit, and he flat out told me no. Keeping this a secret's going to be very hard.
Oh, I'm sure it is. It's gonna be very difficult to keep it a secret. But don't worry, we'll be able to do it. For a good long while, at least, we will be able to keep it a secret.
Have something to cheer you up. I see you answer home console halfway through fight. Watch whole fight. Suletta. Oh!
Yeah, Do you want to watch the whole fight, honey?
Yes, if it would make you happy, of course.
All right. Well, okay.
And I'm currently waiting for Hunk and Davine to get off the fucking Nova. They had to stop for a quickie, so Blaze and I are stuck out here waiting to go in the mall.
So he looks at Soletta. You could call it us two addicts by the amount they bang.
I've been saying for years we should have all the mattresses removed from the Nova. It's never going to be used in military action again, and why do you need living space on it? Suletta, even if there were no mattresses, they would do it on the floor. Scar. Yeah, true.
Yeah, very true. Clive just shakes his head. But yeah, no, we'll occupy some of your time to show you what we got. Yeah. Are you ready, Frederick?
Well, wait, is the whole fight done? I heard somebody say it's not done. Scar, no, it's 4 rounds, right, Frederick? You want 4.
Frederick nods. Yeah, 4 rounds. On the 4th round, I defeat Clive.
And Marshall going to get hit in round 3. Well, then logically you should have Marshall get hit in round 4, but then he gets the better of. Yeah, the strike 3 rule. Nodding his head.
Frederick nods. That was the plan. We were going to have me get knocked back into a wall, be pinned up against it, and then I stab Clive in the head.
He do death sound. So let up. Okay, show me what you've got. Show me the whole fight.
Alright, here we go. You ready, Frederick? As you'll ever be, Clive.
Pace. Don't forget to pace, and you gotta pace in between round 2. Round 1 and 2, you gotta pace. Then you just keep the action going for 3 and 4. That's when the octane level is at the highest.
Got it. The climax of the fight.
Samuel recording it to show Julius.
Alright, here we go. And they will start pacing back and forth. And then, boom. They start fighting. Frederick doing his windmill thing with his head pushed back.
Sound effect!
Oh, pow, 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 pow. Clive going forward. He's getting really into it now. He's going like, hiya, 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 hiya. Eventually, Frederick almost gets the better of Clive, and Clive, oh god, hiya, spins backwards. Acts like he picks something up, which Sueda has no idea. Is about to throw it at him, and Frederick rushes up to him and full-on pushes him backwards into the wall right here.
My goodness. Hand on her neck.
Clive will stand up from the push, and the two of them will start pacing with each other. And then Clive will, hiya! Again, trying to do a spinning chop at Frederick. Frederick blocks it, and they will start again. The pow 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 pow. Continuing to go, Clive starts to manage to push Frederick back as Frederick will act like he is holding like a knife or a blade and will slice up at Clive's chest. Clive eyes will go wide, takes a step back, will turn around and do the dive again.
Chase him! Keep after him, Frederick!
Yeah, he will chase after him.
Hit him, Clive, in this round! You gotta hit him!
Clive and Frederick will start to go again, and through all the pow 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 pow, Clive will push his hand into the middle of Frederick's chest, and Frederick will go backwards and fall onto the ground, and then stand up like nothing happened.
Clapping loudly. Samuel recording, so not clapping. Scar's really into the fight scene. Get him, Marshall!
Frederick cracks his neck, will rush after him, and they start going at the same exact speed, but Frederick speeds up the sound effects with his mouth, so it's instead of a pow 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 pow, it's a pow 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 pow.
Him again, Clive!
Clive will spin around and hit him into the wall. Fudwick goes back into it, looks staggered for a second, stands up like nothing happened, and Clive will go in for another hit, and Fudwick will just push his hand against Clive's temple, like he just stabbed him in the temple.
Death scream!
And Clive will fall to the ground.
Now Samuel and all the characters I play are clapping. Silena's clapping, but Clive can't tell, but it's definitely the fakest smile he's ever seen.
Fudwick will start to do bows to everyone. Clive will stand up, stand next to Fudwick, and also start to bow.
Silena will pull at her collar. Quite impressive, Clive. Frederick, very impressive.
Thank you, Kusueda. I hope I entertained you for some time while you were waiting for Hunk and Davine.
We're still waiting. I wasn't aware you could move your arms that quickly. Scar, me neither. Looking at Clive.
But, it's, sometimes you don't realize something until you're forced to do it, I didn't realize that myself, but apparently I can.
Why is Samuel recording this? Because going to show Julius, he give us tips, we think. Oh, good. Yes, you should definitely work a little bit, just a little bit with Julius. He can help you speed up.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking. Help us develop Fredshido a bit and help us maybe speed up, like you said.
Do you think you maybe help with dialogue, but let me have writing credit? To let him... Sure. Whatever you need, Krellin. Krellin, need help with intro to fight. Don't know what to have villain to say. Send me what you have. She'll start looking through his Scar. That was pretty damn good. Fist bumping out to Frederick and Clive.
The two of them will come up and fist bump him. Thank you, Clive. Scar, I'm really excited for this now. I think we're going to be really good at this.
Gilletta, it's just blank. You have Marshall coming... His name is Marshall Lawson? Krellin, yes. Well, Marshall Fred's son.
Yeah, Marshall Fredson is the name all throughout the movies that we're going to make.
Oh, well, and Marshall's in the military. Yes, majestic organization. Gilletta... Oh.
Yeah. He leans down to Scar. I don't know if Julius is gonna like that one.
He will not. I don't really like it myself, but that fight scene makes me like it.
Yeah, maybe he'll like the fight scene so much he'll just overlook the majestic mention.
And Clive is to be an alien. Krellin, yes. Okay, well, have the alien try to get the Marshal to join him. So, and then the dialogue strikes Clive. You're a military man, a man of honor and integrity.
Yeah, military man. Clive looking at Fudwick. A man of honor and integrity.
And just have the Marshal stoically standing there. Frederick, how about that?
Yeah, that seems within his character to do. No words, just action.
Have alien Clive, so now you've come to kill me, Marshal. Try that.
So, now you've come to kill me, Marshal.
Maybe you would join me, but you won't because you're a military. We're making up the dialogue as we go.
That's good. Maybe you would join me. But you won't. You're a military man, a man of honor and integrity.
Shouldn't Marshall say something? Let it know, just have him stand there. I think that's for the best.
Fudwick nods. I think so too. He looks at Krellin. Don't want to seem too cool, right?
Yeah, true. Put Julius and Hunk to shame. Let it... Oh.
Yeah. Fudwick looks at Suletta. That is the reason we're doing these movies. Show them they're not really the big dogs of the action scene underway.
Well, any help you need, you know where to find me.
Okay, thanks, Kosueda.
You're welcome. The hamsters are coming out of the ship, so they're done banging. I'll see you guys when we get home.
See you then, honey.
She'll hang up. Scar, she was even impressed, I think, slightly. Just, she's been around a lot of good fighters in her time in the military and good fight scenes, so.
I mean, he walks up to the statue and points to Julius. She's been around Julius Rainfall since she was in the Headhunters, yeah? I'm sure it's really hard to impress her.
Oh, incredibly. Krellin, very difficult to impress her. Why black guy on TV look like in pain? Scar, he paused the damn television when the thud went off in the fucking kitchen.
Clive nods. Yeah, no, we thought something broke or something was going wrong. We paused it so we could better hear you guys.
Scar unpausing it, they see LeBron and or LaFlop flopping backwards in slow motion. ESPN was running the greatest flops in NBA history all time. Before the, calamity disaster and after. And LeBron is definitely high up on the list. Wow. Just staring at this screen.
Footwick's eyes are wide as he starts to slowly come around to the...
Samuel's pointing up at the TV. Can rewind, watch that flop again? Sure, he'll rewind.
Oh.
Play it as LeBron, backwards.
Footwick starts to stroke his chin. So why do they do this exactly, Skull?
Well, look at that guy's face behind him. He clearly knows this is an over-exaggeration. LeBron is overly exaggerating, falling down to get an intentional foul called on the person that did this to him. And then thus LeBron would get the ball and get free throws. And LeBron ain't gonna miss those. Those are the easiest shots in the world for any pro NBA player, let alone one of the GOATs of all time. And that's why they would do it, to try and get favorable calls on their side. They'd get the free throws, free points for a guy like this.
Footwick slowly turns around to Krellin and smiles a wide smile.
Think we know how we finally beat Hunk and Julius? Scar what? Looking at Krellin. Samuel clapping up at the TV.
All we have to do is act like we're flopping, and they get fouls, and we get free throws.
Huh? He looks at these two, then Samuel, then Clyde.
Oh, guys, no, this is... He points at the screen. That's very looked down upon in sporting culture. There's a reason soccer, football, gets made fun of so much, because... It's like they get touched by the blade of grass and they try to get a foul on the other team. It's very looked down upon, and usually they get kicked out of the game for doing it.
Just look at that guy's face in the background. I don't know the player's name, but look. It's like a poor sportsmanship type of thing. But if get all fouls on us, then we get 3 free throws and beat Hunk Julius.
Clive looks at Scar. Are they even good at free throws?
He does have like an automated aim assist, and yeah, but Davine's the ref, dude. She knows how she's been married to Hunk for 20 plus years. She knows how all these sports work.
Well, yeah, no, that's true. Clive shakes his head. So they wouldn't get any free throws at all. But she also wouldn't kick him out, so, I don't know. I don't think it's a good idea. You guys should not do this.
We got the height advantage. We got me and you, Krellin. We got... it is kind of cheating, but we got auto-aim robot Samuel, and then we got speed in Clive, and we got defense in Frederick. We got a good team without having to do this. You realize that. Krellin, maybe Nicole puts spell on me and can do it in slow motion for maximum sympathy.
Make our voice so really loud and stuff, cast a fumatoji spell on us.
Krellin will stand up and perfectly imitate LeBron's overdramatic flop right here and fall to the ground. Scar, oh my god.
Ah, Jesus.
Would you call foul on that, Floodway?
I mean, he walks up. I would call a foul on this. What about this? Frederick will jump up and land on his side. And he'll start rolling around on the ground back and forth.
Samuel will fall on the ground and just continuously roll over to Krellin. Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no.
We're gonna get fucking embarrassed.
Yes, we are.
We're gonna get laughed out of the fucking academy. Ah!
Oh, God. Foul, foul, foul. We have to scream that so they actually do the fouls.
Krellin sits up. Julius, hit me, go Mushin.
Clive looks at Scar. Julius hit him, go mission. If he went mission, Krellin would be through that wall over there.
Krellin would be putty. Paste.
If he did it to me, I would be a literal skid mark on the ground, mate. Clive shakes his head. If you guys do want to flop, at least make the flops believable.
Krellin helping Samuel up. This what me do, Julius. Watch. Julius be Samuel, me be me. He takes Krellin's hand, or Samuel's hands, puts them onto his chest and pushes him and does the LeBron flop perfectly. Oh!
Oh, God. Frederick points at them. Foul, foul, foul! We need the free throw! Foul!
Even Davine call foul on that.
You know, I don't think she will. Call it a gut feeling, guys, but I don't think she will call a foul on that.
Team Scar, rubbing his forehead, will forever be the laughing stock of the sporting leagues of the lane.
Jesus. Clive starts to walk around the couch. I mean, gosh, like Scar said, I mean, come on, you have to listen to him.
Flopping again. Forget it. Let's just go get a strongbow, huh?
Yeah, let's go get a strongbow.
Go check on Zap. Just let him flop around. There's no talking them out of this, watching Samuel roll this direction on the floor.
Clive shakes his head. Yeah, let's just go work on the goddamn Mustang. Fludwig tries to hop over the chair, but lands on his stomach on like the back of the chair. Oh, that actually hurt. Falls forward and falls onto the ground on his back in front of these two.
Foul! 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 Pointing at Frederick. Oh my god. Okay, Fred?
Yeah, I'm fine. Puts up a thumbs up.
I think Davine would call foul on that one. I think you'd get us some free throw.
Cool. That makes the pain feel worse.
I'd keep practicing your flopping.
Yes, so we'll keep practicing.
Getting the fuck out of here. Walking away. Scar goes to grab Jasper and Nora to take them away before Clive and him go downstairs to check on Uncle Zap and his progress. Up here, Icy sitting over here filing her nails. Pequod going through paperwork, shaking her head. Sasha's on her computer getting ready to go over a presentation she has, and Towns is eating. Before Amels.
Getting your food in already?
Mm-hmm. Nodding his head.
Julius nods. I mean, hey, I gotta respect it. He'll peek over at Pequod's paperwork.
It's requisitions for the new ship to be built for Ash.
Julius clicks his tongue, looks at Pequod and nods, and he'll give her a little kiss on the forehead.
Should impress him, I think. Looking over at poor Ash in his wheelchair.
I think it'll up his spirits, I really do.
Well, looking around, this is a nice change of scenery.
Yeah, you're not gonna like it very long. Filing her nails. Sasha glares at Icy.
Come now. I've been sitting in the office for pretty much every day for over a week now. This is wonderful to be in a different room.
Actually, you know what? You're probably right. You're gonna wish you were back here when you find out what you're gonna be doing when you're fit for dude. Sasha.
Julius clears his throat. Nicole.
Yeah, I'm just saying it wasn't my idea.
As long as I'm out and about again and able to, looks at his arms and legs, do things, I'll take anything.
That's the spirit I like, Ash. Thank you. Nodding at Ash, nor call. She just keeps filing her nails.
I mean, I'd babysit the Stooges while they went around the universe if that meant being able to walk again, Nicole.
Well, okay. Nodding her head.
Julius puts a hand onto Pequod's thigh and looks at her.
Pequod hands some papers over to Sasha and Sasha. So, we're operating under the assumption that Strat's not gone. I think we'd be stupid too. Would you agree, everybody?
Julius nods. Too much evidence otherwise.
Especially given what happened to the kids a couple weeks ago.
Actively, we can't really do anything currently. That being said, we can be proactive, acting on information we know. We know they have access to Starchild tech, clearly. We have multiple examples of Ripa injecting himself with something. It was definitely Starchild tech from the residue we got from Oswald and your son and Ricky. So they have access to this tech that not only do we need, but I want.
And what the Ranger General wants, she gets.
So, we're gonna set you up with a new ship.
You see him look a little nervous. Gulp. A new ship already, ma'am?
Yes. But nothing like the last one. Not a planet cracker. Fast stealth cruiser. It's actually being built and based off the designs of that ridiculous cargo ship Laz and Oz brought back from the Epsilon Squad bunker. Only it's slimmer, sleeker, faster, and more stealthier.
Okay, so am I going to be scouting? Am I going to be finding them? What's my mission, ma'am?
Well, she'll pull up a 3D render of the ship. We're calling this a Gladius stealth cruiser. We need you, step one, to get back in contact with your bounty hunter friend. He's good in a fight. Your squad was unfortunately wiped out. So, I'd say, with enough money bribing him, I think he's trustworthy. He saved your life. I trust the guy as long as we're paying him, and we will. And he's good in a fight, and let's just put it this way. I would rather put his life on the line than we lost enough troops. Okay? She nods her head.
I agree. It'll be difficult convincing him, but... well, I'll just offer a lot of money and say that he's
Sky is the limit, Ash. Offer him what he wants.
And I think he's not going to take the money. I'll have to mention that he's technically a target for those guys too now.
Secondly, Saris. You know the rules of the game. You know what type of people we're dealing with. It's between you two, not us. If she wants to go, she can go. If you don't want her to go, it's up to you two. It's between you two. We're not getting involved. Your choice.
I appreciate that. In this instance, if she wants to go, I'd be willing to bring her. I'll have to talk it out with her. It's a hard discussion.
She's gonna go. Still filing her nail.
She's going to want to, and if that is what she wants, then that is what she gets. I promised her I'd never try to control her like that again.
And now for the third part. So, you have a new ship, Ash. Do you like the 3D renders of it? What color do you want it? It's gonna be one of a kind for now.
If it's stealth, I think a nice matte black, ma'am.
Pequod nodding her head, taking notes. Okay. It can accommodate up to 5 people. It has life support systems. Small bedrooms. If you need to be out on the frontier for a while, you can. But we want this ship to be fast. Super fast. So you go far out, and you can come back in the same day. You're not gone for 3.5 months, though we're not sending you out to Zeta Reticuli, at least. Not I don't think we will be. We're going to be focusing more around the Ripper system, the Aridna system, and a couple other systems around there, where we know Star Children had scientific depositories. We think they did anyway, from what Krallen's mentioned.
Okay, so it's to function more like the stealth cruiser version of a trimaran boat, yes, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head. And you're going to be looking for these depositories. Finding a needle in a haystack, basically.
Well, I can think of worse things to do than go planet by planet in a few different systems.
Problem is, we don't understand how Strat found them. And we don't understand if they found them, which they clearly did. How did they get into them? Because wouldn't you have to be a Star Child? Town's looking around. Pequot, that's what I would have guessed. Especially after learning what we learned about those prototypes, you needed to be a Star Child to interact with the weapons systems. That's why good old Dad just put on the Gatling lasers and the hydrojet beams and the best weapons of the day that EarthGov had.
And they wouldn't even if they got there, they wouldn't be able to activate any of the weaponry or read any texts. That's true.
We don't know how they did. Maybe we'll never know. But that's where part 3 of the discussion comes in. She'll hit a button.
Oh. I'm guessing Krellin is part 3.
So, remember what you said about keeping an eye on the Stooges throughout the galaxy? Well, good news. You only have to keep an eye on one of them.
He's already agreed to help you because you own KFC.
I'll have to talk to Tommy about making that official. Alright. What's his combat readiness?
She'll scoff and look back at the picture. Useless? I don't know. He's never fought alongside us. So, apparently Lorelei thinks highly of his combat abilities if she entrusted him and Samuel and Suletta and Blaze alone to secure the, I don't even know, the composer. The machine that destroyed the black hole, dematerialized it. So she must have thought highly of him. So.
Okay,
Combat capabilities. She chuckles. Equad, he'll do fine. Right, Julius?
He'll do. Keep an eye on him, Ash. I'm sure he'll do fine. Just make sure you keep an eye on him. Another thing, his how should I put this? His common sense faculties might be a bit lesser than some of the other people you've worked with or will be working with, so also keep an eye on that in social situations.
yes. Can I requisition some nice armor for him? Just so...
If he wants it, she'll shrug. It's up to him.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about. It looks at Pequod. I will do my best with him, ma'am, but please don't get mad at me if he gets hurt.
No, I have faith in him. I think if push comes to shove, he'll defend himself and his friends. But, that's also the reason your ship is so fast, to get you there and back quickly. Because he needs to be back home every night.
Understood. So he's going to be, at the very least, he'll be leading us to the locations, yes?
The general direction. Air quote.
Let me guess, he doesn't remember the exact locations and the record of them was lost due to the volcano incident.
Yeah, in his head. He said something like, kind of have map in my head, leave me alone, busy right now.
Oh. You know, I see why you said I'd be missing the office.
Filing her nail.
He'll do fine, although, by the gods, I wish that Icy could just read his mind and get the map that way.
He wants to be an honorary ranger. I'm going to allow it. So I'll give him a ranger badge.
We can use it for recruitment. Plaster that everywhere. First Starchild Ranger. Only Starchild Ranger.
It's It's gonna be fine. But yeah, that's basically the plan. And clearly, Pequod, sitting back on Julius, Strat is still active in some capacity. Anything big, the kids will handle. That's what they want. That's what they're gonna get.
Understood. Looks over at all of them. How have their looks between them? How have their training been progressing?
Not good. She nods her head. VR wise, we're gonna start them here in about a week or two. But overall, I mean, except Soul, she's dragging ass. But yeah,
Julius crosses his arms, shakes his head.
I am very disappointed in her, Julius, because I can't even bring myself. I'm very disappointed in her, honestly. She dragging ass.
To be honest,
He opens his mouth and closes it. Something's going on. Something's going on. You don't think they've started more drama, do you?
Oh please, God, not again.
I was going to say, Soul reminds me a lot of you when you were younger, Pequod, at least in her drive. It was surprising to hear that she's been falling behind.
If Colt started an argument with her, I will just beat him to death and problem solved.
Julius lets out a chuckle, shakes his head. I really hope there's not drama that she's dealing with and has not let us know about it or anything.
I don't think it's drama with her. Her and Colt were happy all weekend. They stay in their house and bang. We invited them over to. Maybe Carter started some type of drama. That I would believe.
Oh,
That
God.
I would believe.
God forbid, Elizabeth.
But
No.
if it was something like that, surely we'd have heard something. I mean, Ricky's not one to keep his mouth shut if there's a ton of drama.
It's probably just Samantha making things awkward.
That she has been like smoking and stuff.
But why would that make Soul drag ass? Pequod, a fair point, pointing at Sasha.
Julius looks at Pequod. This is like a legitimate question. Let's just say Icy or Sasha started to act like Sam is right now. Would that make you feel depressed or lazy or like unmotivated or anything like that?
It would make me. Well, her and Sam are pretty close, so it would make me lethargic, I guess. But if I got yelled at by the Ranger General, I'd perk right back up.
Julius bites his lip and nods. Yeah, so that seems like the most plausible explanation right now, but some fucking something's going on, and I wish I knew what it was.
Yes, it's worrisome. I hope it's... Well, if anything, I hope it's what you're saying and not that she's sick or something. Perhaps it could be sleeping on Gateway so much. I know the low gravity doesn't agree with everybody.
Is it like Luna Moon God shit? I see. Nah.
Julius looks over at Icy. Do you know what it is?
She's pregnant.
Excuse me?
Shh.
Oh, that's great! Looking around the room.
Julius will pick Pequod up off of his lap, set her back down in the chair, and will start walking around.
Pregnant. How long? Quite a while. 4 weeks, 5, 6, give or take, some change of days. Sasha, boy or girl? Icy girl.
Julius stops walking, looks at Icy. How long has she known?
4 of the weeks, something like that, I think, yeah.
He nods, will continue to pace around the room.
Try to breathe, Julius. You're starting to smoke.
That bitch! Looking at Towns. I think it's cool, Sasha, I agree.
So our
I always wanted grandkids,
our daughter,
I'm only 40. She looks at herself. Shut up, Davine!
our pregnant daughter, He looks at all of them. Went into not only Port Nowhere, but a facility where they got ambushed by demons. And fought a fucking Hydra.
Twice into Port Nowhere, mind you.
Twice! Thank you, Nicole. Twice into Port Nowhere. He starts walking, will lean against the table, hands on it. Nicole.
Hmm?
How many of the kids know?
All of them now. But I don't think any of them knew up until today.
He inhales deeply and exhales. Okay. Okay, there's that at least.
So maybe she's planning to tell you today.
Hopefully. Hopefully she is going to tell us today. He puts a hand onto Pequod's shoulder and starts rubbing it.
I knew she was lying, pointing around the room at everybody. Sasha, yeah, I could tell she was hiding something. I just didn't think it was that.
She doesn't get lazy at... haven't we heard stuff about, like, her not wanting to drink caffeine and stuff?
Or alcohol. And she wouldn't even accept a joint from me.
Oh, I should have known right then. God damn it. She's known all this time. Why wouldn't she just tell us? I would rather she just have told us so we could take her off the squad. That's why she didn't want us to know. She didn't want to be taken off the squad.
She's too much like you two. Looks at Pequod and Julius. At least like you were when you were younger.
That bitch. Looking around the room. That little bitch.
I did say she reminded me quite a bit of you at that age, Pequod.
Oh my god. Oh god. It's like dealing with a mini-me. You're right.
Julius starts to laugh. She does take after her mother quite a bit, doesn't she? Well, okay. All they're doing is training in low graph right now, right?
Sasha, yeah. Okir took them to his home planet. His species' home planet. They were just walking up. I assume she's riding on Colt's fucking back up the side of a mountain right now.
Julius nods, because Colt is a good husband and wouldn't want his wife to overexert herself.
Would suck to get taken off active duty. Speaks up. Especially when 700 guys die. Your squad mate's dad becomes a cripple.
And when you have a very healthy thirst for revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Julius covers his face. And when multiple people have told you you're the heavy hitter of their squad.
Well, I wouldn't have said that if I know. She looks around.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that's probably some of her reasoning as well.
No, it's still her fault, one way or another.
Yes, I can say I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't consider the same thing in her place, but I mean, it is a mistake. Imagine if something had gone wrong against the Hydra, or the demons.
Nothing could have happened with me there. But the demons, yeah. Oh, and Port Nowhere. And, anything else that could have happened. I mean, she is a Spec Forces squad. Either way. Oh well, I've known for a while. What?
Why didn't you not tell us that, Nicole?
Didn't you hide your child from General Rico? Wasn't I pretending to be that child's mother to him? Oh, and I raised it? While your wife sat in bed, and I'm not afraid of you, so...
Would we not want our children to be better than us? To be more intelligent than us?
You raised them, not me.
To be fair, Soul is an adult. It should be up to her to make her own choices.
Exactly. What would that have done? She's the one who should come out and say it, not me. The only reason I said it is because sitting here listening to you ponder what could be wrong with her is starting to get annoying.
And
it's pretty obvious. Have you ever looked at her stomach? She's got a baby bump.
Julius breathes heavily and just pinches the bridge of his nose.
All of a sudden, she's hiding in her house every weekend. Wow. I wonder why. To stay out of your eyes, maybe?
Does make sense, and to add on to what Nicole is saying, for lack of a better word, snitching like that could really erode trust between her and Saul.
Exactly. Nodding her head. The Hydra fight, I had everything handled. But I made sure to tell her I won't be there for every mission. Sooner or later. You're gonna have to put it out in the open. That's partially why I told Samantha.
Julius looks up and looks at Icy. Samantha knew?
Samantha, JJ, Okier. That's why he stopped trying to bust her balls and make her work Oz and Lazuli. Oh god. Making a fist.
A good choice on the ones you tell, the ones who can actively protect her in a combat.
Hopefully the ones that push her to tell her parents and her in-laws. Not her aunt.
Julius opens his mouth and closes it.
It's really simple to walk up to a child and wag your finger at them. At the end of the day, they don't really learn from that, though. If that was the case, I think Carter wouldn't have turned out to cause so much drama. Pequod, oh god, glaring at Icy.
Speaking from experience, you've got to fuck up on your own to actually learn.
Hmm.
So what should we do, Icy, if she doesn't tell us today? Because I don't know about you guys, I'm not sending my pregnant daughter on another mission.
I think she'll probably tell you today, but that's just my guess.
If she
She's done. No, she's done.
I mean, there's... I can't in good conscience do it. So, one way or the other, if she tells us or not, she's off the squad for the time being.
Confront her today.
Okay, I will. I will confront her today after they get home from their training exercise. Julius shakes his head. And I appreciate you being there for her, Nicole. Not just for the Hydra fight, but just being there for her.
You shouldn't want your kids to be better than you. You set the example for your children. She looks at Julius. God, she's like a mini Lorelai.
Julius sighs. Yeah, and I hate every second of it, honestly.
Like a mini Lorelai. Just glaring at Ice.
You did learn from the best, didn't you?
I spent a lot of time with her. She's the one who took me to Cancun. It's her choice. It's her child. It's up to her, not me, when she tells people. And I think it shows, albeit it's kind of selfish and dangerous, but good leadership qualities. If I was pregnant back in the day, you think I would have been like, shit, dude, I can't go on missions and lead people.
Julius looks at Pequod. She has a point there.
She'd get off the ship pregnant and put her life on the line. Like somebody I know. Pequod, oh god. Where did I go wrong with her, Julia? I see, where did you go right with her? I think you went right.
I mean, she's emulating the Primarch and, well, one of the most driven and honorable people I know.
Instead of worrying about whether she's gonna say no when she goes to an altar or another guy touching her, maybe we should just be, like really glad at how strong she is. Because I'd say she's a lot stronger than her father mentally and definitely stronger than me mentally at her age.
She's sure as hell stronger than I was at that age.
So, she looks around the room. Maybe not stronger than her mother mentally. She definitely got it from her, though.
Julius nods. She really did, didn't she?
And you should have seen Carter in the Hydra fight. Very impressive leadership skill. Sasha, I watched that fight back multiple times. He does take after his daddy. field commander type of combat leader-esque. Icy. Mm-hmm.
Agreed. It was quite impressive. You two should be proud of your kids. They are all... Well, let's just say it. If the worst we could say about them is they've caused some drama, that's better than 95% of kids out there.
Pequod, I am proud of them, but I am just so furious at her regardless.
All of what you're saying is correct, Nicole. All of it is, but I still feel angry she kept it from us.
You should! She looks at Julia. You should. And shrugs, but, you know, it's on you to show your emotions with your children.
Which I am. I am going to show them. Don't worry, but... Oh, Jesus, he looks at Pequod. We didn't go wrong with them, or at least you didn't go wrong with them, honey. All their good qualities they get from you.
It's on you to go dad mode on her. That's what she's saying. Pointing at Icy. Icy, basically, yeah.
Well, I know that much. I'm gonna pull out the dad voice. I'm gonna pull out the dad voice for... Well, it's been a while since I've had to, but I'm gonna do it. He crosses his arms and nods.
Since Carter hurt Laz, basically, yeah.
Yeah, and that was 3 years ago at this point.
3, 4, yeah. That bitch! You see, take a long look in the mirror, Pequod.
What's the saying I see? You hate the qualities in yourself. You hate the qualities in others that are most present in yourself.
Exactly. Sasha, I'm excited, kind of. I should be angry, but I'm just more excited.
That's true. Congratulations to you two grandparents. What a
I'm only
blessing.
42. Be quite quiet, David.
Julius looks at Sasha, leans over to her. Yeah, no, don't say that. That's...
I hate that line. That's how I knew that woman was so vain and stupid. Here's your granddaughter. I'm only 40. I wanted to sock her right in the face then and there. Icy laugh.
Julius lets out a bit of a chuckle. Yeah, no, she does not like that line.
I'm only 40, but I look like I'm 21, and she still looks like she's 21.
Julius lets out another chuckle. As you can see, yeah, Sasha. He leans back in his chair, looks at Pequod. We certainly raised a couple of interesting children, didn't we?
Hooligans.
Yeah, they get the hooligans from me.
Is Laz pregnant? Icy, no. Thank God. Is Carter? Icy, nope. Remember Anne? No.
Julius chuckles. If Laz was pregnant, then she would do what you always did on the Nova and just stay on the ship.
If Carter was pregnant, I'd say we all have big problem on our hands.
Yes, that...
I meant to say Memory Anne, okay?
Yes, the only one more questionable about being pregnant would be, well, looks at the picture of Krellin.
Me, Krellin, Carter pregnant.
Julius starts to laugh. I would actually be pretty worried for Krellin at that point, because his understanding of the English language would have seemingly gone downhill from what it already was.
Port Nowhere pregnant. Icy, yep. Yep.
Julius leans forward. Did she know about it during Port Nowhere?
Not till the end.
Okay.
That's another reason I wanted to go.
Oh. He leans back in his chair. So I assume her pulling that guy apart was because you showed her something about her kid?
He wanted to beat her stomach, yeah. Bash it in!
That is a good motivator for rage. Very good motivator.
Gets that from her dad.
I'd say all my children get their rage from me.
But they're gonna get a little rage today.
Question is, are you going to give her the chance to come clean before full-on confronting her, or are you just going to go guns blazing?
Give her the chance.
gonna give her the chance, obviously. If I don't do that, I'm not a fair person at all.
Yeah, but it would be kind of funny to see you kicking the door on fire.
That would be pretty funny to see, but no, I'm gonna light on fire later on into the discussion.
That's true. We should make sure to turn off the sprinklers in whatever room this is happening in. I'd hate to get doused today.
It's like Dad. This is your dad moment. Everybody's afraid to upset Dad because we'll get Mom and Dad voiced. This is your moment. Cement it with all this generation of rainfalls. If they get somebody pregnant, there's no hiding it.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it, and it ain't gonna be our dad because he's busy. They're shopping for Uncle Blaze new TV, so it's on you. She'll sit back in the chair.
Julius nods, and I will do so, don't worry.
Good. Because while there is a rationale behind it, yes, it was a foolish move and she more than deserves to be chewed out for it.
Agreed. Nodding her head.
Just because you can find a rationale does not mean that it was a rational choice.
How long did she think she could hide it? I don't know. Probably a while. She literally hides inside her house down on the weekends at the lane, so.
I mean, like, one of these days we were going to walk into her house, and we would have seen it. We would have seen the bump, if not then, during a little debriefing like this in this room. We would have seen it.
I think she's smart. She knew the jig was up as soon as Okira's like, hey, well, she's always riding on Colt's back and she's never hitting the gym anymore. Like, something's wrong, guys. I think she's sick. Oh, and then he came back. Oh, she said she's on this thing called a period. I don't know what that means.
Oh, poor Rokia.
Sent me to the store to buy these things called Tampax Pearls.
Julie starts to laugh.
That big galoot going into the store on Gateway buying those things. Peak one, oh my god. Did she really send him? I see, yes.
That must have really confused the clerk.
That poor guy.
Just imagine he has to ask an employee for help.
Hey, he's a good man. You picked a good second, third in command for the headhunters, Julian.
Yes, I did. He'll do anything to make those kids comfortable.
When he was telling us about it, he got into the aisle and he was so confused. There's pearls and diamond-shaped ones and this one. Yeah, you would have been better off sending Krellin.
Oh, I don't know.
What these things for? You eat them, Fludwick?
I guess so. I could eat these.
Ah, KFC should put these as side dish.
Oh, God.
Knowing those three, they'd go in, get confused, and somehow get the correct thing on accident.
Sasha, or just buy out the whole aisle's worth on Clive's card, assuming there's money there.
That too.
Yeah. Poor Clive, just looking through his bank statement. Why the hell has 4 million credits been spent on Tampax?
Because, oh my god, you do way too good of a Clive.
Julie starts to laugh. Me and Carter. Have you heard Carter's Clive?
Say it. It always comes back to Tampax Pearl.
It always comes back to Tampax Pearls.
Be God kissing Julius on the cheek. Don't let your anger down. Don't let your anger down. Just let it boil over until they get back. But that was good.
Thank you, and trust me, I'm gonna have plenty of anger to go around for those kids.
You see the way he mumbles to himself when Samantha's around? It always comes back to basic.
I am praying that she never hears that.
Oh, please tell me he won't say that word in front of her.
If he knows what's good for him, he won't. If he doesn't, does he have like a problem? Is it just like Tourette's or something? I see no, it's not Tourette's. He sees a beautiful young girl, sad, depressed, and smoking, hurting her body, and he's a good man. He's gonna air his grievances.
And to be fair, he did wager walking in front of you in just a robe, ma'am.
That's true.
I think he might have. He's an intelligent, wise man, but I think there may be a lapse in judgment incoming in that regard.
True. I actually got the cider I promised him. She starts going under the desk.
Oh god, she's gonna be... Sorry, he is gonna be terrified when he sees that cider. You know that, right?
You're not gonna hit him. She just looks at Sasha and she doesn't respond.
Julius leans forward. Sasha, you're not gonna hit him, are you?
She does not respond, still going under the desk.
Oh, Jesus.
If you do, at least make sure it's on video. I think,
Well, we're going. You'll be there. We're going to Amels today.
Oh, he's going to be there. Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
the Amels is the rainfall hangout spot, so Saris is gonna be there ahead of us. But here it is. She pulls it up.
Oh, that will be a sight to see. Poor Clive.
Don't hit him, please. Be quiet, looking at Sasha.
If you do hit him, Sasha, just... This is gonna sound terrible. Hit him in the teeth.
I'm not going to hit him, but I
Okay.
am gonna pull it out quickly in front of him to see his reaction.
He's gonna... I got 20 credits that says he dives behind the nearest person to him.
He likes cider. I told him I'd get him a bottle, a jug in this case, a glass jug.
Oh, that poor man, he's gonna be terrified.
It always comes back to cider. I see.
It always comes back to cider.
Poor man's life is about to flash before his eyes.
Icy can't stop laughing.
Yeah, I mean, he did it to himself, obviously. I'm not saying anything different on that, but I do feel a little bad for him, because from this point on, Sasha, he's gonna be terrified of you. Guaranteed.
That's okay. That's okay. He did it to himself.
And
Icy, holy shit! Look, dude. Look at this. Young Icy is still alive, apparently.
What?
She looks over, holding the jug.
Hmm?
Young Icy?
Pequod, you mean not Lorelei, taught Icy, who's kind of snarky and cynical. Icy, apparently, me, young Nicole, not Krellin, is a big fan of Clive's YouTube.
Oh my god.
Since when they love to torment the poor man.
Sasha, that's pretty good. Me, young Nicole.
Me, young Nicole, not Krellin.
So that's why they came to our house Saturday morning and were taking pictures of us. They were taking pictures of our pictures. Pequod puts her arms up in the air. Makes sense now.
He put .edu at the end.
Apparently, me, Julius, is at it again too. You suck very much. Me think you stink very bad. Hope you drink out of date strongbow and get stomach flu. Pequod.
Julie starts to laugh. Well, at least I'm not threatening his life.
Drink out of date strongbow.
Wait, why'd they do young Nicole for you, but not young Julius for me?
I assume young Julius is in the wings. Icy says, probably for a comment on his newest video.
Oh Jesus! Oh God! I cannot wait to see what young Julius has to say. Speaking because I knew him. I hope it's very snarky, whatever it is.
I see. Yeah, but this is like through the lens of Krellin, so it's gonna sound really dumb.
Oh, I know. Trust me, Nicole. I know it's gonna sound really dumb. Just, I cannot wait to see it.
Me, young Julius, me married to Pequod but keep secret, me hate you, Clive.
Julie starts to laugh. Is the secret that I hate Clive?
I don't know, I'm just trying to think what Krellin would say.
Probably something along the lines of that, or something like me Julius, me fishbowl head, but me still hate you, Clive.
Me hate crackhead.
maybe fishbowl head, but at least have teeth.
Oh, that's probably what it's gonna be. He points at Ash.
Poor guy. Pequod looking at the comment.
They corrupted his entire audience against him.
Letta said she thinks they were always, like, making fun of him, because the first song Frederick made as Fredpock was about Clive being racist, and it didn't dawn on me back then, but yeah, no, I think she's right. You see, yeah, she's definitely right.
I think so. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I think their attempts at trolling had kind of been mixed throughout your family. I think his introduction gave them a nice target.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly focus their capabilities, their focus. They focus their focus on Clive pretty quickly, and they showed us all what they're really capable of.
Brutality. I see Nottinger.
Exactly, brutality.
Well, I knew that Krellin was capable of sufficient brutality, but I'm quite surprised to hear about Fredwick. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Oh, I mean, I think now Krellin's probably the ringleader when it comes to this, but Fredwick's quite capable of it. At times, he can be a very snarky person, you know?
Almost sinister. Like when he was playing the captain in War Gods, he had to adopt a kind of like sinister-esque aura to him, and he captured it. He definitely captured it.
Yeah, exactly. It might be just because he was from Max Tech originally, but he can be very sinister at times.
He very
You
much...
see, how insulted would you be if a successful business owner was talking shit on you? A new player has entered the stage.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Owner of KFC at KFC CEO. Apparently KFC falls under government jurisdiction. Wow, learn to brush your teeth. I never hire you to work at one of my many successful restaurants.
50 million likes already.
1 minute? She looks at the comment, Pequod. Oh my god.
You know, that's probably the most my face has been out since those old recruitment posters.
1 minute? Sasha's looking at her. I see the CEO of KFC. It's probably carries a lot of weight when he speaks, you know.
I'm sure I do. I'm sure he does. Look at him. Must be so impactful.
Wow, learn to brush your teeth. That's how successful business owners speak.
Yes, in completely broken English, like you don't understand what a comma is even.
I never hire you to work at one of my many successful restaurants.
Yes, you would get turned down for a job in the YouTube comments.
Oh my. They really find new and inventive ways. They're never gonna let up on him, are they?
God, I don't think so. No.
As long as he's giving reactions like how he is giving them, no, never.
You cannot feed them? Believe me, I learned that with Krellin when he was trying to kill me.
I think if it gets a little too out of hand, we'll step in and have a talk with them, but it's all in good fun for them.
Yeah, for right now, Julia's gestures towards Ash. We used to bust your chops all the time. So I don't really see a difference with this than what we were doing. Other than that one time they hoped for death against him, we put that one down immediately.
Yeah, wishing death is a bit much. Sasha agreed, looking at the judge.
Of course, and all in fun and a good ribbing. I just worry because those three have been known to take things about 3 steps too far.
I see. If he wouldn't give them reactions, they would end up like Carter and Soul. Like, if Clive would just fake a reaction like Carter and Soul do to the greatest child of Julius Taunt, all Clive has to do is, "Oh, you hurt my feelings," and they would, "Oh," and it would be over. They hardly do the greatest child of Julius thing anymore to Soul and Carter.
Well, yes, because the only way to get rid of trolls is to starve them.
Yet he puts out a video flipping Fred Shed Boy the bird.
Yeah, insane. Lick the sack from the back, because that's all you're worth.
Oh, grabbing Julius's hand. He even went on a tangent. "I'll put sauce on them. You want white sauce? I got barbecue sauce, hot sauce." You could see Scar walking around confused in the background.
Oh, Jesus.
I hope they don't take that personally.
Oh, she grimaces.
Oh,
I think they will.
the odds are high that they will, in fact, take that personally, yeah. Julius clicks his tongue. But they wouldn't do, he looks at Pequod, they wouldn't do anything drastic, right?
I imagine they're gonna make a YouTube response video where they say mean things and flip him off back, and
Yeah, just the normal stooge thing to do.
it's a YouTube war, basically, over subscribers. I see, and Frederick's currently winning.
Fledwick's winning. Krelltooth Gaming, catching up very quickly, but Clive is still holding that second place right now.
What about Samuel? Is Samuel not involved in this? Not till he can speak, which, funny enough, him being able to speak to us instead of beep will be fixed by Clive, so it's just a vicious cycle.
And it will not earn him any brownie points.
No, because probably the first thing Samuel will do is insult.
He'll probably just be like, I have no idea how Samuel's gonna talk, but like, finally I can speak. You crackhead. You have no teeth. I could finally say all these things to you.
What if he speaks in broken English?
Oh god, like
Like
Krellin.
Krellin? Two of them? Pequod, please no.
That would honestly be pretty funny.
Wow, going to go out on Frontier today with Ash. Let's make some mean comments to Clive before we go.
That'll be like how like normal families will have dinner or breakfast together, or read the newspaper together, or do stuff like that in the morning. Their morning ritual will be leaving mean comments for Clive.
Poor guy. Putting the jug away, Sasha. Putting it away. Poor guy.
Poor guy, but at least he has not put an IED in a television set yet.
No. I think he got that out of his system. Pequod, yeah.
Julius nods. Plus, I don't think he has much to worry about with like technology being stolen or anything like that, because he put his ship into a volcano.
Wow, good idea, Frederick. I remember him saying that. I see. Even Frederick was trying to talk him out of it.
Oh my god, so when Frederick is the voice of reason, you know things have gone to hell in a handbasket.
I don't think that's a good idea, Chloe.
I don't think we should do that, Quowen. I really don't.
What if you'll need that information on there someday? No, never need it. And now here we are, looking up at the picture of the ship.
Here we are. At the very least, I'll have Ceres and hopefully Kaz alongside me. We'll keep a close eye on him, make sure he doesn't get hurt, and by the gods, I hope he figures it out quickly.
And maybe by the time you find them, we'll have our grandkid. Pequod, that bitch.
Julius just groans. Oh my god.
I'll have to, take Ceres out and see if we can get them something as a gift.
Yeah, a gift.
I am very happy that I'm going to have a second grandchild, because we already have Jace, but a second grandchild is awesome. I'm very pleased with the kids at the moment, though.
I'm only 40. Pequod, stop!
Julius shaking his head at Nicole. You just like to. You're a little instigator right now, aren't you?
Well, I do think Dad voice Julius would be cool to see.
Agreed. It'll be, something I've never gotten to see.
It's rare. Pequod rubbing the side of his head.
Well, look on the bright side. Soul and Colt are going to make wonderful parents.
True that. Nodding her head.
I'm sure they will be. They were raised by two of the best parents that I'll probably ever know. Well, three of the best parents I'll probably ever know. Gesturing to these three.
Wacha! Pulling out the jug again.
Yes.
Julius actually flinches a bit. Yeah, no, yeah, you're gonna terrify him.
Are you practicing? Icy looks at Sasha. Maybe.
Well, I cannot wait to see that, and don't sell yourself short either, Julius. They got the best qualities from all four of you.
Yeah, in this case, this quality she gets from me. So, cracks their knuckles. But I'll leave it to Dad to straighten it out.
Julius nods. And I will, in fact, straighten it out. He just sighs, looks at the cider jug. Now, you see, you want to, like, hook your finger through that little handle and bring it overhead, like you're about to overhead smash it against his face, but then just present it to him.
Like this. Wacha! She'll do exactly as Julius said.
No, yeah, exactly. That will terrify him. Just imagine him, like, ducking and cowering.
Pequod starts laughing as Icy Town's laughing too. I assume Ash flashing down to them all. Blaze has found his TV, so let us hear what the kids. Hunk is trying on clothing for Navi.
Yes, he is. She is going to walk up to him and present him that.
You want to see? Looks like Bond. Call me Bond or James Bond.
She flutters her eyes at him.
You want me to put that on?
She nods.
Okay. He'll check his wrist computer. We got time before the kids and the family are coming down, so let me try that baby out. Oh, you want me to wear this to the Oscars?
Oh, I wouldn't mind at all.
Here, I'll take that. He'll take it, go back in the dressing room.
As he's in the dressing room, Davine will quickly go into another dressing room and put on a brand new red dress so she can show off for him.
Hunk coming out, looking down, trying to fix his bow tie. I was never good at oh my god.
Davine does a little spin for him.
Where in the hell did you find that? Here?
She nods. Yes, I did, darling. She'll walk up to him and start fixing his bow tie for him.
Red is your color, honey.
I believe so. My husband certainly thinks so.
So you want me to wear this to the Oscars, and you're gonna wear that?
A very nice contrast, don't you think? A nice blue suit with a beautiful red dress.
He'll put his hands on her hips and pull her in. It's gonna be a short ceremony this year, I think, for us.
I mean, we do have a lot to deal with at the lane, don't you think?
No, the Nova. I mean, somebody's got to watch it. Might get a ticket.
Oh God, yes. We don't want a ticket on the Nova. What if we go into 2-hour parking and it's longer than 2 hours, darling?
Exactly. You notice you have like perpetual hickeys on your neck.
It is. I have been noticing that. I wonder where I get them from.
Oh, I think they look good, and I like tugging on this. Tugs on the pony.
Her head goes back and she just smirks at him, pumps her eyebrows. I quite like it when it gets tugged as well.
Really? Coming over with the kid.
Davine jumps a bit, turns around. There was no one else in the store.
You already did it on the Nova and made us wait. Must you do it here? You look fabulous in that dress.
Oh, thank you. I quite like it as well. How does Hunk look?
Oh my. She'll whistle. Very handsome. Dapper, even.
Yes, I believe he looks like a Bond, don't you?
He should play Bond.
She looks at Hunk.
Who's your favorite Bond, darling? Sean Connery, Daniel Craig?
Ah, honestly, Pierce.
Pierce Brosnan, okay.
Probably an out of left field kind of Bond pick, but I like the Pierce ones were the ones I saw first, and they always kind of stuck with me.
Okay, well, perhaps we can remake one of those films, a GoldenEye, perhaps?
You know, I'd be down to do Goldeneye. And I actually think Frederick, I'm not trying to turn it into a comedy, Frederick as 006. If you get him into the role, do a little Nicole polymorphing so he looks skinny, not a fucking tub of lard. Yeah.
Davine turns around, looks at Suletta. I think that's quite a good idea, don't you?
Nicole and I can start penning something like that. We've already been penning a surprise set of scripts for you, essentially the Equalizer.
Oh, yes.
She looks at Hunk.
You as the Equalizer?
That sounds so. Is it just like the premise of the Equalizer? So that yes, but his wife died, and no.
Davine turns to look at Suletta.
In the premise of the story is his wife dies, and her death is the impetus for him to go back to his old ways. Only instead of killing for the CIA, he's killing for justice, vigilante justice. His wife has to be dead for it to make sense. No.
Don't you think the wife could just be off somewhere, you know, on a trip or something?
This is the TV I want, by the way. I'll buy it for you. Thank you, he nods his head. No, it makes no sense. She has to die. Have you ever seen the movie? Yeah. Denzel was great in it. I enjoyed it a lot.
It is a fabulous set of movies, darling, but...
Oh, The Equalizer? I love the first and the second one. I've yet to see the third. And his wife dying is the... Do you not understand anything about writing, Davine? Hunk, no.
I mean,
No to the understanding of writing, or no to the dead wife? No to the dead wife.
I understand about writing, I really do, but if you want a Hunk to play him, he won't let his wife be dead, because then he'll think about like me being dead, and he'll get depressed, darling, and I don't want that at all.
Move, cat. The cat will move out of the way. But the whole impetus for the character is his wife is dead, therefore he... Think of it this way. We would have to write something so contrite. It would be like, oh, my wife is away for a long girls' weekend. Sounds great. Blaze, huh? Look here, back and forth.
There you go. That's a beautiful idea, Suletta.
My wife went for a girls' weekend, so I will do vigilante things while she's gone until Monday.
Davine nodding, looks at Hunk.
If I ever did go on a girls' weekend, would you do vigilante stuff?
What else would I have to do?
Davine turns back around to look at Suletta and smiles.
We were writing this for you. It was Nicole's idea, and I'm helping her. It's supposed to be a power fantasy for you to be able to direct him in a power fantasy role for you. Sister.
Oh, and I will. I'll have him shirtless and him be very strong and kill everyone that he needs to kill for justice and help out around that apartment and everything. I will. I don't think he'll do it if I'm dead. I think it'd make him depressed, and like I said, I don't want him depressed.
We could even start the movie with me kissing her goodbye and then end it with her coming back when whoever the villain is defeated. Ugh. She groaned.
I personally think it's a wonderful idea, Soletta.
Fine.
She smiles and will hug Soletta. Thank you, Letty.
Waste of good writing on your daughter's part.
But I'll be sure to thank her very much with a kiss on the cheek and an I love you, Istro.
And that's enough for her, but not for me.
She'll take a step back.
And what would you want, Soletta?
Oh. Please convince Julius to be gentle and patient, but help Frederick and Clive. While you were on the Nova doing your deed, I called to check on Clive, and I witnessed horror, essentially.
Is everything okay?
You need to get back to the lane, Soletta. No, here, I'll just show you.
Davine will tilt her head and look at the screen.
They're fight from the beginning. The whole fight, and they can hear Scar egging them on in the background. Go, go! Yeah.
They start pacing back and forth.
Pause it! Are they fighting? Or is this the war in the YouTube has climaxed into them fighting? No! They are practicing for a martial law sin film. Unpausing it.
Oh, okay.
They will... they will clash. As Clive starts trying to hit him, Fludwig's face goes all the way back, giving him 6 chins.
Holy chinomania!
Oh my god, I didn't know that was possible. Eventually, Clive will, oh god, do a spinning jump backwards, pick up nothing, but it looks like he's picking up something. Will attempt to throw it at Fludwig, and Fludwig will rush up and actually push him backwards into a wall.
Oh my goodness! Blaze, what?
Clive slamming against the wall. Clive then stands up. They start to pace again.
What? Why? Why? Pace! Set the scene! Set the tone! That's why, okay?
He does a spinning jump.
What the fuck was that? Soletta pauses. I don't know. I assume Clive thinks that's cool.
I just can't, darling. I can't.
I've never seen something so stupid.
Davine has started to cry. She's laughing.
Here, it gets worse. She'll unpause.
He attempts to do a chop with the spinning jump. Fludwig blocks it out of the way, and they just start going back into the Fledshido. They start to get pushed back, and Fludwig, with nothing in his hand, acts like he cuts up Clive's chest. Clive looks down. He turns around and does a rolling dive where he somersaults but lands on his ass and has to stand up.
Holy shit!
Oh, I didn't know Clive was that athletic.
Nor did I. It wasn't the most eloquent dive, but he tried.
Oh, he most certainly tried. He starts to walk away as Fludwig rushes up to Clive, and they start again.
Why is he making his own sound effects? I think Scar told him to.
They start to push back as Clive hits him in the chest, and Fludwig goes stumbling backwards, falls down, and stands up like nothing happened and rushes back over to Clive.
Oh shit. He no-sold it. Okay.
Yes, he did. I wonder where this is going now.
You see the faces Frederick makes when Clive's like swinging at him, and or he's like bracing for the hit. You can tell. I could tell he was about to get hit.
Yes, yes, it's very easy to tell, isn't it? Clive then starts to attack him, Fudwick blocking as much as he can, but they start to swing around, and Clive pushes him back again, Fudwick slamming into the wall, Clive trying to capitalize on it, but Fudwick puts his hand up to his temple, and Clive
So, pausing the video on the death of Clive, please convince your son to do his best, but go gentle and be patient.
Oh yes, darling, I think they need it dearly.
How could they think that's good? Apparently, Mr. Freetooth was quite into the fight. I was watching him as they practice their choreography, and he thinks it's top quality stuff.
He does.
Yes, he thinks it's rather unique.
Well, I'll give it one thing, it is rather unique.
Who starts a fight with a spin?
Fools do.
And I mean, Clive is really getting into it.
I mean, yes, he was basically screaming at the top of his lungs.
Is Frederick gonna no-sell the hit in the movie? So let him most likely.
Oh God. Frederick does realize, like, if you have a fight, you want to show your main character getting beat on at least a little bit to show them triumphing, or actually have them have a challenge, right?
Well, I do think it's much better than the Malcolm one. I've watched Chance Force, where he just beat on a Cherion with brass knuckles for 10 minutes. It's more competitive, for sure.
Oh my God, yes, it is far better. I'll be honest, I felt so terrible for Cherion there.
Getting beat on, and Malcolm had him in a mini skirt and a brassiere or something.
Davine squints her eyes, looks at Suletta. They're not going to make Clive dress up like that, are they?
No, Clive is supposed to be an alien in this Marshall Lawson film thing.
Oh, okay. So they rewrote it. So instead of a virus-infused vampire-like character, they're an alien. That's better. I think that's better.
That's way better. But that fight scene, Julius has his work cut out for him.
They're not going to show that to him, are they?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think they're going to continue practicing their choreography and then reveal what they have for Julius.
Okay, well, I believe they certainly need the practice.
To be a fly on the wall for that day. To be a fly on the wall.
Davine looks at Hunk. I think we can clear up our schedule to look in on their training, don't you?
Just to see Julius's face? Yeah. Well, especially if he walks in on that.
Oh God. Could you imagine, Davine looks at Suletta, being Julius, a very skilled martial artist, and walking in to see whatever that was?
Suletta puts up her finger. The man who helped save the universe through the use of martial arts.
Davine starts to laugh. The man who, if him and I fought, without the usage of ki or blood hunter abilities or anything like that, in hand-to-hand combat, he would win even though I taught him what he knows to this day.
Good God. That's horrible. Can we have that recording? Suletta, of course. Just don't let Julius see it until, the day comes. They're going to practice, try to get their speed up, and truly impress him.
Oh, yes, darling, of course, I'm sure that would be able to impress him.
And by the way, your gigolo of a grandson found something for you in the toy aisle. Oh, wow. He knows my favorite card.
Jace smiles at his grandfather and will hand it over to him.
You got good taste, big guy. Looking over at Jace in women and cards.
Jace gives him 2 thumbs up.
Maybe we can get you one someday. There is somewhere I want to stop before we head to Amel.
Davine looks at Hunk. Oh, sure, wherever you want, darling.
Right down the street. Won't take us long. Let's get this stuff packed. You want me to just stay in the suit? I'll stay in the suit.
Do you want me to stay in the dress?
Yeah. The kids will probably be shocked when they see us when they come down, but hey, whatever.
Oh, all that matters is that you think I look good.
Well then, allow me to pick you up and take you to checkout, and we're gonna stop one more place.
Oh, of course, darling, of course.
The grandkids got their toys, and Blaze got his TV. Let's go.
Davine nods. Let's go. She'll hop into Hunk's arms and give him a kiss on the cheek.
The kids on their way back after climbing the mountain. Okir is because they had to climb up and down. Samantha, the Drake, is now all over her, smothering her head and her breasts, all over her chest. It's her mom now.
JJ smiles, looking at Jacoby. It seems to really like you, love.
Yeah. Dagos approves, don't you, Dagos? He just looks at the picture of Dargo.
Laz starts to laugh. You know, honey, if you ever go into like psychosis and you start actually talking to Dargos, I'm gonna get really worried.
No, it's just Uncle Zap wanted us to keep this up here, and that man helped me a lot on your wedding gift, your jet, so I owe him that much. Sam laughs.
Laz chuckles, holds his hand and gives it a kiss.
Alright, we're back on autopilot till Gateway. Let's go see what the runs are doing.
Sure, let's go.
They'll come down with the Drake. Sam will point to this seat for JJ.
JJ will sit down over there.
It's kind of different. It's like we have my dog, we have Mr. Snuffles, but this is like almost humanoid in a way.
Almost, yeah. I mean, it has hands and it can grab stuff. It was picking its way through the MRE we were giving it.
Definitely takes the cake for one of the cooler family pets, I'd say, crossing her legs, sitting on Carter's lap.
It's your guys' Zanzibar when you think about it.
Oh wow, it kind of is. Looking down at it.
I mean, yeah, it's a drake and everything. That's pretty cool.
Damn straight. And it's got a flame tail.
And it's gonna grow wings.
Be flying around with Petra in no time.
Elizabeth nods. Oh my god, and it's like a really good... Alright, I hate to put it like this, but a god dog almost? Because who the hell is gonna fight a fire drake to get into your house, you know?
He'd have to be pretty dumb. Maybe he can join us on missions. Sam, no.
Aw, but when he gets big, you could ride him into battle.
Or just casually ride him around. That's cool too.
JJ nods. That is really cool. I quite like the idea of just riding him around casually.
Slowly rubbing Soul's stomach for her. Definitely makes we need to get a pet. We have yours. We need to get something cool too, though. Yours is cool. We need to get something cool. Something to keep an eye on Rebecca here.
Soul nods, smiling at Colt. Carter nods towards the two of them. Already have a name picked out. Carter nods. Hey, I like the name. Rebecca.
Aunt Nicole told us it's a girl.
It's a good name, and congrats, you two.
Thank you.
Soul smiles. Thank you, guys. It means a lot. Sorry for worrying you guys, I guess I could say.
Yeah, you could say that. We knew you were full of it when you were saying what you were saying, but I thought you were sick.
Carter scoffs, shakes his head. The one time I've ever seen you lazy was when you had to do math homework, and even then you still got it done, so I knew you were full of shit.
Maybe today is the day. We just tell our parents.
Laz nods. I think so.
you guys should tell them, and honestly, guys, sooner is better than later, especially when it comes to a situation like this.
She gestures towards Soul's stomach.
Yeah, you want to get out ahead of it. Think about it. He'll be mad when you tell him. How much more mad is he going to be when he finds out on his own?
You can't hide in your house on the lane forever.
Elizabeth nods.
Eventually, they're gonna pick it out, and you really can't use the excuse that you're banging all day in there. Especially when a visible bump starts to show. That would just make the lie even worse.
I think Pequod even offered to make spaghetti and you turned her down. Colt, yeah.
That one,
She points to Benny.
that one was a difficult one to turn down.
It was good spaghetti. Rubbing Elizabeth's helmet.
Oh yeah, no, I've been missing her spaghetti. I'm glad she's starting to make it again.
It is good.
Carter nods. I do like my mom's spaghetti, as he starts to rub Memory Ann's thighs for her.
Definitely worthy of choking on.
You just gotta twist the knife every single time, don't you, Ben?
Yep, nodding his head.
Well, I'm sure my mom certainly enjoys that you do that.
Well, she'll make you all the spaghetti you want after we tell her.
Soul nods.
Yeah, she will.
She breathes in heavily and exhales.
Hopefully they won't be too angry at us, though.
I don't think... Well, probably. But at the end of the day, they get a grandchild out of it. So I think they'll be happy.
And I mean, things could have gone wrong, but they didn't, so that's gotta count for something, right?
Laz looks down at Oz, leans down to him.
All of them are going to be very angry, I think, but what Marianne said is true. Maybe the fact they get a grandchild out of it offsets it.
Scale 1 to 10.
My father? Probably an 11. And
Oh, boy.
And my mother, she's always been a bit more level-headed than him. An 8, maybe?
Do we have to be there if it happens with us around?
Laz nods.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, fine.
United front and all.
I get it. It just, any yelling, screaming, and drama. We've had a lot of it.
No, that's completely fair. We have had a lot of it, but, honestly, at least this isn't really drama. This is good news if you really think about it.
Just dysfunctional family moments. That's all.
Yeah, this is one of those times where you could just chalk it up to dysfunctional family. No real drama affecting it at all.
And, gotta ask, you didn't tell him because you didn't want to be pulled off the squad?
Yeah.
Soul nods.
That's why we didn't really tell any of you.
I'd have done the same thing.
Especially after what happened with your dad, and it seems like it's only getting worse.
Yeah. Like I said, I'd have done the same thing. I wouldn't have want to have given up a chance at killing those guys.
Well, in reality, it's about 11 months. 9 months pregnancy to you have to... As long as you start working out, after month 10, you'll be back in no time, and we'll be the better for it.
Soul nods.
Yeah, no, we will be the better for it. I promise you all, I'll get back on the squad as soon as possible.
Maybe just, use protection in the future?
Soul raises one of her eyebrows.
Nah. Rubbing her head.
She just shakes her head.
No,
Yeah. They raw dog all night long, dude.
Carter starts to laugh and pinches the bridge of his nose. Oh, Jesus.
Yet somehow we are perceived as the immature ones, Carter. Think about that.
Well, we'll always have outlaw country thrown in my face whenever I bring up immaturity, so he shrugs. And you know what? That is the best goddamn argument to ever be an argument, I think.
Leaning back into JJ, I don't think people really think they're immature. I think they just think they're the bitchiest.
JJ starts to laugh.
Him and her.
He leans in. I think they are the bitchiest as well, yeah.
Hands down. I mean, just look at them, kissing his cheek.
I mean, they... Forgive me, I know they're my nephew and niece-in-law and all, but... They just look like two pretty people who got together because they're pretty, and now they're bitchy because of it.
And definitely bitchy when he was a teenager.
Oh, yes. I'm very glad that Carter's bitchiness has gone down. If he was a 10 out of 10 before, he's like a 6 out of 10 now, I think.
Solid 5.
Exactly. He has gone down quite a bit.
Take out the flame head. The flame tornadoes are getting annoying.
JJ starts to laugh. You have to admit, though, those flame tornadoes were getting a bit annoying.
Yeah, well, yeah. I had to walk alongside them.
Yeah, no, I was, honestly, the clouds were getting more annoying to me than anything else.
What are you talking about?
Oh, just the Hydra fight.
I think it's a shame we didn't get to take one of it. It had 4 heads, and we got no trophies besides scales.
Oh, well, the scales are plenty cool. I mean, JJ will take out one of his. This right here. I guarantee you, not many people have one of these. Basically, just the Rainfalls, to my knowledge, have one of these.
But when we were children, and before some of us, pointing at Ricky, were even born, in that apartment was mounted Camille's goddamn helmet. We should have something to that effect.
I mean, when we kill Rippa, we can mount his head.
Ski mask, be pretty cool, and that stupid beanie he wears.
We can always take that good old Smokey's pack of cigarettes and put it up as a trophy.
And Rippa's gun, nodding his head. Oz, yeah, there you go. But a skull would have been pretty cool.
A skull would have been cool. Carter shrugs. I mean, in all reality, we're all in the infancy of this squad. Still, even... We still have time to get a really cool trophy like that, so... It's not something I'm necessarily worried about.
Doesn't feel like we're in the infancy, but we still are. We've been through a lot in a relatively speaking short span of time. Yeah.
Really felt like you got thrown in the deep end, didn't it?
Oh, we definitely did. You guys more than me, but yeah, for sure.
Soul chuckles and nods. Yeah, I'm pretty sure not many headhunter groups or even spec ops forces have gone against even one xenomorph and survived. We managed to do 2, which honestly I think that's pretty cool.
Shame we couldn't get one of their skulls.
I'm just glad we were operating under the assumption it was 1 the whole time.
Carter nods. Yeah. He shakes his head. But luckily we all made it back. He puts a hand on Hals's shoulder and shakes him a bit. Maybe a little worse for wear in the mental department, but we all made it back nice and easily.
Maybe next time I'll get to have a crack at the xenomorph.
Kinda hope that we can finish these guys off without having to fight another one of them.
That is actually the smart way to, yeah.
Elizabeth nods. I would rather not see one of those ever again, yeah.
Those things are fucked, man. They just don't move right. I don't know.
Wish I could agree with you, but I did not get to even see it. So, yeah.
Laz gives a gentle kiss on Oz's cheek, looks at Adam.
I mean, I've seen the combat recordings, but seeing firsthand is, yeah.
She shakes her head. Honestly, honey, I don't think you would want to see one.
And even the combat recordings I saw were from your parents years ago, not the ones we went up against. Because cocksuckers wiped our wrist computer.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, the only true surviving recordings, to my knowledge at least, are from our parents.
Yeah, although, not happy it got taken, but I'm kinda happy I never got to see the footage of that thing running up at me again.
You have that orc's dog tags, huh?
He's gonna reach in and pull him out? Yeah, I do.
Oz nods his head. He seemed like an okay fella. Good guy.
He's a damn good dude. Didn't deserve what he got.
We'll pay them back tenfold.
Oh, we're gonna. We'll get him. And we'll get him good. Just, really don't want to fight those bugs again.
Crag would have been nice around the lane. Maybe a counterbalance to the Stooges helping Clive around and Uncle Scar. I think he would have fit in their home.
I think so too. They would have had a good time in the house. But yeah, he would have had a real good time. Carter just looks down at the table.
He was what a military man should aspire to be. Dude was an actual hero.
Marine, nodding his head.
So nods.
Saved Ricky's life. In all reality, probably saved a lot of our lives.
Yeah, he did. And I cannot wait to get those fucks back for it.
Tenfold. Putting up all 10 fingers.
I think the things we're gonna do to them are, best left unsaid.
Well, it's up to us now. Judging by the after-action report. And we want them, we get them. So it's only a matter of time.
Carter nods. It's only a matter of time, and he looks around. We're going to be ready for it. We're going to be ready for them, and we are going to decimate them.
Yeah.
I was about to say something, hearing some type of signal go off from the cockpit. I'll be right back. He'll go up.
Wonder what's going on up there.
She'll shrug.
It could be something like an asteroid warning. The autopilot is telling you to slightly adjust so you don't collide with the asteroid, or it could just be something simple like that.
Parents calling to see where the fuck we are.
Exactly. It could just be the parents calling to see where we are. Could be anything, really.
Makes sense. My first thought was just there is no way in hell we're home yet.
Benny, get up here. He'll let go of Elizabeth, pat her on the head, and go up.
Elizabeth squinting as Benny walks away. She'll sit down in the chair, lean over to Marianne.
What would they need Benny for? You think Lolai's calling, maybe?
She's looking up, trying to see what they're looking at. They're talking to somebody. Looks like a frontier colonist.
Carter looks at Marianne. Should we go up there?
Yes, let's go.
He'll pick her up and we'll take her up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow behind them.
Mid-conversation, Benny trying to calm the lady down. That's our job. We're EarthGov. We'll stop down. You need to keep his head propped up. Oz, land us, please. Oz, righto. He'll cut the communique. Apparently she had a heart attack. Somebody in a village is suffering from what she believes is cardiac arrest. Remember, and we'll sit down and have Benjamin start working immediately.
Carter nods. It's our job. It's what we have to do. Respond to any and all emergency signals. We have to do it, so we're gonna do it for her.
I'm gonna go get my kit, dogs. He runs off. Memory out.
Right on, Benjamin. Oh God, we should have never let him see Footpock.
No, we shouldn't.
Yeah. Well, at least we're, better luck with what is going on than I had thought.
Waco here. Actually, let him sleep.
Yeah, no, if it's any, It's a heart attack. We don't need his help on this one, I don't think.
Heart attack, looking up at the group holding her Drake.
Someone planetside is having cardiac arrest. They went into, cardiac arrest. So we're gonna sit down, have Benny take a look at them, help out as much as he can.
Alright. She'll stand up.
And JJ will do the same. He'll also stand up and crack his neck. We'll be coming with you guys, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on everything. Don't worry.
Laz, come here.
She'll stand up and walk over.
I trust you with my child like you trust me with Jace. She hands her the tray.
She'll look down, look at Sam, and give Sam a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
Just watch the tail, honey.
Oh, of course, yeah, no, I'm gonna watch the tail, don't worry.
Don't get burned.
I won't, trust me, I won't.
That's quite an adjustment to having a pet, huh? Looking at the drink.
Soul nods. Oh, most definitely. She looks at the Drake and will reach out, pet it a bit.
It's very nice, though. He's very nice, I should say.
This village, I'm gonna drop you guys off in the village, and then I gotta land in a clearing a click away, okay? So call me when you're ready for backup.
Understood.
Pickup, I should say.
You got it, boss.
And they will move out quickly. No time for any more talking. Because this person's having a heart attack, and ain't no way they're keeping up with Benny, who's running straight ahead. Sam didn't know he could move that fast.
Neither did I. We should keep up with him.
Yeah, right.
Carter will lead and follow after Benny, and JJ will have...
You can carry me.
Exactly, yeah. He'll pick up Sam and start carrying her after Carter.
Benny is rapping to himself as he walks up. Oh man, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, I would say so, but he is the best person for this job, I guess.
Profusely sweating woman on her knees down here. This guy on the ground. Benny, yo, what up, ma'am? EarthGov Spec Force is here to help you out. What's your problem? Heart attack? Kneels down. She is not responding.
Carter will walk up along with Benny, kneel down. Ma'am, it's okay. We're here to help out. Don't worry. Carter will look over at Benny and nod towards the man.
Benny tilts his head. Okay. Feels for a pulse. Carter, can you open my bag?
He'll open the bag for him.
He pulls out a device. Carter doesn't know what it does.
He'll look at the device, look a small bit worried because he just checked for a pulse, and look towards the man, hold her hand. It's all gonna be okay. We're gonna get it handled. We're just checking some of his vitals at the moment. Don't worry.
You said this guy is in cardiac arrest? She's gasping and crying. Sweating.
Carter squints his eyes at her. He'll stand up, point to the squad, and move his finger around like a patrol signal.
Colt will keep Soul on his back, walking around. Sam will groan, seeing the patrol sign from Carter. Put me down.
He'll set her down. I'll patrol with you.
Fucking loser. Looking at Carter.
Jesus Christ, he just wants to make sure it's safe.
He thinks he's cool.
JJ lets out a chuckle as he'll kneel back down, leaning close to her. Blink twice if you're in danger.
She does.
Carter nods. He'll look over at Benny. Doesn't have a pulse, does he?
This guy was poisoned. Looking up at Carter. This ain't cardiac arrest. He'll move his sleeve and Carter can see his veins protruding from his skin, and they're bright green.
Carter's jaw locks.
I think the water supply or something here is poisoned, and then the sound of, you never heard plasma shots like this, and they're quick. They're not globs of plasma like the rifles the kids have and seen, and they send Benny flying back across the river screaming. Roll initiative. Hanging almost inhumanly from a tree here, with one hand on a branch, hanging down, and Carter sees the smoking pistol here, hanging out of his other hand. Time to die, Mortis. Or death awaits you.
You will not escape me.
Soul do when she sees Benny go flying.
She sees Benny go flying. She sort of ducks behind Colt's back a bit more and goes, "What the fuck was that? Just Benny?"
Colt's head watches poor Benjamin sail across the small river creek. Really, I like to imagine. Big difference between a creek and a river. And he ducks, and then she sees his visor light up, and he's looking right up there. That thing.
Her breath immediately gets taken away. That's one of those RC assassins.
Benjamin. Oh, help me. Cancer. Everybody stacks up. Colt responding to Soul. What do you want me to do? Looking up at the assassin. Goes first.
Oof. Soul is going to look around. I don't think I can do much against it, but keep distance from it. Stick by Samantha, I think.
He will move her over towards Samantha, who's grabbing her gun. Let's see here. We got Colt, RC Assassin, Memory Ann, Ricky, Elizabeth. We got a Ricky again, but that's from last week. JJ at a 20. Solwinger. Cancer at a 20. Samantha at a 20. Benny at a 19. And the assassin sitting pretty at 26. Okay, I will have Colt use his turn. He's gonna come over here. Set Soul all the way in here. And tell her to stay here.
Soul will not. Are you sure?
Here!
Fine, yes, fine, I'll stay here.
And he'll use his remaining movement to run here. Ah, the assassin. Well. Fascinating how quickly this creature moves. He moves incredibly quick, picking up this guy's body, throwing it into Carter, knocking him back this direction, so the body's like on top of Carter. And as Carter sails backwards, he sees this thing slash this woman from, I don't like to get too graphic with stuff like this, but groin to head, slashing her in 3 large pieces.
Oh my god.
Splattering Eliza with blood. Now. It is then. Every magic user feels a sharp pain in the side of their head. Soul, Carter, Memrian.
The twins both grab the side of their head. God damn it, what the hell?
Running up to Eliza. Has a gauntlet it wears on one hand, the pistol hand, holstering its pistol incredibly quick, and will swing at Elizabeth. The fingers of the gauntlet are lasers.
Damn.
Eliza, as you're aware, the Earth is behind you. You cannot move because I hate the comic shop. Eliza is stunned in place, and now it puts its foot onto the guy's body on top of Carter. Gotta beat a 10, and you can push it off of Carter and stop its turn.
Oh, thank God.
Okay? You'll stop its turn. This time. Now we go to Marianne, but in fact, we will actually put Ricky above Marianne. For sake of keeping things smooth, because I can play her as he takes his turn. So Ricky will go first.
Understood. He's gonna look and see what's happening with Carter. He's gonna run up. Can he try to help Carter up?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Carter won the check, so I imagine it's stumbling back towards the rooted Eliza.
He's gonna put his hand out and help Carter up. You and me distracted. Keep it from Marianne and Soul.
Carter looks at him. Oh, don't try, man. I'm a caster too.
Fuck. He's going to. Not much else I can do. Pull the flails out and start swinging.
Roll him up. Rolling, 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 rolling. Keep rolling, 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 rolling.
None of them hit. Ooh. He will spend a key for patient defense, giving it disadvantage on attacks against him on the next turn, and that'll be Ricky's turn.
Marianne blasts him with ice. He will have the status effect that comes along with her ice blast. Bonus melee damage when you hit him. But the vials on his chest start filling up, and whatever that thing on his head is starts glowing. It wasn't glowing before.
Carter winces when he sees that. Try to limit magic damage.
Marianne head recoils hearing that, looking at the creature. Okay! She'll start fumbling for her plasma rifle. Liza's up.
Eliza is going to, since she's rooted, she can't really move. What she can do is use her bonus action, use Fighting Spirit, gain 5 temporary hit points, and she's going to make all attacks at advantage this turn. And then she is going to pull out her Mauler and fire it 3 times.
Neat.
One of them hit. She uses those, and she already used her bonus action, so that is going to be her turn.
Soul Wind.
Soul is going to see everything that's happening outside. Let me just read this real quick. Okay, yeah. She's just in range. She is going to reach out and cast haste onto Colt.
Good call. Okay. Perfect. Giving her a quick thumbs up as he's whipping out his sniper rifle.
She smiles at him, and she was told to stay put. She's gonna stay put, so that's gonna be her turn.
Jacoby.
Jacoby.
Grabbing him. I'll get your sister. Focus that thing.
He nods. Yeah, he's going to try his insightful fighting feature. So that'll give him 4 ODM dice. It can make like a deception, a wisdom, and any check that you really deem fits for it.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Alright. He's going to activate his gear, slice and dice for 3 dice, and then fly up to this fucker and make his 2 attacks. And since people are around it, he gets advantage because he is a rogue.
Nice.
And second attack. That will be Jacoby's turn.
Oh, I hate cancer, and he's next.
Not a cancer. Cancer is going to... Yeah, he's gonna do it. He is going to run up to it over here, actually. And make a couple swings on it, reckless. From hitting, he's not going to apply his dot or his electrical fury damage to this, so I think that's all he's gonna do.
Alright. Samantha, how I hate her. She's going to come over here and grab Elizabeth. Get on my back.
She gets on her back. I'm sorry, I couldn't move after whatever he did.
Use me as your weapons platform, putting her on her back. You can move, I'll move you.
She nods. Alright, thank you.
Close or far?
She tilts her head. I think far is better right now.
She will move Elizabeth back this way. And fire at its back with her light machine gun, hitting it. In the back. Benny is, for now, unconscious. Unless somebody wants to go wake him up. He's out of the fight. Unconscious. Give him some smelling salts or something. Back to the top of the turn order and Colt Wingy. How I hate him. And it shall be quick, because he's going to come over here to get line of sight on the beast. You hear the sound of his sniper rifle being chambered and shot. And then the bullets going through this thing. Except one that hits it in its head, and the phased bullet stops and falls at JJ and, we'll say, Ricky's feet. Colt's head recoils at that, because with the last shot, he was shooting for the head.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Does Carter notice that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Carter looks down at it, says over comms, no headshots, only body.
Here we go. This one's worded a little wonky. Never really came around to fixing it, but it's gonna rear back, putting its arms out, head to the sky, and let out a shriek. Oh, and, by the way, one psychic damage to our spellcasters in the party. Memory Ann grabbing her head, letting out a scream of pain.
Carter doing the same. Everyone in the fight, wisdom saving throw of 18.
Mm-hmm. Where all strength checks are made at disadvantage for the end of the fight. Except Benny. I will let Benny pass. He's unconscious and... Okay, Carter's good. No! She's definitely gonna fail. I don't worry about this too much. Soul's good. Ooh, Sam failed. That's not good.
That failed.
Its head will quickly whip around, and then that glowing headpiece on its eye. Both of them will take this damage, because she's holding on to Samantha. It hits Sam, but it fucks Elizabeth up as well. So much so that she actually falls over, grabbing her head, and Elizabeth tumbles this way towards Cole. It then whips around. There you go, Nick. And it will conclude its turn. Mortis is up as Memrian will take her turn. But she looks shocked, seeing the, we'll say, distortion generator thing being summoned.
Carter's actually gonna go over the radio. Memoran, see if you can wake Benny up.
I'll look back at Carter, but I need to stay here!
Carter turns around. Magic empowers it. We're casters. You're a really good caster. Go see if you could wake Benny up.
She will start running over to Benny.
Ricky's going to try 3 more slashes with the flails.
What does the 28 do?
The first 2 are going to... He's going to swing towards the chest. It'll dodge out of the way of the second. The third, he's going to try and push it into it. For the third attack, he's going to let go of it, grab the chain, and yank it back, cutting into the side of it. Yeah.
Nice.
Nothing there. Save key for now. That'll be all Ricky can do.
Eliza, as you're aware, you're rooted as wherever she landed. But Ricky's crit did destroy one of the distortions.
Alright. Elizabeth is going to... You know what? She might as well try it. She is going to try and flash grenade its DC 16 con check. Definitely makes that. And then she is going to fire her shotgun twice at it.
Oh,
Neither
damn
of them
it.
hitting.
Eliza, sorry, darling.
That's what you get, Eliza.
What will Miss Winger be doing?
Soul. Oh gosh, she does not feel comfortable being out of this fight. She is going to 15, 20, 25. Does she have clear line of sight of it?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay. She is going to fire 2 shots of her Centurion Defender into it, and then fucking go into here and try to hide behind a tree.
Alright. Jacoby, and then Cancer Winger.
Alright, Jacoby. We need some more dice. He's just gonna do this for dice. Still has a stack of insightful fighting, so you don't necessarily need to make the check if you don't want to. But he is going to get those. Oh, there you go. Second turn of slice and dice. He's going to make his 2 attacks. Oh, there's supposed to be an advantage since people are near. And on that second one, he will pump in 3d6 of plasma infusion.
Nice. What about Cancer Winger?
Cancer is going to do what he can right now, which is attacking twice.
recklessly at least.
And once again, no dot and no electrical fury damage. So he's just gonna have to pass that turn.
Alright. Sam, scrambling to her feet, picking Elizabeth up off the ground. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if it's a good idea for us to be together like this.
No, we're staying, and she, one hand, starts shooting her light machine gun at this thing together.
Whatever you say, boss lady.
She'll take away one of the distortion effects of the generator. Benny is being woken up by Memory Ann. I'll let him up in a turn or two, but he made his roll, unsurprisingly, but he'll be up and ready to fight in a turn or two. And that's where Memory Ann sits, returning to the top of the order with Hasted Colt, who I, in fact, hate. I'm gonna do that. And I'll give him 2 attacks. Take this away. Cool under pressure like his mother and father. His AC is 20, and the summons will be 20 as well. But I'm not gonna change all of them. Too much work in the middle of a fight now. So these will disappear as long as you hit on a 20. Now, interesting. So, Rebecca is Soul's child's to be name, right?
Correct.
And it is going to be a paladin of the time deity.
Yeah.
Therefore, magic, right?
Yep.
Its head turns when Soul shot it, and it will... magic users take damage. And then you see it almost inhumanly hunch down on the ground and jump into the air, landing on this tree, whipping out its pistol, aiming right for Soul.
Fuck.
Fucker is fast! Sam watching it. I told you to stay inside! He points back at Soul.
I can't stay while everyone else is fighting!
Au revoir! Shooting Soul twice. Knocking her back a combined 30 feet.
So it's knocked down.
Goes flying through the building into a tree, Colt watching in horror. And the assassin will move to finish the job. Ends his turn. Mortis is up. Memory Ann's been ordered to come do this, so she can't help.
Understood. He's going to move up to here and start swinging. And 2 attacks. Actually, he's gonna look back and Colt fuck it up, and he's gonna pull out his grenade and stick it.
Its head whipping around, looking at Ricky when it sees Ricky's close the gap that quick.
Alright, so Colt gets to auto hit, so it's this, plus he gets an attack on it from this.
Yeah, his girl and child's life is on the line. He'll take it. Destroying the distortions, and I'll say it blows up and flies back this direction too. Through some trees.
That is as far as Ricky can move this turn. He'll spend an attack swapping to the commando rifle and use his last attack to shoot.
Samantha, you shoot. I will have Samantha move Elizabeth wherever she wants to go on her next turn.
She is going to want to get closer. So.
Move me closer to him.
She nods her head, seeing what happened to Soul. Moving her right in front of the creature. And it's not his turn, but he is not gonna let anything happen to her. He'll move too. Eliza shall be up.
Alright, Eliza is up. Switching to her Mauler. Fuck.
Come on! Yes! Flavor out. I like to imagine it's getting up because it got blown through trees and then shot by Ricky, so it's getting up. It's whipping its body up.
This thing... She pulls out her Mauler, fires off the first shot, and it, like, deftly dodges. But then she predicted where it was going to move, so she quickly moves over, her hand over, and fires again, hitting it right in, just square in the chest.
Nice. Recoiling back.
And then, because the Mauler is out of ammo, she is going to make a strike Mauler attack against it.
Oh! Nice.
That is Eliza's turn.
Solwinje is down and out. She'll be rezzed by Colt on his next turn. So, it falls to Jacoby and Cancer. I'm sorry.
Jacoby. Yeah, he can easily make that. Starts ODMing through the trees, quickly making his way to this assassin, and he will... Boom. Sneak attack. And then second attack.
Nice.
And on that second attack, he's just gonna fluid combat again for 4 more turns of S&D.
Fluid autism. Oh god.
Oh,
Fluid Nick!
fluid sympathy.
Yes! Correct. I'm doing too much. Justin Hecker, fuck you. Alright! Cancer is up.
Cancer is going to... 1 second, let me measure this out. Cancer can only make it to right about there. Does he have a shot on him with the plasma rifle?
Sure, yeah.
He is going to take a shot.
I would say Ricky notices this, since he's been in this thing's face all fight. Up until just a few seconds ago. So does JJ. I don't know about Sam or Elizabeth. And definitely Cancer. But every time that pain is felt in the spellcasters' heads, whatever it's doing, even if you're not a magic user, you know it's doing something that's hurting them. Its vials are filling.
I don't know what it's doing, guys, but those vials on its hips are filling up quick.
Sam, hearing that, looking at the vials, looking at, the vials on the creature, then looking at JJ. Sam will try rocking a hard place. Her little brother's girlfriend or wife, pregnant, about to be killed by this thing. She will shove a grenade in its chest. I'll give her 1 chance. Roll at disadvantage. She'll punch it in the skull and send it 1 square back, and it will explode, that plasma grenade. Including Samantha's turn. Remember, Benny's still down and out. I'm gonna give Soul a flat 20 HP back. No roll on it. He's gonna stick her right in the neck. Helmet off, looking down at her, grabbing her face.
Her eyes open up, roll back from her head. I'm sorry, I couldn't just watch you guys fight without me.
Are you okay?
I'm fine, I'm fine.
Okay, I think it's hot, but not right now, looking over his shoulder.
I know. I'll stay put. Jesus.
He is gonna pick her up and keep her stay put. Stay in the tree.
Staying in the tree.
Don't shoot at it. Don't look at it. Stay in the tree.
Stay.
No matter what you hear.
So I'll try.
So long, sweetheart. Kissing her.
So long.
I'll use his rest of his turn to come out, leaving her in the tree. The dust and smoke and plasma fragments clear, and it stands right back up. Sam looks shocked.
Well, shit.
It is looking around for Miss Wingy. Can't quite find her though. Whipping out its pistol. Actually, hitting Cancer Wingy with this.
Okay. Oh, and it's all magic users damage.
Coming up, don't worry. Don't you worry. It's coming. It's gonna be great. We'll roll the value so you see it now, but there you go. Oh, sorry, Cancer. Cooking with fire. It hits Carter, and it hurts, the Contra headgear, but it more or less just makes you feel very sick all of a sudden, like somebody turned your stomach upside down.
Carter will put his hand over his mouth and try his best to hold down vomit, but I like to think he does not succeed entirely.
That would be fine. What's Sam's last strength check? 8. Perfect! JJ sees the love of his life. It grabs her arm and whips her around like a rag doll, throwing her all the way over here, slamming into a tree. He hears her let out a yelp, which is rare for her to show any emotion or pain in combat, but definitely a yelp as it throws her away. Looking around, it's not done yet. All 3 will hit JJ. Vortex Bolt from a wrist gauntlet. Point blank.
He will have the 9 damage from the Vortex Bolt with Uncanny Dodge. So.
No. Perfect. That will end its turn, and we're up to Mortis. Yeah, we're up to Mortis. Wingy.
Understood. Not seeing much else he can do. He's gonna run up, ignite his Keyblades, and go for 3 attacks.
Nick, come on, Nick!
Alright, that one hits. Seeing that downright awful luck, he'll spend 1 key for Flurry of Blows, so he gets 2 more attacks. Second one hits. That'll be Ricky's turn.
No worries. I think somebody's got you. Okay. Memory Ann has Benny up. He's fucked up. But he's okay. I don't know where. Yeah, you got line of sight. Carter can definitely, if he looks back while he's vomiting, see Memory Ann picking Benny up. Arm over Memory Ann's shoulder, Benny gesturing up to her, pointing back to where they are, and I will put them here. That's as close as they get on this turn. Eliza.
Eliza is going to well, no, actually, no, she can't move. She's rooted.
Nee.
Yeah. She is going to switch her normal shotgun and buckshot it.
Ah!
And then action surge, bonus action fighting spirit, and 2 more buckshots. Well, that advantage. So the first one wouldn't hit, and the second one does.
Very, very nice. What's Miss Winja doing? I will say this. When she revealed herself last time, even shooting at a distance, not only did it close the gap, but it found her quickly. She's smart enough to know if she does, it's gonna find her again, quickly.
She is going to... Would she think that if she moves around in the brush and moves like the trees and stuff, it would catch her?
That is not up for me to decide. That's up to you. The consequences, whatever they may be, whether they happen or not, or... Can't tell you.
She's gonna have to stay put then.
Probably a smart decision. Jacoby is up.
Jacoby is going to... He needs more dice. Whoops. He will make his 2 attacks.
Oh, what's he doing?
3d6 more on plasma infusion. He's gonna try to go for the vials that have been filling up.
Okay. Nice. Don't break. Very nice. Oh, Cancer. What are you going to do, Cancer? Show me.
Carter finished throwing up over radio. Samantha, sound off.
Good. He sees her getting up.
Carter nods over to her. Marianne, how's Benny looking?
We're on our way. He's not in great shape.
Heard. 5. Carter is going to... He's gonna have to get up to his face. He wants to protect Elizabeth and his sister. 2 attacks.
Oh, what's he doing? Vengeance time with that 20.
He is going to run up, slide in front of Elizabeth, and on the slide, spin the sword around and slash at his chest.
Benny and Marianne will move up here. Oh, Nick! Not this turn, but... Okay, well, Cancer will slash. We're putting Benny up this way. Samantha sounded off. She is picking up this dead body. And we'll leave it at that. Right here. Okay, back to the top of the order. Normally I wouldn't do this, but I think after seeing some of Ricky's attacks, he needs some help.
Understood.
Using a lot of damage, make use of it. He's giving it to Ricky, so make use of it.
I will.
Alright, that will be Colt. Cancer, turning towards Cancer Winja. Nick, 3 psychic damage to our magic users. JJ notices the vials have gone full. And when they do, This thing, as soon as he was attacking them, so he's clearly looking at them. He noticed they went full when whatever it's doing to give Carter, Memory, and Soul a headache went out. And as soon as they filled up, they emptied. This thing lets out a massive shriek that seems like it shakes the world around them. Scream, really. Sounds like a female. Uh-huh. All the stat values, Julius. All of them. It's going to pick a JJ up, and we'll just do a 1d8 damage to him. It's gonna throw JJ this direction. Perhaps underestimating its quarry. Attempting to hit Carter with that. Gotcha, Cancer! And then, we're not gonna waste too much time, because there's no way you're beating it. It's gonna shoulder check Ricky out of the way, and interestingly enough, whips out its plasma rifle pistol. And this motherfucker very lucky. Starts wildly shooting into the trees. Wonder who he's looking for. And that will conclude its turn. Ricky is up. Remember, Ricky cannot miss from Colt.
Okay, so all of his...
2 turns, but Colt cannot do anything. But you got 2 turns where you do not miss, no matter what rule is in this game. And I make the rules, so you're good.
He's gonna come up and go for 3 strikes.
Now, when it comes to Cancer, if Cancer can give a strength check of 10 or higher, he can... It's a lightning gauntlet. He's a lightning magic user. He can break it, and I'll even let him break it for Elizabeth. So he can stay in the fight.
Alright.
Alright,
Flavor him up!
He's, upon feeling whatever Colt gave him, gonna run up, and with the opening one, stab it directly in the back of its left shoulder. Turn and give a nice slash right across its lower back with a second slash, and then the third one is another stab, this time into the lower thigh.
Nice. Now, Memory Ann's carrying Benny. I'm gonna give Memory Ann's actions to Benny, and he hits Carter with 18 points of healing immediately. I like to imagine you stagger it this way too, because it was too busy shooting into the tree line looking for Soul.
And you know what? He'll spend 1 more key for 2 Flurry of Blows attacks.
You can move up 1 if you want towards it, because you stagger.
Okay, there we go. And that will be Ricky's turn for this round.
Oh, how I hate Ricky. Elizabeth is up. Now, if you want to have Cancer make the roll now, go ahead.
Alright.
Otherwise, she's stuck there, not able... Teamwork makes the dream work, kids.
So since he is raging. Oh, thank God.
Oh, he made it, Nate!
Yeah, he just grabs her. She feels the static, and all the lightning that's keeping her rooted down just dissipate, and it seemingly just flows into Carter himself.
She's no longer rooted. She's good to go. Whatever she wants to do.
She is going to... Yeah. 5, 10, 15. She's going to do that, and harpoon over to it.
Benny's turn, when it comes up, it doesn't matter now. This one is going on, Ricky. This one. The next one's going on somebody else.
Understood.
And then she is going to
make a Stock Strike Mauler attack. And she can make 2 of those since it's the Mauler. With the second one adding 5 fire damage. That's it for Elizabeth.
Well, what's Solwinji doing? I like to imagine she knows it's shooting at her. Some of the plasma even hit close to her, pretty close.
Soul is going to look around. Probably go for the most heavily fortified place to block more damage. So 5, 10, 15, 20. She's going to move around here for cover from the building.
Okay, good.
And then she's not going to cast anything. She's not going to do anything like that.
Cancer or Jacoby and Cancer are up. I mean, if you look at Samantha, she's got the guy's body picked up, and she's ruffling around with something in her hands. JJ's up. She looks very focused.
Okay. On his way there, he's going to pass by Sam. What does she have in her hand?
I'm really not sure JJ would know this. He didn't join the military. He wouldn't know. It looks like plastic explosive, but any detail beyond that, I'm not giving him.
Okay, gotcha. So he will continue up to this guy. He's gonna move around so Sam will still have a clear line of sight on him. And he will make his attacks. Oh yeah, no, he needs to build up more dice. And then he will make his 2 attacks.
Ooh, some flavoring.
Ooh, the second one actually misses. That matters not. So he passes by Sam, hooks his ODM harpoon onto that tree right there, swings around it once, and on the second attack slides on the ground with his feet, stopping him in place while he slashes at its stomach, doing a bit of a spin on his way there, just completely fucking up the stomach as much as he can. The second attack, I like to think that his sword tries to go for the head, but it stops. And
Cancer will be next when JJ's done.
that's it for JJ's turn. Cancer is going to 25 right there. Yeah, he is going to make his attacks. One of them hitting for 23 damage. That will be the end of Carter's turn.
Samantha is doing something still. She rolled her in check. She'll be good in a bit. We return to the top of the order. Colt skipped because Ricky's still good to go. And please remember, he's also got a free attack because of Benny.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Well, when it rains, it pours. Memrian getting hit, letting out a scream. Carter! Going flying backwards. Whips out its plasma pistol very quickly. She goes flying, and she is unconscious just like Benny was. Carter gets to watch it. Maybe it'll make him rage. I don't know. Get angrier, I hope.
Oh, he gets very angry, yeah.
Benny watching her go flying, but Benny plants his feet. He's the medic. He's gotta stay. throwing Eliza this direction. A quick backhand smacking JJ across the face. I'll send him this far with the backhand. Pressure going off to Sol Winje, Miss Winje, and Mr. Cancer. Memory End's knocked out, so no big deal. Perhaps underestimating some of its quarry. She is so lucky. It starts firing through that house like fucking mad. Soul sees the house getting shredded and blown up around her, basically. And even a glob of whatever that thing that hit Carter that made him sick was, goes sailing past her and she starts to feel sick. No damage, but she definitely feels the effect of the RC projection. And it stops right here, ending its turn. Mortis Winji Cancer Valor.
He's gonna come up behind it, and he will open by spending his first attack and his 3 Mushin energy for Blade Rush. So that still hits. I have to roll 3d6. 1 free attack. Which hits. 3 Keyblade attacks. 3 more energy rolls. That was 4. I'm only going to take the top ones. And 1 more key for Flurry of Blows.
Yeah, I'd say that was worth it.
And while doing it, he's going to be basically just slashing away as quick as he can in the back, and then say, how about you pick on someone your own who could actually fight back, you skull-faced twink.
Now, Memory End's out. She's out of the fight, unless Benny goes to get her, and he's not going to get her. So, it goes to Elizabeth.
Alright, Elizabeth is going to... Yeah,
Shoot it! Sam says over the radio, but don't get near it. Get out of the way, Ricky. That's all she said.
fine, yeah, sure. She will start shooting it. Alright, one of them hit, so that's 25 damage from her. That's all she can do for right now.
What's Miss Windsor doing?
This thing's closing in on her, Miss Wingy. Oh god. She needs to continue to run, I think. She's going to go right here, but then... Yeah. She's going to Misty Step 30 feet away. 5, 10,
Hey!
15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, there you go. 30 feet away to right there.
The Misty Step going off, most definitely Ricky. I like to imagine it was looking at Ricky when it was insulting. Ricky was insulting him. Its eye glows and it looks immediately in this direction.
Shit, Samantha, whatever you got going on, do it.
She's propping up this guy's body with something strapped to it. But yeah, Ricky definitely sees. And I like to imagine it gives off a strong light going through the trees. Soul knows it knows where she is now.
It's got your number, Soul.
Yeah, I know.
Carter looks behind himself. Do you need help, Samantha?
Oh, just shoot it, stay away, get Ricky out of range.
Got it.
Jacoby, then Cancer, and Samantha.
Jacoby.
Jacoby, since he is a bit faster than Cancer. 20. Grab a hold of Ricky and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Move him away over to here.
Okay.
And he will then fire his ODM gun at him. 7, 7, 7, 7. There it is. That is all for Jacoby. Cancer is going to 5, 10, move out of the way and fire into him with the plasma gun.
Nice. Quite interesting. Letting out a scream, she charges with this thing. This guy's what's left of his body in front of her, and something strapped to it, and she'll push it into him. And then Colt will grab it from behind. At the top of the turn order.
Carter's eyes widen.
And Kaplooey. She goes flying back. He goes flying back. Both unconscious. And they're out of the fight. Benny can get them up, but out. And out. Soul, seeing this happening, left no choice once it knew where she was. The dust and clouds abate. Not dead. Its arm has been blown off. Head fucked up but intact. The vials are gone now, for sure. And the arm it's missing is the hand it was holding the plasma rifle in. And it staggers over to where the plasma pistol is, picks it up, and that will conclude its turn after that attack. It's fucked up beyond belief. But it's still in the fight. Its rage is gone. I'm even gonna fuck its AC up heavily, but yeah, it's got one arm. It fails all checks from now on, but it's still in the fight, and I wouldn't underestimate it.
Okay.
And it's aiming its plasma pistol here. It's looking for Soul. That's its turn.
Alright.
I just need to do one thing here.
Take your time. Whenever I'm good to go, let me know.
This is gonna go... I said it was gonna go on somebody else. I'm putting it on Ricky, just because I don't... Yeah, he's the well, yeah, Ricky. Just keep it on Ricky since you're next.
Understood. He is gonna run in and continue where he left off. One attack at a time.
Now attacks miss, remember?
Yes, sir.
But you got an extra.
Alright, that's 2. Third attack is gonna be another Blade Rush, using his Mushin energy. Barely hits. One attack from that. Misses. Last attack of the turn. Misses. He's gonna do that, and against his better judgment, he's gonna move in between it and Soul. And that'll be
Where did my turn order go? Oh, there you are. Alright, memory ends out. Elizabeth, so...
Elizabeth is going to harpoon over to it. Boop. And you said it's gonna fail all checks?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll them.
Flash grenade.
Yep, there you go.
So it is blinded until the end of their next turn.
then she's going to fire one buckshot into it. Yeah, one buckshot into it, and that will be her turn.
Miss Winjay.
Miss Winjay is going to continue to move 30 over to there. And that's all Miss Winjay is going to do.
Jacoby.
Jacoby is going to make his 2 attacks against this fucker.
And how does it die? Unfortunately, Samantha, not conscience to see this.
He is going to fly right up to this fucker, cut off its other arm, kick it in the stomach, and then as it's bent over, he twists his swords around, pumps all of the plasma infusion he can into his swords, and stabs it right through the spinal area down into the pelvic area.
Blood coming out of where the mouth port would be, which looks mostly fused closed. Lets out somewhat of a gurgle and falls over dead. The eyepiece powering down.
Motherfucker. Carter will start limping over to Benny. Benny, are you good?
He nods, and he's running right in Colt's direction. He just picked. He's running towards Colt, knowing he probably got the brunt of the blast. As he runs by, he points at Soul, pulls the point back, points at her again, pulls it back, shakes his head at her, and runs over to Colt.
She looks down at her feet and leans onto the tree beside her.
But you don't even care about him? Are you that fucking stupid?
She will make her way
Stop,
over.
you rainfalls are fucking idiots. All of you. He kneels down and starts working on Colt.
Elizabeth is gonna run over. Can I have some meds, a syringe, or something to get Samantha up?
Yeah, he'll turn around and hand her a part of his medkit.
She will take that part of the medkit, hand it over to
Do you not care that he got blown up? Are you that dumb?
Of course I care.
Why don't you just go back to the ship?
She looks at Benny.
Oh, your husband got blown up and you're gonna look down at your feet. Get the fuck out of my office. Go back to the ship.
I want to stay by my husband. Thank
Yeah, shut the fuck up. He's not having any of Soul. That was... Alright, Carter. Or whoever, this thing's dead.
JJ, let me have some of that. I'll go help Carter with Memory Ann.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. He'll hand some of it over. Okay, Carter's already running over to Memory Ann.
He's gonna run as quick as he can to catch up.
Looks
Here.
peaceful.
He slides down, and will try to... He's gonna start administering first aid.
She gasps away.
He holds her face. Are you good? Are you good?
Is it dead?
It's dead. It's gone.
She sits up. It's dead. You're sure? She looks around.
JJ killed it. JJ killed it. It's dead.
Yeah, if it comes back, I'm gonna be even more shocked.
None of us are dead?
No.
No.
Colt and Sam ain't great. They're knocked out.
Oh no.
I know. He rubs his face. That thing fucked us up.
Yeah. You alright, Memory Ann?
I'm okay. My head is... It feels split in half, but I'm okay.
No, I'm not supposed to touch you guys, but you mind if I help you two walk back? Because you guys are fucked up in the head right now.
No, I need to see Colt. I need to see, Samantha. I can't even think right now. My head is so botched.
Come on, you two, give me your arms.
Why is Benjamin screaming?
He's
fucking soul or something. I don't know. Come on. He stands up with Ricky's help and helps Memory Ann up.
Sam is unconscious over.
JJ immediately makes his way over. Elizabeth joining JJ, and he'll start administering first aid to her.
She wakes up, grabbing at his throat tightly, choking him.
JJ grabs onto her wrist and starts shaking his head.
She blinks twice and lets go. Is it dead?
It's dead. I killed it. Are you okay?
HMX. She gives a thumbs up. Plastic explosive, highest grade.
That's good. That's good. That does not answer my question, though. Are you okay?
Improvised trick Ricky's father taught me.
Oh, God. He, starts checking her pupils and stuff. Concussion, all that jazz.
Most likely concussed badly, yeah.
Okay. We're gonna need to get you to an actual doctor, Benny, who fucking ever, okay?
Is everybody alive?
Everyone's alive, don't worry.
He gives a thumbs up. My wrist's not broken this time.
That is true. Your wrist is not broken. He starts to pet her cheek with his hand.
Colt's okay?
Mm-hmm. Colt's okay.
Good.
Smiles at her. Elizabeth is gonna look at her. I'm actually gonna go check on Benny right now, okay? She smiles as best she can and will start making her way over to Benjamin, Colt, and Soul.
Colt wakes up, grabs his rifle. Weakly. Benny, nah. It's dead.
Soul puts a hand on his. Are you okay?
It's dead.
She nods. It's dead. Don't worry. It's gone. She points at the dead body. It's over there.
Can see why people would think you would have said no going up to the altar. Stay on the ground. Colt looks confused. And no, I won't shut up. And no, I won't shut up. I'll air my grievances. Thank you. He's going to be fine. Only blew himself up for you. He walks away from Soul.
She nods. She looks at Colt. Before I rushed over to you, I looked down at my feet because I was ashamed of myself. I'm sorry.
It was the right call. Blowing it up, I mean. Yes. This armor's a lot sturdier than it looks. Tapping his chest.
Yeah, it is. She puts her head onto his helmet.
Is that why he's mad?
Yeah, because I looked down at my feet. She takes the helmet off. It was stupid of me, I know. I should have just rushed over to you.
Concussion protection built into the helmet.
She lets out a bit of a chuckle, puts her forehead onto his.
I would hope you'd rush over. Jesus Christ! He looks around the explosion, a crater in the ground.
I did. I was stupid and felt ashamed, and I looked down at my feet, and I'm sorry.
The thing was gunning for you. Hands on his head.
She nods. Do you think it was given orders, like, take me out because of some of the things I could do?
He stands up slowly, falls back to the ground, maybe.
Stay on the ground, sweetie. He told you to stay.
I want to see that thing.
She looks over. Maybe some of them can bring it over.
Terminated. Looking down at it, though I did nothing to it, but yeah.
Carter puts his hand onto her shoulder. You got Benny up, and that helped out quite a bit. He nods to Benny, looks at her. I'm sorry. I should have told someone else to do it.
It's okay. Somebody had to get him up, and I'm sure it paid dividends. Everybody's still alive.
It did. He's gonna put his hand up to his earpiece. Oz, we're gonna need to pick up and get Benny's station ready.
Copy that. How's it going down there? Memory Ann, I tried to call for backup. When I was waking him up, that thing was cutting off our communications, I think, because all I got was static, and he sounds none the wiser. Sitting in the ship.
Carter nods. He'll get onto radio. Just get back here ASAP. Oz will tell you on the ship, okay?
Copy that!
Copy that. He'll get off the radio, look over at Sam. Sam, are you good?
She weakly thumbs up.
JJ is carrying her like Princess carrying her.
Colt okay?
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Good.
Though better off with... Never mind. Anyway, he's fine. And that's stupid. That was stupid. Don't fucking use plastic explosives at point blank. Improvised trick the Ranger Major taught me, and it worked. Did it blow off its arm? She looks down at...
Oh yeah.
Carter nods. Yeah, its arm was gone. The one that was holding the rifle, and it's, yeah, had to come and pick it up, and that gave us an opening.
Colt's gonna get up, walk on his own.
Sounds like something my dad'd teach ya. He always used to say, if it looks stupid but works, it's not stupid.
Looking down at it, that was our plan for if we ever ran into a xenomorph again. Looking at Samantha. Uh-huh. Nodding his head.
Soul is going to put his arm around her shoulders.
I'm good.
Oh, I know you are. I just want to help you.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping you don't do that one again. Especially not against something that'll pop in acid.
Not a lot else seemed to be working, though. I missed the fireworks.
They were certainly interesting. He looks up at the two of them. It was very helpful, very... Well, it won us the fight, just... Please don't do that again, please. I don't know if you guys will survive another one of those.
Yeah, I mean, you two ain't supposed to I ain't supposed to outlive the two of you.
At this rate, you probably will. Looking down at it.
If these fuckers just ignore me like this thing did, then yeah.
Magic hunter or something. It was clearly going after the squad's princess.
Biggest
Carter.
magic target.
Carter rubbing his forehead and nods. She probably does have the most magic out of any of us.
She got the most something, for sure. Benny will leave. He walks away. We need to return this to our parents.
Carter nods. Yeah, we need to get out of here.
Probably gonna get scolded by mom and dad for that one. Sam chuckled.
Hey, you got the job done and you two made it out alive.
HMX puts her thumb up again.
You gotta show me how to do that. That was sick.
Ask your dad. He's the one who taught me. She passes out in JJ's arm. Loopy said.
Oh, Jesus. He looks down at her. I'm gonna go to the drop site, bring her with me, so she can get to the med bay as soon as possible.
Aunt Nicole, now.
Yes, Aunt Nicole. My sister Nicole, Jesus. He'll start carrying Sam off towards the ship.
And they do. Flashing here, Hunk, this is where I wanted to stop. Oh no.
Davine blinks a couple times.
How? I thought Samuel said there weren't enough parts in the universe. Hunk, well, he's probably, I don't know why he would even know that, but he's not wrong. That is a replica, and a damn fine replica. Oh my god. Under his breath.
Davine opens her mouth, closes it.
All the talk Krellin was doing about McQueen Mustang last week when we were hanging out at Clive's got me thinking, I could buy a replica. What, why be sad about it? Replicas are expensive. That thing's probably at least 60 mil, but why not treat myself?
Well, that is very true, darling, but if we were to treat ourselves, why not just try and, get a new one? Wouldn't it be a bit, I don't know, Soletta, what is the word for it? A small bit hokey to have just a replica?
A replica can never be as good as an original. So why would you want one? Yes, I agree.
Exactly. It would be a bit lesser, don't you think, darling?
Well, yeah, but he's walking up with the bag. Samuel already said there's not enough parts in the galaxy, and even if there were, that would be retardedly expensive. I mean, it would, it'd be a lot of money. I'm like, I can have a replica. Next best thing. It's like buying one of them, like the comic books Nicole likes to collect. Um, the comics that, or she won't ask Peakbot for like 90 million for a comic book. She buys like the $60 stand-in ones. It's like that, only it's a fully functional vehicle. So hey, I can passenger princess you around town in this and the lane.
Davy nods. That would be very interesting, very very cool. In fact, just she leans forward.
Plus, if we want to make Bullet, if we want to remake it, we need the Mustang. If I'm gonna play McQueen, I need this. So we'll kill two birds with one stone.
That is very true, darling. Very true. Davine will look over. Let me go look at it real quick. She'll walk over and put her hand onto Soletta's shoulder, and she'll start thinking in her head. Make it have scratches. Make the inside look completely different to how it is actually supposed to look. Make it look like the worst replica ever.
Oh, okay. Hunk walks in to go talk to the robot who mans the car lot. Soletta, oh god, he's going to buy.
Davine shakes her head. If he sees how poor a replica it is, Letty, then he's not going to. You do that, I'm going to go inside and get his attention to tell him to come out and look at it.
Make scratches, right. Do you have a knife, Blaze? Blaze, starts looking around as Davine hears Hunk, I want to buy, as she comes in. I want to buy that what?
Davine puts a hand on her shoulder. Honey, come look at this.
What do you mean?
No, there's something wrong with it, darling.
Oh, no, I want to buy this thing. It's okay, we can have it fixed up.
No, darling, it's... She leans forward. It's not like an exact replica, darling. It's... Just come look.
You smell that?
Smell what?
Smoke.
Smoke? She starts smelling.
She sees a fire inside the car. Blaze standing back looking shocked. Soletta moving back with the grandkid.
Oh my god!
Holy shit! The robot calling authorities. Walking this way.
She turns to look at Hunk. I told you something was wrong with that.
Oh, what the hell? Blaze, I don't know what happened. We got close to the vehicle and it combusted internally. Sitting out here in the Californian heat, sire. He points up to the sky.
Davine looks up, looks at it. Oh, I thank God you didn't buy it, darling. It is like slightly more hot at Rainfall Lane.
Can you do something about that, Soletta? Soletta, yes, don't worry. I'm gonna go tell the robot to not call the fire department. Here, take the bag, dear.
She'll take the bag. Okay, I'm going to help out Soletta.
Soletta will freeze the car over and it melts because of the fire. Really? She looks over at Blaze. It's all I could think to do! I didn't have a knife!
Davine puts her hands up. It's fine.
He lit the interior on fire, Blaze. Good thing I keep these loaded.
I could see that. Oh God, I thought you guys were just going to mess it up. Or she looks at Soletta. I put like an illusion spell on it or something.
I was looking for a knife. I asked him if he had a knife. He panicked, looked around, and then just shot a jet of flame into the fucking driver's side window.
Well, it's fine. It's going to prevent him from buying it, at least.
That was a close call, Mr. Snuffles. Meow, nodding his head.
Davine rubbing her eyebrow, looking at Soletta. Thank you for helping me not have him buy it. Thank you. And you too, Blaze.
No problem. Maybe I should carry a knife. Looking around.
Davy nods.
She reaches into her pocket, pulls out a pocket knife. I have a knife on me. I don't know why I didn't just give it to you guys.
Even in that dress.
Well, yes. It's always good for a lady to have a knife on her, thank you.
Meow, 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 meow. A paw hitting Jace on the shoulder. This is fucking ridiculous, don't you think? And Jace said,
Jason nods. Mr. Snuffles can actually hear Jace, since babies aren't able to talk, but they could still form thoughts and stuff. This is stupid.
meow, 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 meow. I just can't wait to get back to the restaurant and see JJ.
Jace starts to giggle and laugh as he starts to pet Mr. Snuffles.
Oh fuck! I'm coming out. I'll take the bag from you, honey. Take it from Davine. Well, there goes that dream. I ain't buying that thing. If Robot was saying something like perhaps it's like a defect with the some type of gas intake switch or something like that. Suletta, yes, I agree, as I know much about antique cars. Blaze, yes, nodding his.
Davine shakes her head, walks up to Hunk and gives him a kiss. Oh, I'm so sorry, honey.
No, the robot. I asked the robot if they had another one. He said this is a replica from like 200 years ago. So, no. It's not a really big in-demand car to be remade, believe it or not. So yeah, there's just not a lot of pieces left, and yeah. Oh well. He looks at the car.
Davine looks at it. She points at the car. I don't really feel comfortable standing next to the fireball that is that car.
No, yeah. Just move here. Suletta moving with the grandkids. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Bet you can't wait to see Sasha and say.
He thinks in his head, you know it.
Meow 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 meow. Little gigolo.
Player, thank you. Like player a lot more.
Who are you talking to? Mr. Snuffles looks at Suletta and just shrugs his little fat shoulders. She, whatever, looks away from it.
Davine, looking over at that, looks at Hunk and it gives him another kiss. She gestures to the suit and the dress. At least we got these very nice outfits and a TV for Blaze and some extra things at least.
Some toys for the kids. I got my little model McQueen Mustang, but nothing would beat having an actual car, replica or not. Oh well, some dreams must die. Oh.
Davine looks over at Suletta and back at Hunk and shrugs. I am sorry about this, darling. It is an absolute shame. She smiles at him, flutters her eyes. We are going to still have a good day together, yes?
Oh, absolutely. We dressed to impress, and we got guests coming to dinner. We got to put on a good show for Saris and Ash and Amels tonight. Give them the best food we can, so... yeah, and we can have fun when we get home.
Davine smirks at him, gives him a wink. Oh, we can have a lot of fun when we get home.
Really fit this new suit and dress in. Suletta, yeah, by taking it off.
Oh, we have to, darling. She smiles over at Suletta. We have to.
I'm gonna have to ask Zap if he knows anything about, like, factory errors or something in those replicas. He would know, I think. Oh, he would, tugging at her collar. He would just probably say something like, baby girl lights them on fire to try and kill me. Don't ask him anything. Oh, yeah, probably.
Davine laughs. I would not put it past him.
Baby girl, yes. Looking at the Mustang, the replica. Hunk will pick her up. Alright, let's go check on Zanzibar and Lugnut.
Okay. She smiles at him, gives him a kiss on the nose. Let's go.
The kids beat to hell, coming back. Samantha, everybody's carrying their injuries. Colt's limping in with his rifle. I see, what the fuck? Standing up. Oh wow, Celadon Drake.
Soul is trying to help Colt. Carter walks in. Ambush again.
Icy, please wheel me over to Ricky.
Yep, she will. Blah, 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 blah. Nay.
He's gonna carefully check Ricky up and down. You're barely touched.
Where the hell's Oak here? Marianne with the assassin down in JSOC. Ma'am, she'll stand up and salute, and then collapse into the seat.
What assassin?
Carter looks down. Phantom Strider, sir. RC assassin.
Yeah, it jumped us. I'm fine, Dad. It's the other. It barely looked at me. It's the other guys that are messed up. Oh, shit. Take me over to them, please. I want to get a look and see if they're all right.
HMX, sir. Giving him 2 thumbs up.
Oh my. Are you all right?
Never been better. She passes up.
JJ looks down at Sam, up at Icy. She has a concussion, 100%. It looked like assault plastics. Colt and her, they hugged onto the RC assassin and blew them up.
What? She stands up. Pequod's looking in Memory Ann's eyes, making sure, yeah, she's concussed too. Colt falls over, trying to get to the couch, face first.
HMX. He's gonna look back at Pequod, Julius, and Sasha. A desperation move I've had to use a couple times. You blow yourself and your enemy up.
It worked.
Jesus Christ. Julius will help Soul pick Colt up, and Soul will help Colt over to the couch.
I'm good. He stands at attention, barely.
Julius points down at the couch. Sit.
Okay. He'll sit down.
Soul will start checking him over again. Julius will do the same, open up his eyelids to see if his pupils are dilated.
He's concussed.
Julius looks over at Icy. Concussion. Walks over. You two stay on the ship.
Yes, we dropped them on. We got a distress call. Some woman claiming somebody in the town had a heart attack. We answered as standard protocol. Okay, I was asleep. It was just, we didn't wake him up. They didn't wake him up. We landed in a clearing about a click away. Something cut off our communication. And then when the creature died, that lifted. And we picked everybody up and rushed back here as Sam... She comes back. Not Loopy Sam anymore. Gateway. Hey, my Drake! She looks down at...
JJ exhales a heavy breath. Yes, Starling Gateway.
Thank God. Yeah, we fucked that thing up. Icy next. Going over to Cole.
Yeah, the skull-faced guy jumped us, ma'am. He, ragdolled Benny, and then started messing up the magic users. He really wanted Soul, though.
Julius, nodding over to Ricky, looks over at Benny. Helmet off, please.
Benny will take it off.
He'll start checking Benny over, checking his eyes, everything like that. You got knocked pretty silly, huh?
Yes, sir. Sure did.
Julius looks at him, leans in. You doing okay?
He'll put his helmet back on and nod.
Alright. Julius will nod, pat him on the shoulder, walk over. You two okay?
Okay. Sam waving to Julius. I got a drink.
Julius smiles at her, will walk over. After looking Elizabeth up and down, making sure she's okay, she'll go over by Benny. Julius looking down at Sam. Hey, sweetie, how are you?
Been better?
Yeah, you can see that. Starts moving her hair out of her face.
My head feels better now. No broken bones, but... HMX made an improvised explosive, strapped it to a dead body, ran at the thing, Colt grabbed it, and we blew up. Sasha, goddammit, Colt, looking at him.
I'm very sorry, ma'am. It just,
He shouldn't be. That thing was gonna kill us. Maybe it was... That thing was on Soul like white on rice. There was no choice.
No, I understand that, and I am proud of you for making that decision in the moment, but I do have to apologize to your mother for teaching you something so dangerous.
It was our plan in case we ran into another xenomorph that we couldn't handle straight up. Cold. Yeah, getting healed by Icy. Last thing I remember is just looking back, seeing Soul hiding in a tree, and I blew the fuck up.
You two are so much like your mum, and I think you
Too much. Such a face bomb.
And I think she got a little bit of my recklessness from training under me.
Now, combat footage, I don't like seeing my squad hurt, but I agree, that thing was destroying them. And yes, white on rice, on Soul.
Yeah, it was hunting her dad. It wouldn't let her get away. No, that makes sense. It goes after magic users, and, well, who's the biggest target?
Just when I got back in the fight, getting healed by Icy, thank you, Auntie, getting a cup of water from Pequod, it took me out.
Julius walks over to Carter, checks him over, nods, and over to Marianne. Yeah, well, you guys are all still alive. That is always a plus when you come back from something like this. So focus on that for right now.
Yeah. It basically ignored me throughout the whole fight, sir. Everyone else got messed up except me.
It kind of ignored all of us, just removed us, if we were in its way. And that thing was shooting in the general direction it thought Points its Soul was. Wasting its time and ammunition, assuming it had ammunition. I don't know. We got its gun. Marianne, yeah, we did. Yeah.
We got its entire body. Like we said, Okir's bringing it down to Jasoc.
He wrote it down.
Carter looks over. Yeah, no, he's bringing it down as we speak, sir.
Who wrote it down?
Who killed it? Who killed it? Pequod, rubbing Marianne's head in her chest.
Oh, JJ did, ma'am.
Well done, JJ. I fought the same being and not an easy combatant. Good on you for putting it down.
I could only do it because of the squad and he smiles down at Samantha, my wife, and Colt.
Yes.
What about the civilians? Benny, everybody in that village dead. The last two survivors, he used that lady to bait, and then he killed her, and then the guy's body is paste.
You sliced her in 3, ma'am.
In one swing.
Carter nods. That was after he ragdolled Benny away from us and pushed a dead man's body on top of me. He looks at Pequod and shakes his head. It was certainly a fight. It was empowered by our magic, so none of us could really cast our spells against it.
And then
She'll hug Carter while he's talking.
after those vials filled up, ma'am, they emptied and the thing went into a rage. It ragdolled Sam across the entire field.
Not often that happens to me.
JJ shakes his head. No, it does not. He holds her closer to him.
It was disabling people, keeping them rooted and stuck in place, and so HMX. God damn it, looking at Cole.
Soul is petting Colt's head, making sure he's okay. She looks at Sasha and Towns and shakes her head. He was gunning after me, and I made a real stupid decision, and he told me to stay put, and I came out and I fired at it because I couldn't handle seeing my squad fight and me just not do anything. It was a stupid decision, but ended up getting more people hurt, I think.
Sasha listening to her talk, looking at her. Icy, 10 years from now, if somebody throws one of those things at you, you're gonna eat it for breakfast. Not right now. You made the right move hiding.
Zolnots, I just should have listened earlier.
All good. We blew it up. I never went flying that far in my life, I think, Mom. She's glaring at Cole.
It's really not. I'm sorry, but it did put the entire squad in jeopardy. I know the feeling of wanting to be out there fighting, but you've got to resist that type of thing for the sake of the team. Please wheel me closer, Ricky.
We were in jeopardy no matter what. That thing was cracked.
It was. I watched it shrug off shots from the necroplasm rifle I carry.
That thing wasn't human. I think they are.
I'm pretty sure it is, or was.
When the syringe things plunged the liquid in, it sounded like a female screaming.
Find out soon enough, unfortunately, I think.
Yeah. Happy it's dead, though.
Now I know what Oz felt like. I didn't even get to do anything.
Carter puts his hand onto her shoulder. You did a lot. You helped out the entire squad. Honestly, I definitely should have gotten someone else to go pick up Benny, but
What's the closest?
you were the closest. He rubs his forehead. Yeah. You were the
Besides,
closest.
it paid dividends. More uptime for whoever he was giving the Ricky. I was giving it to Ricky.
Yeah.
Alright. He'll salute Sasha and walk out of the room. This looks confused.
He's not.
Oz, I don't know. Not worth getting into. Everybody's fine. We got a Drake. Yeah.
Yes, that is true. He's gonna look over at Colt. How are your ribs feeling, son?
Okay. Much better now that Aunt Icy helped. I'm pretty sure I had 2 broken ones, but I'm not sure if that's from the explosion or stumbling my way around.
I'd say it's a decent chance from the explosion. I've only had to use that maneuver once. It was on a Drook, if memory serves, and, cracked 3 ribs.
The craziest part about it? He looks around the room at the adults. Apparently, after the explosion went off, it broke the vials and blew off one of its arms, but I was not awake for it. But apparently it was still hunting. He got, Jesus Christ.
Same
I see, like that robot we fought, well, you guys fought with Mom all those years ago.
And the same way it kept trying to fight until it saw it was in an unwinnable situation with me.
Robot. Marianne looks around.
Carter looks around. Julius looks down at Marianne. Me, Grandma, Sherian, and Sasha all fought a robot. It was a Max Tech prototype, made, well, basically designed specifically to kill all of us.
Like the comic book where Grandma Davine destroys it. Because in reality, it's the other way around. It destroyed Grandma, Ash, Julius, and Sasha.
It is.
Oh!
It is quite possibly the only opponent I've seen truly ragdoll you, right, Sasha?
Marianne's complaining about being taken out of the fight. I was taken out, like, in the first 2 seconds, so. Then I came back, after I was unconscious for like 20 minutes, yeah.
It basically picked her up and threw her through a brick wall.
Like 10. She looks at Ash, I think it was like 10, but I lost count after I went unconscious.
It probably was. Hard for me to count. I had the fucker in my face right after you did.
Oh, I thought the comic book was, true to life. Icy stroking her head. Not even close.
Nah. She did get one eventually, but, those things, I'm happy you kids don't have to fight those, because they were, terrifying.
No more HMX. Looking up at JJ.
JJ shakes his head. No more HMX.
What's our plan to deal with xenomorphs? Icy, blow yourselves up. Looking at her.
Blow,
She shrugged.
blow yourselves up with the thing that bleeds acid.
Well, it staggered that creature. As an assassin, I don't know.
Yeah, it certainly did. It certainly did, sweetie. He'll pat her on the shoulder, walk over to Colt and lean down. Sure you doing okay, bud?
I'm good. He looks up at Julius. I think I got knocked back, but not as far as Samantha. And I had my armor on, helmet, concussion protection.
Right, okay. Okay, good. He'll pat him gentler than he did with Sam on the shoulder and nod. That's good, bud. That's good.
So, Pequod speaks up. Squad, whole squad, out. Everybody out, back to the apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna hug Ash. I'll see you in a bit, Dad. Alright, I'll see you then, son. Just, calm down and get yourself something to eat.
Everybody out.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. She will help Colt up and start to leave.
They leave.
Ricky will beat a hasty retreat.
Marianne will stagger out with Carter.
JJ will take Samantha out as well, and Laz will pat Oz on the shoulder so they can leave.
Yeah, I'd say we should probably go. They left Okir on the ship. Oh.
Yes, they did, ma'am.
Why did they leave him on the ship?
He was sleeping, and they... perhaps we, not them, we should have been more on guard, I guess. Especially given the demonic invasion of that laboratory facility. It's our fault. So I should know it's everybody's fault.
Any one of them could have voiced an objection to that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's head was, like, screwed in, dialed in. This lady was convincing on the call, Benny saw it and wanted to act. And so I put him down and then landed as close as I could. And Okia was asleep the whole time.
No.
It's not his fault, in my opinion. He shrugged.
No, it's not. I mean, you believed you were just coming back from a training exercise to go home. You did the right thing in landing there, but somebody should have woken him up.
Don't worry, I'm not mad at you. Or you, honey, looking at Laz. But I'm mad at somebody on that squad, and she's got red hair.
Laz leans back a bit. Well, that would have to be Soul, Mom. She tilts her head. Can I ask why?
We know she's pregnant. We found out earlier, so, yeah.
Julius pinching his nose, nods.
And you know what I don't like? I don't like, even though she's a lot like me, if there's something that's gonna kill you, it's clearly stronger than you, and you don't listen to your husband. I've never thought I would punch a pregnant woman, but today's that day.
Julius just clicks his tongue and pats her on the shoulder.
Because she almost got her husband and Samantha killed if they had to resort to something that desperate. I trust Samantha's judgment, I do. I don't think she'd do something like that on a whim, especially with JJ there.
No, she's razor sharp in battle, ma'am. She would not make that mistake.
Julius just sighs. Yeah, no, I agree. He shakes his head. I trust Samantha's judgment. There's a reason we put her on the damn squad. He just sighs heavily. Yeah, no, go for it, honey. Just fucking punch her in the face. I don't care.
Go back to the apartment. Your dad will do the heavy lifting when it comes to her, though. Oswald, right? Leave. Towns, let's have a cool down, huh? Let's go get a cup of coffee, go down to Okir and this thing and take a look at it. Just in case they have more of them. Then we can develop some weapon or dart gun or net that just takes it out of the equation now that we have the body. That's all we needed, and now we have it. So before we think about punching pregnant women, let's take a cool down and address it logically. That's actually kind of smart, looking over at town.
It's a very good plan. And focus on the good. The kids just beat an opponent far above their weight class.
That is very true, in my opinion. And in a lot of ways, way more dangerous than that Hydra.
I would agree, because this thing had a massive advantage over half their squad, and if not took out, heavily weakened their command structure from the get-go.
Why would it go after Soul by chance? I don't know. We won't know till we look at it. Rubbing Pequod's back, but I imagine it has some number-digit reading, pressure reading of magic, and she's powerful, whether you like it or not. And then, like I said, in 10 years, she can eat something like that for breakfast. Right now, it's uncontrolled power, if you will. It needs to be focused and harnessed. And it probably looked at her and thought, tasty.
Julius Knott's prime product for the reaping, if you will.
And probably thought, oh shit, if something happens, like it gets hit with... She goes, I don't know what it knows about Soul's capabilities, but if it has a power reading of her, let's just say, theoretically speaking, and it's like, wow, this bitch could blast me with 1,000 moonbeams that disintegrate my body. So much for my RC stuff, because my body's gone. I could eat that thing, right? Swallow it whole as Nevermore, it can't do anything to me. It was scared of her, that's why it went for her.
It was scared, and it knew it could hurt her. It went
How do you think it took out all his allies and then went for him? Pointing at Ash, Pequod, god damn.
It gets the right pieces off the board in the right moments, and having felt what it does to your head, I don't envy the kids having Carter and Memory Ann feeling that.
Oh, poor kids. Had to make them magic users. Even though it's not our fault. She looks at Julia.
Julius just shakes his head. It isn't our fault that they're magic users.
I mean, neither of us have a lick of magic between the two of us, and we made 2 of them, but odds are most likely 3, pointing to her stomach.
Julius nods. The most magic I have are these. He points to his runes. And I wasn't born with these. I was given these.
Dare say I might have more magic capability overall than you, sir.
You do. Looking at that.
Julius looks over. Yeah, exactly. You have more magical capability than I do.
Before we punch anybody, we're gonna look at this thing. But please remember, you can't take things like punching people back. And also, if memory serves, a pregnant Pequod flew into a meteor where a queen or empress xenomorph was to save Icy and the original Alpha 9. And then chased Tewas down and a big dragon and got off the ship to talk shit to Tewas. So, there is that. Scratching her chin, Pequod.
Like I said, a lot like you were when you were younger.
That was some good shit talk, too. Looking at Pequod.
Oh no, it was masterful.
It was probably the hottest thing I've seen of you. Up
Oh,
to that point.
Really? Looking at Julius.
Julius looks at her. Honey, I hadn't seen you in like a year. I was beat to all hell, and there you are, my beautiful, glowing, heavily pregnant wife, screaming at one of my greatest enemies. Just fucking shit-talking him? Hell yeah, that was hot.
And Malcolm had just been killed, so it was like, oh, thank God.
From celebration to euphoria.
Julius chuckles. It was not a good day. It wasn't a good day, but it was a good day in the fact that I got to be with my family again.
Agreed. Wrapping arms with Pequod. Okay, let's go look at this thing. Take a cool down. Get some coffee.
Julius nods. Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
Down at Baba Mole's. The Stooges sitting here, Hunk, Davine, the grandkids coming in. Well, look who's here, the martial artist themselves. Scar taking a drink of some whiskey. Hell yeah, what'd you guys think? Oh, nice tux, nice dress, Davine.
Davian smiles. Thank you, darling. I just now got it.
Awesome. What, you guys getting ready for the Hunk Oscars? Wow, getting dressed up for Oscar.
Yes, darling. We want to be all presentable and ready for the Oscars.
But never win any Razzies, Davine. Yeah, that's true. She just don't got the talent to win Razzies, guys.
Yes, darling. I don't think I'll ever have the type of talent I need for a Razzie win.
Sarah's here yet? No. When get here, show her pedo van. Oh, God. Don't call it that, please. To anybody. Okay. Looking and nodding his head at him.
Yeah, no, mate. Not a good idea to call that a pedo van.
Clive, very expert martial artist, Hunk. Yeah. Suletta showed us some of your choreograph practice, guiding Davine behind the bar here. Fernando will move out of the way.
Oh, I mean... Well, give me your honest opinion. He'll smile at Suletta and step out of the seat, gesture for her to take a seat.
She will. You can sit on my lap. You can be my Carter.
Oh, well, I won't say no to that.
You'd have to be stupid to say no to that.
You would have to be very stupid to say no to it.
I will go assist Lugnut and Zanzibar in cooking. He'll go into the back. Suletta, yes, honest opinion of their fight choreography, Davine.
It was, sorry, I'm trying to find the right words for it.
Awe-inspiring, maybe? You know?
Yes, exactly. Beautiful word usage. Awe-inspiring. I would recommend you guys do some work with Julius. Just a bit, though, increase the speed up, maybe really lock down that choreography. I saw some missteps there that I would personally not want in a film. Just some recommendations.
Yeah, because you don't want to have missteps, because people scrutinize the shit out of films. They'll go back, watch it, say, oh, they messed this up, but they tried to hide it. They screwed that up, but tried to hide it. You don't want to give them anything to eat, you know what I mean, Krellin? Understand. Going to practice choreography every day for multiple hours. We going to impress Julius, right, Clive?
I mean, if we manage to impress Suletta, who's probably seen many a martial artist in her days, I think we might manage to impress Julius at least a little bit.
Just a touch. Stroking his head.
Clive smiles at her and nods. Yeah, maybe just a touch. He'll let out a bit of a chuckle.
I heard Scar egging you guys on, calling out like stage directions and stuff. You like it, Scar? I think it's unique. Yeah, I do actually. I think they need. Originally, I thought they needed like ground up work, but then the more we added in like sound effects, and Frederick was like really trying to block Clive. It's like no fight scene I've ever seen. I was basing it off the Malcolm one. I thought they were just gonna do that, and then Frederick. It was kind of intense, actually.
That is something I have to agree with you on, Scar. It is unlike any other fight scene I have ever seen. That is for sure. And Clive, taking that as a compliment, looks over at Frederick, Krellin, and Samuel and gives him a thumbs up.
Show him the dialogue. So here, imagine the setting. Okay. Clive is the alien martial artist enemy, and he's gonna try to convince Marshall to join him. Go ahead, do it, Clive. Marshall will you just stand there looking stoic, Marshall.
Frederick will stand up and
do that weird thing with your head where you lock eyes and you want us to do the hard, tight zoom in on your eyes.
Oh, okay. He'll do the Seagal stare where they zoom in on the eyes.
Action, Clive!
He'll stand up and walk right there. So, you've come to kill me, have you?
Well, you could always join me. But you won't, will you? 'Cause you're a military man. A man of honor and integrity. That's just a shame. He'll turn around to Hunk and Davine, and then that's when, we would start the fight up.
Hunk is clapping with a blank expression. Suletta, bravo. Sit, Clive. That's her last.
Oh, yes, ma'am. He will take his seat.
That's wonderful. Frederick, that thing you do with your eyes, what do you call that?
I would call it like a hardening look, or like a hard stare or something like that.
So, the pacing back and forth, where's the inspiration behind that? Scar come up with it. Points to Scar. And the spin, who came up with the spin to start combat and disengage from combat?
Well, we always had one spin plan, and that was to begin round 2. So I would chalk that up to a Frederick idea. Clive had the idea for me to spin when I disengage. Or Scar did. Scar had the idea for me to spin when I disengage, so that's where that idea came from.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. And you're gonna be really fast with your hands and stuff for the real movie. Is why I need to train with Julia.
Yeah. No, training with Julia shot. Yeah. What video you saw? That was me going at like my top speed. So training with Julia, I definitely think I need that to increase my speed up at least a little bit.
Hunk is pouring 2 glasses of wine right in front of Davine. Gestures for her to take one. Krellin, not to brag, but think Clive should have been martial artist when younger. Yeah! Very impressive, and don't think he need that much help. Oh my god. Under his breath, they're complimenting him. Just whatever. Drink the wine.
Davy nods. It's very rare that they do so. She starts to drink her wine.
That's why I give part to Clive. This villain, alien, need to be greatest foe Marshall ever face. Clive do justice to role.
Well, gosh, that just... He puts a hand on
Are you
his chest.
blushing? She looks at Clive.
Maybe. It's pretty rare that I'll get a compliment from them. It makes me feel really good, okay?
Hunk will hold his glass up to Davine for a ting.
Davine tinks the glass together and will start to sip from her wine.
He chugs his down and starts pouring another. So, when do we, enter production on, what's this movie called? Frederick Force? Right. When do we enter production on Frederick Force? 20 some odd years. Oh.
Yeah, 20 years, give or take a couple.
Why? Do you need 20 years to practice? No, think we have it down in maybe a year. Then why 20 years? Wait for the rise of Thomas. Looking at her.
Davine squints her eyes. Oh, you mean... She gestures to the grandchildren. You mean, the next generation, darling.
Mm-hmm. Martial movies be platform for next generation of Rainfall actors. Oh god, those poor children.
Davine, smiling a bit, nodding, looks at Hung. Those poor kids are never going to want to work on a movie set ever again.
Well, we broke poor Carter and JJ in on War Gods, so how bad could it be? Right? A kung fu action movie starring Marshall Fredson.
Davine looks over at Zuletta and just shakes her head slightly. Clive not noticing, just nodding. I wouldn't mind, like, my first, if I were these kids, my first working on set type deal to be one of those movies, especially the kung fu one. Oh god, I would love that.
Think how much that next generation of Rainfall kids is gonna look up to their Uncle Frederick and Uncle Clive. Think about that. Davine, Hunk, just for a second. Suletta, let it sink in. He starts drinking, gulping down his next glass of wine.
Davine starts to drink hers. She lowers the glass. Oh, darling, I am thinking. Don't you worry. She starts to chug the glass.
I was apprehensive when they first started talking about this Marshall stuff, but after seeing that fight today, what can I say? I'm a believer.
Davine nods. Well, darling, I think I'll need to see just a touch more before I'm really a Marshall Fwedson believer, but she nods. Oh, darling, I am getting there. Trust me.
I like the part where you really screamed Clive and you hit him, and is Marshall gonna no-sell that hit in the movie, Frederick?
Frederick nods. It is one of the 2 times that he'll ever be hit in this, for right now, a trilogy of movies, but yes, he will no-sell it to really show his power.
What's the thing you do with your chins? What's that about? It looks like you're afraid to get hit. Is that why you're doing that? Cullen, oh no. Part of Fred Shido technique. Oh.
Frederick nods. It's a defensive aspect of Fred Shido, believe it or not. It allows your face to get hit less by making more and more chins.
Right, like making your neck stronger like Mike Tyson or something like that.
Yes, exactly. It's just a neck workout, I think they call it.
Meow meow meow, meow 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 meow, meow 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 in all the kids' heads. They hear, God, those 3 are so fucking idiotic, talking about the Stooges.
Jason nods, looks over at Hale, and shakes her head. We're gonna have to work on that movie? Come on.
Uncle Frederick's such a fat ass.
I know, like seriously. Integra just shaking her head. I'm not really looking forward to that one, I'm gonna be honest.
Meow meow meow, meow 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 meow. When the fuck's JJ gonna get here?
I don't know, he should be here soon. Don't worry. Hale, do you know?
Not a clue, dude. Looking at Mr. Snuffles.
Sorry.
Meow meow, meow meow meow, meow meow. With JJ comes Samantha.
Oh god, where the hell is JJ?
Mr. Snuffles will chuckle in their heads as Hunk. Yeah, well, trying to break up a discussion. Maybe give Julius demonstration here tonight in front of KFC owner. No! Please! You must practice! Yeah! You want to give him the best demonstration possible. Take a couple weeks, 2-3 hours a day. Save me, honey.
Yes, darlings, don't you want to present the best of the best to Julius Rainfall, who you all must admit is quite possibly one of the best martial artists to ever exist? Wouldn't you want to present the best of the best to him?
True. Looking at Frederick, so he know we not playing around. Right, Clive? Looking at Clive.
Clive nods. That is a very good point. He puts a hand on his chest. I don't personally think I'm ready to present to Julius at this moment.
No, you have to do the rolling flip thing without landing on your butt. I don't want you to hurt your lower spine. Clive, please.
Right, yeah, no, that is a good thing to practice. Maybe with some mats on the floor, stuff like that.
Yeah, mats on the floor. Have another glass, honey.
I think I will. She'll take another glass of wine and start to drink it.
Show Saris Van when get here. Tell her Van a pedophile. No! She looks over at Krell.
God, you know what, God, I don't really think that's a good idea to tell her that's a pedo van.
I think we gotta get rid of that van from in front of our very successful restaurant we like to keep. It might be bringing down business. Stay there in case of emergency. Oh.
Davine just lets out a bit of a chuckle. Frederick nods. You never know when you might need a van. And hey, we have a van. White Dale, hunk.
Wow, just got text from Nicole. Big news out. Fishbowlhead Jr. pregnant. Who?
Davine starts to cough.
So pregnant. Read her mind. We know for a long time. Gesturing around. Nicole know for a little while, but big news out. Pequod find out. Be very angry.
Davine blinks a couple times, looks at Hunk.
No wonder why she was hiding in her house.
No wonder she wasn't doing the training. The kids mentioned something about her saying like, oh, she's just lazy and stuff like that. No wonder she wasn't training.
She had that glow to her. I've noticed. Were you two aware? Nope. Opening a beer.
Clive just purses his lips and starts shaking his head.
Well, I think Julius and Patricia are going to be on a warpath when they arrive here today.
Oh, I believe so. Oh my god. Davine rubs her forehead, looks at Hunk. Well, it's a very interesting feeling, isn't it? Well, we had a Jace already, but to be a great-grandparent to 2 children now, that's a very interesting feeling.
Oh, no, yeah. Well, we'll take care of him or her. Love it like it's our own, but I am kind of worried for Soul right now.
Oh, as am I, darling, as am I.
What do you think, Jasper? Would you be angry if your daughter was pregnant and still going out on combat missions?
100% I would be angry. I'd probably try to understand why she would do something like that, but I would still be her hypothetical father. I would still be angry.
Hunk's just staring at the doll talking. Will, even though he just filled Davine's glass, fill it, or flashing up to J-Sock. It's almost overflowing. The wine in the glass. Flashing up, got some coffee, got a little cool down, iced coffee. Okir's standing outside the room, just looking in. His hammer.
Julius, with Pequod in his arms, will make his way up to Okir.
Look, Ash, no hands. Let's Ash go.
Thank you, Icy.
Kinesis. Letting him go with kinesis.
If only I could do that myself.
Maybe someday, coming up, Okir. Hand across his chest, hammer face down on the ground, kneels in front of Julia. I fell asleep on my watch, sir. Administer your punishment as you see fit.
Julius will pick him up and give him a hug.
It's not your fault. Yeah, well, that bitch is pregnant. We know! Looking at him!
We know, Okir, just... He leans back, looks at him. It's not your fault, Okir, okay?
You did nothing wrong, sir. You were taking a rest after training hard. It was their responsibility to get you into that fight, not yours.
He banged him up all pretty bad. Sasha, we saw him. They're up at the apartment. Is that the same one, Ash? Right. And Ash can tell. It is.
Yes, it is. Not going to forget that face.
Well, that's good. Hopefully they only have one Pequod. Pequod God, I hope.
Julius nods. Have the texts come out at all? Told you anything about it, Okir?
No, I've just been standing guard, with the hammer. Because I got one look at Colt's combat recording and heard the kids over talking about having to blow it up with HMX plastique to slow it down. And I'm not convinced it's dead. Looking in there.
I'm pretty sure it is, but thank you. That's well done.
Can we go in? Yeah, I think they're wearing the bio suits, but I think you're safe to go in now, yeah.
Julius nods, looks at Okir again, pats him on the shoulder twice. You did good, Okir, okay?
I'm good at sleeping. Chuckles. Won't happen again.
Understood. He smiles at him. Alright, you stand guard, make sure everything's okay. Eventually make your way back up to the apartment, okay? You need some rest.
He nods his head. Pequod watching Rainfall Children is a full-time job. Walking in. Yeah, I've learned my lesson.
And you have to train my boneheaded son, so can't help that either.
True. Lifting his hammer. True.
Julius chuckles, pats him on the shoulder again, and will go in.
Ash coming in with kinesis. They'll step out of the way. You're sure it's the same one. Same patch, same markings, same scratches on the skull that Ash left. There's even wounds on his skull from Ash's wounding shots and stuff, yeah.
He's gonna lift his hand very slowly and rub it down the scratches. Right there, I did that.
But you think they'd have more? Looking at Sasha. Sasha, that would be my guess.
If they have one, it's fair to assume they have more than one. Never. In my mind, we should always assume that, ma'am.
I agree. This guy, I don't know anything about these people, but I highly doubt that. Whoever this was a girl looking around the room. I don't know how graphic you want to get, but pull down some of the coverings on its lower section, and it's a teenager. My guess would be they don't have any more, but I could be wrong. Just given what we've kind of discovered so far, looking at Julius, in between, around at everybody, this girl, I should say, underwent at least 70, 80 hours of surgery. Conscious surgery, mind you. I see, good God.
Jesus Christ.
The skull grafted. They grafted it with RC crystals. That process, that takes months. This person was undergoing this process during and after the surgery. Kept in a constant state of pain and rage. They controlled it with this chip in the back of its skull we pulled out, sir. Handing it to Julius, it's been desanitized and stuff.
Julius nods.
Flick of a switch, it comes on. Flick of a switch, it goes off. If they have more, it's definitely a big investment, and you'd need something like a large base with a large medical facility, or Sasha, a large ship. Yeah, with a medical facility comparable to this. Yeah.
Julius nods. I mean, he gestures to the girl. Just the RC tech alone on this thing would make it a huge investment, even to something like EarthGov.
Most of it's out of date, sir. That's the thing. Most of it's this. I don't know what you call this thing on its where its eye is, but this thing's old. You can tell by the serial number. The serial number equates to, this guy pulls up on a computer, date manufacturing, 40 years ago. So these pieces were made a long time ago, and then they used them obviously recently on this person. But so yeah, Sasha, makes sense. I'd imagine these type of apparatuses went out of production when General Rico became in charge, air quote.
Yes, and on top of that, I suppose if they did have another one, they might not have repaired this one so quickly and sent it back out.
God, I hope. Looking down at it.
Julius nods. He looks at the scientist. From what you can tell, is it only certain people that can be these Phantom Striders or RC Assassins?
From my understanding, though, most of it's like black bag. It takes a certain genetic skill set. Skill type. Yeah.
Right. So not only would they have to find that skill type, they would have to spend plenty of resources on crafting this and kitting them out with all the tech, and he shakes his head. It's unlikely, but we should still keep on guard.
With that chip that they had in the back of its skull, they imprint images of who they want it to go after. And if we put that back in the machine, can I have it back, sir?
Of course.
Here you go. Hands it to ICU, hands it to this guy. It would appear. I don't know who that is, but it looks like a cross between you, sir, and you, ma'am. So, Pequot, goddamn.
They were targeting Saul.
Soul, and then I would assume that is your son. and I know that hair anywhere. I worked on Gateway a long time. That is Miss Suletta's daughter, I'd imagine. Spot on. Looking at the picture.
Julius nods. Yes, sir. You got 'em all right.
And that explains why Ricky said it ignored him.
Julius nods. Yep, yeah, it does. He looks down at it. We should give them a proper burial. We don't know their name or anything, but we should give them a proper burial after we find out everything that we can about them.
Yes, sir. Nodding his head. No identifiable markings. 14-year-old girl. We guess. Could be younger. I would guess younger based on the height. Maybe 12 at the youngest. I see. Jesus Christ. Probably snatched her from some colony to breed bugs and... Oh, look at her genetic profile. Let's use her.
It's a shot in the dark, but maybe do a genetic test. See if you can find see if you can find her in any database.
I'll try. Nods his head, but I doubt they were bold enough to steal her from an EarthGov colony.
Probably a frontier one, way out there. He looks around. Nearby Zeta Reticuli, maybe. Or at least that system.
I would assume as much, but worth a shot, yes.
Julia... Go ahead.
I would also advise, ma'am, looks up at Sasha, I'd advise maybe still coming up with countermeasures against them, even if we think it's the only one.
Absolutely. Looking down at it. That can be easy. Looking around the room and we got a body to study. We can do it.
Good. Poor thing.
Julius nods. Poor thing indeed. It's terrible. He looks at the chip, back at him. Do you know how long ago those orders were given?
On the chip?
Yeah.
I'm sure we could maybe finagle away. Give me a second, sir. I'll see what I can do.
No, take your time, of course. Go ahead.
It should be a good lesson to the kids. Show them the length these people are willing to go.
And teach them that they need to take every possible engagement dead seriously.
Julius nods.
I want Soul. I'm kind of like over this whole pregnancy thing. She's gonna be off the squad. I'm down for that. But I'm like over the anger portion. As soon as she's past her, she gets a month off. Then she gets a checkup. I want her hitting harder. I want her doing things. I want her but not, she looks at Icy, healing. It will be done. To the best of her capabilities. Good. Nodding her head.
Julius nods. In a way, expedite her training if she would be able to eat this thing in 10 years. Do all that you can to make it 8, 7, something like that, yeah?
Absolutely. Looking down at it, Pequod, I agree. Separate her from the squad if you have to. Focus all on magic. As long as she's in shape, whatever. I see ya. I was not that in shape back in the day. I had muscle, but I literally had the body of a... Well, this poor thing. Gesturing down to it.
I agree. I think that's the best course of action. Should we tell them that it's a kid?
Yes. Sasha nodding her head. Like Nicole said, show them the length they're willing to go. Because, I don't know. I personally think the demonic invasion Sergeant Kelly thing is, like, very convoluted. And they were willing to go that far. They were willing to try this. These kids are becoming a thorn in their side. They're going to go out of their way to try and remove. Permanently. So yes, they should be made aware.
Understood, ma'am. They're your children, that's why I was asking.
And you know what? Points down at Ash. When Memory Ant's taken out of the game, your kid needs to take charge. He's second in command. Points at Pequod. Pequod, I understand he was disabled, but by whatever that thing on its eye is, but yeah.
Julius nods. Yes, ma'am.
Because it's not going to fall to Samantha, because she's going to do something ridiculous if she sees the odds stacked against her and has no other option, like blowing herself up and cold.
Julius nods. Yeah, I would rather that not happen again.
He needs to step up his game, regardless of the situation.
Agreed, I have sympathy for him, having felt it, but I wouldn't be here now if I didn't just step up and just fight it in that moment.
Rome wasn't built in a day. Give him time.
It'd be nice to be able to, but that may be time we don't have.
True. Looking down at
Well,
Julius nods. He tilts his head. Leaders are born, and then their leadership qualities are drawn out, or at least that's how it sort of happened with me. He nods. He's gonna step up his game, don't worry, Sasha.
I'm not being nice to him just to make excuses for him or coddle him. He needs time. Everybody does. This plays into it, pointing down at the body. I'm sure he's thinking about that right now.
I think all the kids are probably running that fight over and over in their heads.
Worst feeling in a fight is to feel fucking useless. So, yeah.
Julius nods. When they would disable my key abilities, I would feel very fucking useless. And he nods towards Icy. I'm sure you felt the same way when those chaff drones were taking you out during Epsilon.
She nods her head. Towns, but we always managed. And so can they.
They did. They had to get desperate with it, but they did.
We just gotta teach them. He shakes his head. We gotta teach them in a way so that they don't go to the desperate measures anymore.
VR training will start next week, and again, in regards to Soul, I don't care if she lifts another weight as long as she lives. As long as she's able to blow shit the fuck away. Icy. Trust me, I think she'll enjoy it.
I'm sure she will. He chuckles, rubs his face, and shakes his head. Now, we were once a thorn in the side of a cult, and now our children are a thorn in the side of a shadowy organization. Seems like it runs in the family, doesn't it?
Not Icy nodding her head. Yeah, I'd say so. But, yeah.
History repeats itself quite a bit, doesn't it?
Oh, sadly it does.
We'll have them fighting everything imaginable in those simulations. We can even have Carter 1v1 against our Tewa simulation.
Make him fight against Tewas, make him fight against hell. Can we do bugs? That we have the training simulator set up for bugs, right?
Yeah, nods her head. Classified. She shrugs. We've never used it, but yeah.
We can put him up against bugs. We can. I wouldn't say Epsilon. Maybe not put them through that just yet, but eventually.
No, we want them to learn. We don't want to discourage them. Sasha, right.
exactly, but maybe eventually, if we deem it that they're doing well enough, we can put them up against them.
I think I've got Colonel Curtis's old bestiary of creatures that vanished from the frontier somewhere around. I'll dig that out and we can use those as well.
Lichens.
Lichens amongst other things. Spider of Lang, maybe?
There you go. Looking down at the creature. But yeah, no, I want Soul go boom. I see she will. Looking at Sasha.
I'd like them to be able to beat. Do we have a simulation of the fight against Globnock, ma'am?
If we don't, we have the footage, therefore we can make one. Looking at Ash. But I mean, like, really go boom, you know what I mean? I said, good God.
No, I agree.
That bitch gonna be slinging moonbeams, give her time. Peek what?
Good. I'd say he'd be a nice test for them, too. If they can trash him, then they're making very good progress.
That bitch gonna be slinging moonbeams.
Julius looks over the tech and nods. Oh, you gonna be slinging moonbeams like you have no idea, bud.
The pregnancy will only make her more powerful too, so we're in good hands. Let her have the baby first. Sasha, she can study while pregnant. She'll do it here with us. She'll be right next to all of us every time they go out on a mission.
Oh, so Soul gets to join me in hell.
Yes, nodding her head. Pequod, absolutely.
Correction, Ash, all of us in hell. We're still in hell, we've just learned to deal with it.
Shall we get her a wheelchair, too?
Get her a hover chair. Nodding her head.
Aw, a little hover chair like Hale has.
Because I know, Sasha points at Icy, I know she hasn't really been studying. She's hiding in the house with Colt every weekend. I know what they're doing. Icy, yeah.
And with this, I would say it is no longer an option to slack off at all.
She won't be. Trust me, this probably just pisses her off more. But you can ask her yourself. You go up to ask her if she's pregnant or not.
Julius rolls his lips together and nods. Yes, yes, we can.
Come on, Nicole. You're gonna come up. No, look at the time. I gotta stay down here. And she looks at this guy. Help. Whatever his name is, and this guy. Sounds me too. And, yeah. And Ash is crippled, so he's staying too. Sasha.
Julius points to Ash. You're lucky you know that, right? I was gonna make you come.
He's the only one with a good excuse. I see, I gotta help with the computer matrix head thing on this thing. I'm really scientific, Towns. Yeah, me too.
Yes, I'll see anything I can do to help them, sir.
Yeah, the crippled guy's gonna be big help, Sasha. Come on.
Jesus. Julius will pick Pequod up and walk back out.
Alright, you're still here. It's dead, okay? Yeah, I'm just... Yeah. So, what are we going to do up at the apartment?
Oh, I'm gonna yell at the kids. Mainly my daughter. For hiding the fact that she was pregnant from us.
You know, I think I hear Nicole calling. He'll go into the room. Because...
Now I understand. I really do.
Nikandash. Benny is in the kitchen. I don't know where Elizabeth is, if she's with him or not.
She's with him.
Okay, everybody else is up here. Sam's got her celadon drink.
JJ smiles at her. Jacoby is a cute gentleman, isn't he?
Yes, I only wish he was fully grown. He could have came down and made breakfast out of that thing.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Yes, no more HMX. That goes out the window. Colt. Samantha. Colt, alright. Looks at the TV. Seemed like an okay idea at the time.
Saul holds him tightly, buries her face into his chest. Please don't do it again.
You can't argue with the fact it worked, JJ.
It did work, but he looks at her. Would you want to see me flying backwards after exploding myself?
No.
Then I don't think I really like seeing that happen to you.
And to be honest, just because it worked this time doesn't mean it's gonna work the next time.
Memory Ann, no comment. I was useless. Thank you. But I don't want anybody getting hurt. So, Carter says no more HMX, and I guess that's final.
Carter nods, staring at the screen. No more HMX, please. He rubs his forehead and looks at Marianne, gives her a very weak smile.
It's okay, Carter. We made it out.
Yeah, by the skin of our teeth and without a... He stops talking and shakes his head. And without a good leader, he gestures to himself.
Well, I wasn't much help either.
Yeah, because of me. He looks at her.
Somebody had to get Benny up, one way or another.
You're not gonna like me saying it, Carter, but I think you made the right choice in who you told to get Benny. Not to be mean, ma'am, but you couldn't do anything to it, and we sure as hell didn't want her running out there, nods at Soul.
I'm sure it was coming for me if it had ever given up on Soul, right?
Probably.
Carter shrugs. We are the three casters. It's an RC assassin, so safe to assume the order was probably something like Soul, you, then me, in order of like power, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I'm just the pilot. So take what I say with a grain of salt. But I think you got jumped. When you get jumped, there's not much you can do. However, I do think if Benny's down and out, it should just be addressed ASAP. Marianne, I didn't even think to go get him until somebody actually said something, Carter. So, yeah. So I don't think it matters who went to get him. I think the fact that we went late is really what matters. Oz agreed.
Carter rolls his lips together and nods. Yeah. Just should have jumped on it sooner. He chuckles a bit. Oh well, though. We'll do better next time we get jumped by an assassin like that, which is hopefully never.
Yeah, I'm sorry it didn't occur to me, guys. I just wanted to get in between it and you guys.
I saw him go flying and just went into attack mode. She shrugs. But that's kind of what I'm here for.
JJ nods. I did the same exact thing. I went into attack mode. There was... I didn't even consider getting Benny up, so... It's an issue for the entire squad, I think.
My priority was on protecting you. Look at Soul. Honestly, I don't even know where Benny landed. I couldn't tell you.
Soul looks up at him, starts to hug him tighter, and then lets go. Oh, I'm sorry, that probably hurts.
Oh, it's good. It's okay. Your aunt is, it's sore, but your aunt is, she works wonders.
If you're sure. She lays her head back on his chest. I'm just glad you're okay?
I'm fine. Like, are you okay? Looking at...
She nods, looks up at him. Just a stupid thing I did. I want you to know that you are my first priority. Just always, okay? I'm sorry I didn't rush immediately to you.
He'll kiss her on the lips and hold it there to let her know everything's okay.
She smiles into the kiss and will hold it there, pull back a bit. And I'm just really happy you're okay. And she'll start to cry.
Do you think we can keep its plasma pistol? Oz, I don't think so, Mimrian. Not this time, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sucks, but I don't think so.
Carter starts to chuckle, holds Marianne's hand. I think this one's for the boys down in JSOC.
I just can't believe after it got point blank blown up, it just picked up its gun and kept going. Sam, I'm really glad I was unconscious for that, because I would have been so angry.
I was just scared, man. was like, I don't even know, like a nightmare. You know, you kill the thing and it just keeps getting up.
Carter chuckles. That is a very apt way of describing it. He looks around to Soul and Memorian. Did it shoot something at you guys that made you throw up?
Uh, um,
Soul looks at Carter and nods. Well, it didn't hit me, but it passed by me and definitely made me feel nauseous. Carter just clicks his tongue and looks at Memorian. Yeah, no, something hit me and it just made me throw up, turn my stomach upside down, dude.
out of its retina gun thing, Mariana. Oh, I don't know. Honestly, a lot of it's a blank now. I need to see the combat footage. I remember going to get Benjamin. I remember engaging it, seeing multiples of them, and I remember dragging Benjamin across the bridge and him telling me, just get me in range of the melee, and then
Yeah. It fired it out of the scope-looking thing on its face. Speaking of that, you three feeling alright? Because your eyes are still a bit red.
they're going to be until tomorrow, probably. I've been concussed once or twice as a child, and Aunt Nicole's had to patch me up.
Carter nods. I'll be fine. Just feels like a headache right now. A slight headache for me, at least. Soul nods, puts a hand onto the side of her head. It doesn't feel comfortable by any means, but I think I'll be okay. Can you tell if Rebecca is okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And, was she able to tell that she was getting hurt by the, pressure?
Yep.
She touches her stomach and looks at Colt. She's a caster, by the way.
Oh, shit. Looking at her stomach. Maybe that's why I went for you, doubling down. 2 spellcasters for a price of 1.
Soul swallows and nods. I think so, yeah. She shrugs. But I could feel her being hurt by, like, the pressure and stuff, and... Yeah, no, she's a caster.
Oh, your aunt took care of it, looking at
Carter looks at her, reaches over and holds Soul's hand. Rebecca's gonna be okay, Soul, don't worry. Soul smiles. Thanks.
On that day, holding her Drake up in her arms, today's that day. Time to tell your parents.
Yeah, might not be my place to say so, but after what happened, you gotta.
Soul chuckles. I would be stupid not to tell them at this point.
Everybody has a say in this occasion, because we're all going down with the ship. Crossing his arms, looking at Laz. Yeah.
Carter lets out a chuckle, leans into Memory in. Especially me and you, because we knowingly let her off the ship after we knew she was pregnant.
Oh, I'll take whatever they throw at me.
I'll take it too. My mom's literally beat me up before, so I think I could take it again.
That is one of my favorite videos, Sonny.
Laz starts to chuckle and nods. Carter looks over. There's a video of that?
No.
Right, I definitely believe you.
It plays on our television in our kitchen. We have Grandma and Grandpa got us a small TV for our kitchen, much like theirs.
Carter rolls his lips together and nods. Right.
We're quite fond of it, kissing Laz on the hand. Come on.
So Laz gives Oz a kiss on the hand and then a kiss on the cheek. I gotta admit, Carter, it is pretty funny.
We have the Saints Death video on there as well. All the Davine and Hunt classics.
You know what? If I was having like an out of body experience, I would probably be laughing too, because she ragdolled me, utterly and completely ragdolled me.
I'm just surprised I didn't break any bones this time. Looking down at her wrist.
JJ looks down. You were really, like, thrown about. Are you sure you don't have, like, a broken rib or anything?
No, I actually feel pretty good, all things considered. We're fortunate to have a healer like your aunt, because if we weren't part of this squad, we would be in a hospital beds for weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I sprained my ankle in sniper school, and you can't. Well, if you sprain your ankle, you need to go to med facility, or you get rolled back in sniper school. So I just didn't say anything and kept going, and then I was laid up in a bed for 2 months after I graduated. Not fun!
Soul shakes her head. No, that does not seem like fun at all.
No, it doesn't. Hey, JJ. When you were fighting that thing, did it feel like you weren't doing anything even when you were hitting it as hard as you could?
JJ leans back in the chair he's sitting in and crosses his arms. It felt like I was doing something to it. He looks at Ricky. It felt like I was doing something to it, but I was hitting it so much, and you could see the blood coming out of it from my swords, and the one time I felt like I didn't do anything to it when I went for the vials and they didn't break at all. That one felt not so great.
Sam, I think we could have blown off all of its limbs, and it still would have been crawling for its gun to get it in its mouth and shoot at where it thought Soul was, or whoever it was going after at the time. It would have died going after somebody. That's what assassins do.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I just shows how much of a way I've got to go because I couldn't do a shit. I couldn't stop it, you know, or even delay it.
I was going to put up an ice wall, but then thought better.
JJ chuckles. Me and Samantha have been training for a very long time compared to all of you. JJ points over to Memorian. Memorian, how long have I been training to use ODM gear and the swords and been training with my mother and all that? And it's been like all of his life.
5, maybe 4. They put a little baby set on for you, Blaze, maybe.
Exactly. I've been training since I was about 4 or 5. I am 23 now. That's my entire life just training, and I have gone into battles before you all did. Sure, it was just one engagement, one or 2 engagements, but I still went out and did it. I just have more experience than you, and I have more training than you. It will come with time, Ricky. Don't try and force anything. Okay? The moment you start forcing things is when you are bound to fail then.
Alright. Just, hard not to want to force it right about now.
Oh, when things are going poorly and you see everybody getting fucked up around you. Yeah.
Well, it's not even touching me.
Carter shakes his head and puts his hand onto Ricky's shoulder. I know it's not much of a comfort, but you did all you could, and you prevented it from doing far worse than it probably was going to. You did more than me. He thins his lips and shrugs. I rely on my magic more than you think I do, Ricky. And when I have a foe that I cannot use my magic against, I end up falling flat. You did more than me.
VR should fix that. Squad cohesion, that's what it's for.
Exactly. Squad cohesion, just overall training, and we should do better.
Yeah.
He smiles. And you, he points at Soul, are not going to be in those VR training simulators, especially if you tell the parents.
Nope. They give feedback, so it hurts. I've been in one or two. So yeah.
Exactly. They give feedback, and Carter shakes his head. I don't want that kind of pain for either you or Rebecca in this moment, okay?
Yeah, like it or not, bench is warmed up for you.
Jacoby will be there with you.
JJ starts to chuckle. I mean, yeah, I'm sure Jacoby wouldn't mind keeping little Soul some company, don't you, darling?
Who are you imitating when you talk like that, Samantha? Oh, that bum that JJ gave money to and called her Omega Ruby and you Penguin. I thought so.
Oh my god, yes, Oh god, I knew that voice from somewhere, I just couldn't place it.
That's kind of what he sounded like. I couldn't really hear him super clear, but yeah. Oh, thank you, Jacoby. Like, that's all I kept hearing and complimenting my looks, I think. Huh. Reminds me of somebody, I just can't place it.
Oh, thank you, Jacoby, and your beautiful wife, Sarah.
JJ says.
Oh yeah, he called me Sarah. Emran, what a dumbass.
Yeah, it feels like like you know what's been talked about, and it's like scratching at the back of your head. I just can't place it.
They say like on the tip of your tongue. Stroking his chin, looking at Soul. I don't know.
She purses her lips and shakes her head.
Sounds familiar, that's for sure, just... It's not ringing any bells right now.
Benny quietly making coffee up here.
Elizabeth sitting down with him. She will walk up and put a hand on his arm gently.
You want a cup?
Sure, I would love a cup.
Black?
A bit of cream, please.
Okay. I'll drink mine black. Frederick pretends to be when he's Fred Pop.
Elizabeth lets out a chuckle. She lays her head on his shoulder, on his bicep area.
You doing okay, baby?
Yeah, why? He drinks his coffee.
Well, usually we would be with the rest of the squad, you know?
Sometimes your family just really annoys me.
She nods.
I understand.
She looks up and smiles at him.
I just don't get it. You people have everything in the world, you come from everything in the world, and you have privilege, and yet sometimes you guys act so stupid, I don't want to be around it, near it, and honestly, I think it's because of that privilege, they act stupid. Just my opinion.
She nods.
Disappearing for a year when you have a mom and dad that love you, will never make sense to me. Acting the way she did, letting a guy touch her, I actually kind of understand Carter, I do. But her and what you did, no, I don't. And you'd think if you had living examples of what could happen, like Uncle Scar walking around, yet we so willingly make fun of the poor guy, but it's like, that's you, basically, what would have ended up if I didn't exist, would be my guess. And she is, insert female Scar here. Bouncing dolls on your lap, it really aggravates me. Lorelai always said rainfalls are wonderful, but they lack some... I'll keep the rest to myself.
It's okay, you can say it.
Fucking stupid. Sometimes.
She lets out a chuckle. I mean, I'm not gonna say we're not fucking stupid sometimes. She looks at him.
Like you said, I disappeared for a year.
She nods at seemingly nothing.
Soul is self-centered at the end of the day. Pregnant, not telling people, her husband blows himself up to try and save her, and only her. Samantha does the same, and she looks at her feet. I would never hit her or a woman unless it was like an enemy, but I really wanted to hit her in that moment, and I still do.
I understand. She lets out another slight chuckle. It's something to hit someone over, let's be honest.
I don't even want to go down to Amels. I would rather go to Orange Twist and see Lorelei.
She purses her lips, looks at him.
If that's what you want to do, do you think my parents would accept that from me?
Oh, probably, but let me sit on my coffee. Oh no. Dang.
Oh,
She turns around and sees those three.
maybe if we just hide in here, they won't realize.
I can smell you.
That's a bit creepy.
Now, what are you doing in there?
She'll come out a bit.
We're just making some coffee.
Where's everybody else?
Done in the armory, ma'am.
Would you mind joining us? Julius would like to talk to you guys.
Of course.
She looks at Benny with a bit of a scared look on her face and nod towards him.
Go pick her up and walk down. Pequod, well, that was easy.
Yeah, it was.
All right.
Julius,
I think you go first, points at Julius. Pequod, I agree.
Julius cracks his neck and his knuckles.
Let's do it.
He will walk in first.
Memory and attention! Everybody who's in the military that I play stands.
All my characters, even the one who's not in the military, stand up at attention.
Sir?
Oh, please, guys, at ease. You've all had a very rough day.
Looking at Sam saluting, salutes Julius.
Julius looks over, points to it.
Nice touch, Samantha, nice touch. Like I said, at ease, take a seat, take a load off, B-Squad.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Julius will stand right in front of Soul, hands behind his back, staring her in the eye. And as he's doing so, the entire room gets to be about 20 degrees hotter.
Oh, Lord.
Soul clears her throat.
I have something to tell you guys.
She stands up.
I'm pregnant. I have been for about, 5 weeks, give or take. And I've kept it from you guys because I wanted to stay on the squad and continue assisting them to help them and better them as a whole. Ma'am and sir.
She swallows hard. Julius nods a bit. He walks over to the door and locks it.
So it begins. Go ahead.
Thank you for letting me know, Soul.
He will walk over to her, put a hand onto her shoulder.
It's going to be a wonderful time to have a grandchild that could have fucking died. Because you didn't want to tell us. Now, listen, I know it's your choice. You are an adult. Trust me, I realize that. But we,
He points to the three of them.
are not just your superior officers. We are your parents. And
He closes his fist and it immediately lights on fire.
these rules are put in place for a reason. If you are pregnant, we put these rules in place so the child does not get hurt. Now, tell me something, Soul. Do you think the child was getting hurt today?
Soul nods.
Yes, sir. They were getting hurt. She was getting hurt. Well, Lottie fucking daw. All these rules put in place to prevent stuff like that from happening, to prevent kids like in the womb that you have from getting hurt. He starts to pace around the room. They are all put into place, goddammit, because of that. He will walk over to them. I don't blame any of you for not letting any of us know. I don't, because it is their place to tell us. It is their decision to tell us. I would appreciate it in the future, everyone. When you find out, let us know so stuff like that doesn't happen again. I don't want to see my daughter being thrown through buildings or forestry or anything like that while she has her child in her stomach, and I don't want to see any of you, he points to everyone in the room, to have that happen to them. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
The Drake clapping because he likes the temperature increase.
The temperature starts to increase even more.
If this happens again, there will be dire consequences. The moment any of you are pregnant, I don't care if you are the leader, the wife of the medic, the pilot, I don't give a shit. You tell us. Is it understood?
Yes, sir. Maria nods her head.
Julius will start pacing around. He looks at Benny. Is she gonna be alright? The baby, I mean, did you check that out at all?
Your wizard sister took care of it, sir.
Julius nods. Okay. He takes a deep breath in, lets it out. I need you all to realize something. He puts a hand on his chest. I love you all very much. So much, sometimes it hurts. You are all in my eyes, my children. And if not my children, he gestures to these two, my siblings. So any of you getting hurt hurts. But if any of you are so fucking stupid again as to not inform us about one of you being pregnant, about one of you being hurt, about one of you having a fucking cough and not feeling too great, I'm not going to be nearly as nice as I am now. And you know what? Honestly, for the entire situation, I am being pretty damn nice, aren't I? He looks at all the kids.
Clapping. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He looks at Samantha.
I trust that you will inform me next time.
Straight away, as soon as I find out.
And I trust that any of you will inform Samantha next time.
Absolutely. Looking at her.
No questions asked.
Spot on. Looking at Samantha.
Good.
He takes a step back next to Pequod.
I understand it's your choice. But honestly, when it comes to the military, sometimes free will is just out of the question. You follow your fucking orders, and you follow them because they are put in place for a reason, as I have said multiple times.
It's a multiplicative thing, in my opinion. You know she's pregnant, she's on the battlefield, and something's otherworldly, I guess, is chasing her around, trying to kill her and only her. It leads to maybe doing desperate measure acts way too early, instead of just staying tight and holding formation. Yeah, nodding her head. That played a part, looking at Colt and Colt. It was getting very close, sir. So, HMX.
Julius nods. Well, if she wasn't on the field, you guys wouldn't have had to do that, would you have?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Now she's not going to be on the field, Pequot says.
Nope.
We'll be joining Ash, me, your father, your Aunt Nicole, your mother-in-law, and your father-in-law in the offices at all times, studying all the time.
Not healing spells, not support spells, even though those do have their place. They are useful. I would say at least keep haste in your repertoire, darling. But you will be an evocation wizard. You will blow shit up. You will beam things down with your moonbeams. And you will pull things apart with gravity. You will not be healing anyone. That is your wonderful medic, Benny, over there. That's his job. Which, Benjamin, might I say, I am proud of you for all the work you did in the fight. I wasn't able to tell you that.
Thank you, sir. Propping Elizabeth up.
Julius nods towards him. That is your job. You explode things. That was my job. I killed things. I exploded things. I did all that I could. You didn't see Sasha going around healing people, did you?
Nope. I wasn't throwing med packs around.
You didn't see a Sharion throwing in adrenal stims into people like Benjamin does, were you? And Soul shakes her head. No, sir, not from any of the footage I've seen.
No more distress calls unless they come from EarthGov troops. Okay? No more. No frontier. Somebody calls you, somebody's dying of bubonic plague. They are gonna die.
Yes, ma'am. Understood, ma'am.
You get calls from EarthGov troops, then absolutely. You have to. You took an oath, you have to answer those calls, but somebody's cat's caught in a tree, that is somebody else's problem from here on out. Somebody's having cardiac arrest, too bad, they die. Benny nods his head.
Julius nods.
And even from EarthGov, double check your sources. Have them verify who they are, by name. Have them remove their helmet, facial recognition, scan. If that checks out, then we're good. 99%. Maybe like 90%, but yeah.
Hell, ask him who the Ranger General is. We all know they're dealing with out-of-date info, so ask him who the Ranger General is. Help out with that.
Use your deductive skills, Carter. They came in handy in the past.
Carter nods. I'll continue to do so, ma'am. Good. He looks at Pequod, looks at Sasha, looks at everyone. And the temperature in the room finally starts to die down.
Sticking its tongue out at Julius. Then puts its claw up to its eye, pulls out down its skin below its eye, and at Julius.
Julius sighs, will light up his hand and put it onto the Drake.
I guess we're gonna have to keep our house a little more warm from now on.
Yeah, I would have to say so. He starts petting the Drake with his lit up hand.
Congratulations, hugging soul. I know it's a...
Yeah, thank you, Mom. She smiles at her. Sorry for not telling you guys sooner.
I'm over the anger. I'm more into, I want to see you studying. Lorelai helped basically raise me in my young adulthood, we'll say. I get it. There's no point in teaching you spell casting and yada 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 if you're not invested. Well, now you have to be invested.
Yes, ma'am, and I will be very invested, ma'am.
There's no more running up and down mountains for you, whether you're on Colt's back or not. And maybe a training exercise or two you can go on, as long as things are looked into to be secure on an EarthGov secured planet. I think we could manage that, Julius. Because, yeah, maybe.
Julius nods. We'll have to think about it.
Depends on how hard you study.
Julius nods, stops petting the drake, will walk over, unlock the door.
Perfect. So, come with me for a second.
Of course.
She will walk with her mom.
Close the door, Julie.
Julius smiles and closes the door.
It's a girl.
She nods. We're naming her Rebecca.
My biological mother never did anything like this with me. She just kind of like, she loved me, but she ignored me. That's why no matter what your dumbass grandmother does, I cannot strike her. Davine Rainfall was, factually speaking, more of a mother than my biological mother. You realize this, right?
She nods.
Get this strong-headed trait from me, not your dad. Normally I criticize the Galleon. You don't get that from him. It's not Galleon, it's me. 100%.
The strong-headed, you mean going into battle when I shouldn't?
Being pregnant, not telling anybody, I also did that. Me and your father kind of did that with... Yeah, we did it. Your aunt pretended to be Laz's mother to General Rico and my biological mother.
The soul's eyes go wide.
Oh my god, really?
Really? Yeah. Ask your dad. Not here. Not now after and not in front of the squad, because he just gave a really good speech and put everybody where they need to be. But you get it from me, I assure you. Not Gallia.
She crosses her arms over her chest and nods.
Yes, ma'am.
What's wrong with Benjamin?
I made a stupid mistake. I already...
There was a man on that colony and you let him touch you?
No, God, no. I already talked to Colt about it. We're okay. Before I rushed to him after he exploded, I looked down at my feet because I was ashamed of not listening to him in the first place. I looked down at my feet before I rushed to him.
Look at me in the eyes for a second.
She looks at her.
I wish my biological mother had done this for me. This will prevent Rebecca from hopefully having that trait. And she'll punch Soul right across the face.
Soul will stumble this way, lean on the door, or the wall, holding her jaw.
You know another reason I consider Davine my mother? Because if I needed that, she would have done it for me too, I think. The only reason she didn't is because we weren't the Rainfalls yet. But you'd have to ask her that.
She'll step back over in front of her, still holding her jaw.
You have a mean right hook, Ma.
Learn from the best! Pointing back to Julius, standing in front of the door.
She looks back and nods.
He's a pretty good teacher, isn't he?
One of the best. Now, you can go back. They're all looking at us. Everybody's looking at us. Oh my god. The humanity she clocked.
Elizabeth patting Benjamin on the chest.
That looks like you didn't have to.
Penny's clapping. He set Elizabeth down to clap. We'll come to the door and wait for her.
Julius leans down to Colt. It's okay, bud. I think she needed it.
So, not getting involved, just waiting to comfort her. Marianne, I felt that one.
Carter holds his jaw. Jesus Christ, maybe I do have some PTSD.
I think I legitimately felt it. As she struck her, did you see my head recoil?
I did. You went with the punch. You like twisted your head.
God. After all this madness, like the utter madness that was today, next week is a fucking wedding.
Yeah, that is true. Laz has been clapping for her mom doing that.
Honey, come on now, she's pregnant.
But, well, pregnancy doesn't mean you can be openly stupid.
And I guess it is only 5 months. Sam, yeah, or 5 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, there's barely even a bump right now, so it's fine.
Good God, that was a good pun.
Well, she learned from my dad.
Naya, she cleaned Soul's clock.
Were you recording that, looking at Laz?
She slowly lowers down her computer. Maybe.
Going to put that one on the TV at home.
Well, it's only fair if one twin has a video of our mother beating him up, the other twin needs to have one.
Monkey Boy's going to enjoy it, I think.
Oh, he loves those videos. It's his favorite.
Monkey Boy and Jacoby can play. Also, I think they'll get along just well.
Oh my god, yes, they can have play dates.
She'll let Soul back in the room.
Soul will walk back into the room, immediately go to hug Colt and just tell him, I love you a lot.
I love you too. Like, he'll nervously salute Pequod and pick her up. Take her over here.
Julius turns to the wall, covers his mouth, and with like his fist in. Pequa can tell he's laughing slightly.
She needed it.
She did. You should have heard some of these kids' reactions.
She looks around the room. So what is that thing, Julius? It's a Celadon Drake, Nicole said? The fuck is that?
It's a Celadon Drake. Nicole told me a bit about them. He walks back over to it, lights up his hand, and starts petting it. Very attracted to heat. Its parents leave it after like about a month after it's born. So, or he looks at Sam. How old do they usually leave them?
A month, yeah. I think maybe even a week. Okir knew a lot about it. They're almost extinct because they used to hunt these things for like food and sport, stuff like that, he said.
Yeah, exactly. He looks back at Pequod, but their mother leaves them very early on into life. It then has to fend for itself for, well, all of its life until it meets like a mate, and then the cycle begins again. But it enjoys heat quite a bit. If you can't tell, it was clapping when I was raising the heat in the room. And he shrugs. Apparently, it's found a new mom. He nods down to Samantha.
And Okia said they get huge, the ones that do make it to maturity. There was a skull in the village we landed at, the hut, little small village, and it was the size of a bus. Well, wider than a bus, but yes, it's gonna get that big. Oh god, looking at.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna need to probably live in the backyard.
What'd you do? How'd you catch it? Who caught it?
JJ raises his hand.
Good boy. Looking at JJ.
He nods to her. It only took about 3 MREs.
What's his name?
Jacoby.
Oh, that's an interesting name.
Yeah, no, some weird guy called me at one point. Called me like Jacoby Jameson or something like that.
Oh, the guy who called you Omega Ruby. They told us about that weird bum pointing at Laz.
Yeah, me, Omega Ruby, and Oz the penguin. If poor little Jade's got called Shining Emerald or something.
Called me the fucking penguin. Need some plastic surgery, I guess.
Laz starts to laugh. Cause you know, Mom, the penguin, Oswald, from Batman.
I get it. Nodding her head. He doesn't look like the penguin from the show, though, at all, either.
No, he does not. She gives him a big kiss on the cheek.
I guess that thing's gonna be staying on Gateway when you're up here. Sam nods her head. Fine. Sasha will look at the Drake.
JJ nods. For the time being, at least. It's gonna get big, like we said, so I don't think we have enough room in the apartment for that.
Pequod, I was quite fond of the days when Zanzibar would go down to Ring 8 and horrify people, so be nice to see that come back. But now it's all Rangers. They won't be that scared. Send it down to like Ring 2 or something. There's more civilians down there.
Julius points to Jacoby. I really would not send that down to Ring Aid. It's on the, no takeaway list. You knew that, right, Samantha?
No. Looking at Julia. No, not at all. Yeah, neither did Okia. Who would have guessed? What a coincidence. Uh-huh. Just looking around the room.
Julius looks up, looks around. You know, Sasha, isn't it weird? I could have swore I saw a Celadon Drake around here.
Yeah. Could have swore. Oh well. I guess it'll grow up to be big and strong at Rainfall Lane, and then, like, a year from now, they're gonna want another one to breed, and Suletta will insist, and yeah.
And then it's gonna go from there, and we're gonna have some Celadon Drakes at the lane.
Technically speaking, Rainfall Lane is a protected habitat, so it's okay.
Julius chuckles and looks at Samantha. Don't worry. We won't tell anyone, and anyone who does tell, they'll get a stern talking to from us.
Leaving, sir. Pequod looks back at Benny, anxious to get down to see Mom and Dad. And he, nods his head.
Elizabeth nods. I would like to see Mom and Dad, yeah.
Okay. Well, we gotta round up Ash, Nicole, see if Oak here wants to come in towns, and we can go get some food and relax. Try to relax.
Yes, ma'am.
Julius nods. Try to relax, just try to have a good time. He closes his eyes and shakes his head. You guys have gone through another traumatic event. He looks around at all of them. I'm just putting the offer out there because it is my duty as your superior officer. If any of you feel the need to talk to someone, a therapist or anything like that, do not hesitate to tell us.
And first thing Monday morning, 0600, you're going into VR. And you, looking at Soul, will be studying right next to your aunt at all times.
Soul will nod. Yes, ma'am, I'll be studying.
Yes, ma'am.
0600? Even you, Samantha. Oh.
JJ raises his hand again. Am I allowed to come on these?
I think he should. He's gonna be on the squad anyway. Pequod, VR training for you then.
Understood, ma'am. I'll be ready 0600.
Very good. And good job on that Drake, pointing back at it. It sticks its tongue out at Julius again. Pequod.
I'm literally petting you with pure fire. Do you want me to heat you up even more?
It's sassy, holy shit.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. He chuckles and continues to pet it with both hands this time.
Wait till Dad sees that thing. He's gonna love it.
Oh,
You know, Dad crawled in, like, what did he say? He was in Haven Drake shit for like 20 hours trying to get Zanzibar for Nicole. Think about that. You had it way easier, JJ. Smart thinking, Murray.
JJ chuckles. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, yeah. And I remember the time we went to get Pierre and he started to go through the water to get to the egg, and I just flew right over him and got it for him.
He's a good dad. Crossing our arms, looking at the Drake.
He's a good dad, but I gotta admit, it was fucking hilarious to just see the look of, well, he had his mask on, but just the look of exasperation in his body language.
We should have got him a jetpack.
It would, well, he has a colored history with jetpacks, honey.
Pequod laughs like Zap. He should be there. Let's get going.
Yeah, let's go.
And the kids will round up the rest and go down here. Hunk is hiding back here with Saris, who's holding Benny and Elizabeth's frog. And Saris, so that fight thing they're doing out there, that's what they're going to show to Julia. Yeah.
Yes, darling, we tried to tell them differently. Or, well, no, we really didn't, but we told them to get more practice.
Just let him. Clive and Scar really think this is, like, good. Just let it go. I mean, goddamn, Clive and Scar. Clive is imitating Frederick, knocking Scar's paws away. So that, oh god.
Davine looks over for a split second, then looks back and has to cover her mouth to hide her laugh.
What did I say about you? You're the speed guy. You're the grease guy. I just didn't know he was this fast. Serious.
I didn't know myself I was this fast. It's honestly a little bit surprising.
Impressive, even.
Oh, thank you, honey. You like seeing me knock away these paws and everything?
Oh, it's. You ought to be boxing Frederick in the rematch, not Scar, in my humble opinion. Putting a piece of cheese in her mouth.
Oh no, Scar's a boxer, aren't she?
I really don't want to be honest, but you know Pequod's gonna make me do it for money.
That is true, and hey, you know what? There's nothing wrong with that way. He gestures to those kids. We're gonna need it, don't we?
Well, I think I'm gonna ask you. You're commentating. She's already starting to plan it out. You're gonna commentate with Tom. I think I'm gonna have Carter and Memran be my cut man and trainer, if you will.
Oh, that's fair enough. I think they do. I think they do a good job. Honestly, I don't think you need much training. You exactly like this would probably decimate Fredwick.
Oh, I believe it. I remember the last fight. To this day, he still insists I had a roll of quarters in my glove.
Clive starts to look off to in the distance this way. Absolutely decimate him.
You okay?
Yeah, no, sorry. Got a bit lost there for a second.
What? Looking at Clive Scar. You know, I mean, can you imagine if you had this against, that cocksucking guy, the purple guy that Julius fought with Tewas? Yeah, I mean, just do it, Clive. Here comes my paw.
All right, here we go. Hi, pa, hi, hi.
Imagine if Tewas had started striking at Julius, and Julius it completely demoralizes you, because you can't land a hit. Do the thing where you make yourself have more chins. Please don't. Suletta looks at Clive.
Oh, not right now. I mean, we all have to eat, mate.
I'm afraid you will maybe hurt a muscle in your neck doing that. Frederick does not have muscles, remember.
Oh, that is true. He looks at Scar. Probably something that, only an android could do, you know what I'm saying?
The 3 grandchildren here have not stopped laughing. You see, even the kids love it. They know. They don't do that when Julius practices fighting around them, I bet. Oh, God.
Jace is fully leaned back, a hand on his stomach pointing at Clive, laughing. And Integra is, leaning forward on her little tray that she has, hitting her hand on it, starting to laugh.
Hale pointing at Clive and laughing, levitating things around her. Look, they're even throwing shit at us. That means they want an encore. Hale throwing some lettuce around them.
I think they do. That's exactly what that means.
Here, pretend to hit me and I'll no-sell it like the marshal, then do the eye thing.
Oh, alright. Here we go. Hi-ya!
Ah!
Oh my god, mate. That was awesome.
Oh, God, dear. Oh, I wish we could leave and just go get drunk.
Hunk looks at Davine, and Davine's completely red in the face. It looks like she's holding her breath so she doesn't burst out laughing.
You want me to take you outside so you can let it out, honey?
She starts nodding.
We're gonna go wait for Nicole, okay? And Julius, and the kids, all the kids, grandkids, Ash, everybody. We'll be right back. He takes her out here.
As soon as she feels like they're out of earshot, she just, oh my god! That was amazing!
Good God, what happened to Scar? That house has changed him, honey. I don't know if it's for the better. I guess it's better than upset, depressed Scar, but good God.
It is. It really is. I have to say it's far better, but oh my god. She starts to wipe tears away.
See the look on Suletta's face?
She looked. Oh my god, she looked so. Almost distraught at the situation.
Good God. Those movies are gonna be dog shit.
Oh, they're going to be the worst movies ever. They're. Let's just say I'm happy they think Razzies are good because they're going to get quite a few of them.
And you know they're only waiting for Thomas because they want kids who aren't gonna say no, basically, whereas we would say no.
Oh, yes, obviously.
Yo, what up, home dog and home girl? Come on.
Benjamin, Elizabeth! She'll walk up, give Benjamin a hug and a kiss on the cheek, and then do the same to Elizabeth.
What's going on? Rubbing her head.
She opens her mouth, closes it. It's been a long day, Dad. And she'll hug him.
Everything okay? What the hell is that? Hugging Elizabeth?
Oh, this? It's the new addition to me and Samantha's family, a Celadon Drake, Dad. Its name is Jacoby.
Jacoby, nodding her head, gesturing for Davine to take it.
Davine will pick Jacoby up. Oh, hello there, Jacoby.
Another grandchild. How'd you get this thing?
Oh, I lured it with an MRE, gained its trust, and then picked it up and handed it off to Sam, and they got along immediately like gangbusters.
Rare species. Protected, not supposed to take it off the planet. We're going to get more. Nodding her head.
JJ nods. Yeah, we're going to increase their population by probably tenfold eventually.
Okay, its tail's on fire. Sam, you gotta be careful with that, but yeah.
Oh, yes. You do have to be careful with that, don't you? She starts to scratch the bottom of its chin.
It likes Uncle Julius, because it likes higher temperatures, so. Hunk, take it back to the kitchen. Banksy and Zanzibar got all the ovens going.
Oh, yes, it is quite hot back there. So I think it would quite enjoy it.
Letting go of Elizabeth, so, you're okay? Everything's okay?
She nods. I'm not sure how much we're supposed to really tell you. She looks at Samantha. Can I tell them?
Nodding her head.
She looks back at Hunk. We got ambushed again.
Again.
She nods. Again, yeah.
Everybody's good, though?
Yeah, no, we're all alive. We're all good. She shakes her head. It was an Aussie assassin. So it like shut down all of our spellcasters, and it knocked Benny quite wild, just all the way. He was like a ragdoll, and she shakes her head and closes her eyes. We think they were sent after to kill specifically us. We're a real pin in the side of these people. Strat, you know.
You took it face on, head on, though, honey?
She crosses her arms and nods. Yeah, I did all I could, although those two did most of the work, I think.
Sometimes your small contribution is what it takes. I am very proud of you. Picking her up, holding her.
She smiles at him. Thank you, Dad. She nods towards Benny. I should be more proud of him. He was amazing in that fight.
He nods his head when I was awake, yeah.
Well, it's like we were all saying. Memory and getting you up paid dividends in the end, didn't it?
But everybody's okay, including Soul, who was not there, right? Because we found out she's pregnant today.
Elizabeth rolls her lips together.
I suppose. You have that expression of somebody screamed at you, so I suppose she was there.
You know, it's pretty rare, Dad. Julius gave us a dad voice.
Oh, I'll have to tell him I'm proud of him. Did it work? Sam, yeah.
JJ nods. Yeah,
how should I put this? You ever forget Zanzibar can just kill you if he really wanted to?
All the time. Nodding his head. Because he's so goofy, but yeah.
And then he just does something one day to make you realize, oh my god, that he could absolutely destroy me if he really wanted to.
Yeah.
That's how I felt with Julius.
Well, hey. Sometimes you gotta get put in your place, whether military or life in general.
No, he did. We are going to tell him immediately if anybody on the squad gets pregnant and we find out about it.
Well, she gets it from her mother. She definitely gets that from her mom, because her mom did very similar things. So, yeah.
JJ nods. Pequod also punched her right in the face.
Oh god. Looks shocked. Benny, well deserved in my opinion.
Davin looks at Benjamin. Why, darling?
I just think she's a little too self-centered for my taste, ma'am.
She puts her lips together, nods. Well, that's okay, darling. She smiles. Not everyone will always be up to your taste, and hopefully she gets over that self-centeredness. Quickly, yes?
I would hope Colt and Samantha blew themselves up because of her, but yeah.
She looks over at Samantha. You did what?
HMX, plastic explosives. It was ignoring Ricky, ignoring JJ, ignoring what I did, and just like a bull going for Soul. So we blew it up. And ourselves.
She purses her lips and walks over and gives Samantha a hug. Oh, darling.
It's okay, we're fine. Benny stabilized us, and then Nicole patched us up to top-notch standards, but yeah. Not the smartest decision, I think.
She grabs Benny by the shirt and pulls him into the hug with her.
We were desperate. It was going after a pregnant woman.
Davin sighs heavily. Yes, it was, and she won't be going on any more missions, yes?
No, her mission days are behind her for the next 11 months or so. A lot of studying with Aunt Nicole, I think, for her.
Good. Very good. She'll give Benny a kiss on the forehead and Samantha a kiss on the forehead. Then look at JJ. You okay, darling? And JJ nods. I did all I could. And in the end, that was, I would have to say, just enough. He smiles at her, and she'll give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. I understand, darling. That's all we can do at times. Our best, and she smiles at all of them. You've survived 2 ambushes. I'm not necessarily sure about this one, how well planned it was, but this previous one was quite contrived and nobody expected it, and you all still survived it. You all should be proud of that.
Reminds me of back in the day. We were always walking into an ambush the first couple missions out there. And walking into whatever they had set up for us. And we always knocked them down.
Luckily, most of the time, the ambushes were not so well placed, let's say. Remember Crying Wolf?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that globber knocker ass wipe.
Yes, exactly. There was one that was quite well, the prototype.
Oh, nodding his head. The moral of the story is, though, we always knocked them down. And you will, too.
David nods to all 4 of them. Yes, you will. I know that because you are all either my children or are married to my children and therefore my children, so I know you can all do it.
When we get home tonight, I'm gonna show you something special. Okay, big secret. You can't tell anybody, but fight choreography footage between Clive and Frederick. I'll leave it at that. Sam, what? Look, Hug, leaving it at that till we get home, okay?
That's just mean, though. You can't leave it at that.
Just for us and Nicole. Not playing favorites, but we don't want Julius to see it for a reason. We want Julius to see it later, for a good reason, okay?
Well, it's fight choreography, so I could think of the reason.
Oh god, he's gonna be so disappointed. I need a drink. Hunt, you can have drinks. Go back in the kitchen, hang out with the cool kids. Avoid the stooges. Benny, okay, he'll go back with Elizabeth.
JJ will chuckle. Oh, I cannot wait to see that. He will carry Sam up to the two of them and put his arm out so he could hug Hunk.
He hugs him back. Nice job on the Drake, by the way, son.
Oh, it's nothing really. It's the least I could do.
You're gonna make sure that thing's tail does not set your beautiful home on fire, right?
Yes, sir. We are going to make sure of it.
Alright. He'll kiss him on the head. Go get yourself a drink. Sam, martini would be nice.
Oh, I agree. A martini would be spectacular.
They go back with Elizabeth and Benny. Hunk, dear, who am I? Scrunches his chin, making multiple necks. Makes the same face the guy in the video where they faked the Seagal fight did, and he starts slapping at Davine.
She starts, trying to block it. Oh my god, darling, stop, you're making me laugh.
Oh god, are you guys having a fight or something? Is there more drama? Hunk, oh no.
No, darlings, don't worry about it. She turns around, immediately pulls them both into a hug.
We heard about what happened. Yeah, everything's okay? He screamed at everybody, but mostly Soul, huh?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, we each got a talking to, I feel like, but it was mostly aimed at Soul, most definitely.
Okay, here. Don't look at it now. You can't. I'm gonna give you something, honey. Looking at Laz. You cannot watch it till you get home alone, okay?
Her eyebrows go up.
Okay.
He'll send it to her wrist computer. When you get home, you guys sit down, relax, get comfy on the couch, start necking one another, watch that. Put it on your TV in your kitchen.
Of course, yeah, we'll watch it.
Go get yourself some hard liquor. Okay, picking her up. I wonder what that could be.
I wonder. I don't want to look at it just in case someone sees.
They'll go in. Hunk, alright, here we go again. You ready? I'm gonna do the spin and then... Oh, wait, no, you spin at me since I'm fat guy. Or Frederick, sorry.
Oh, yes, yeah. I'll take a step back for this.
She gets ready, gets into the stupid fighting stance that Clive was in.
Okay. Hiya!
What the fuck are you doing? I see Pequod and Julius coming in. Hunk immediately lowers his hand.
Julie's squinting his eyes. Now, Mom, I know you could do better than that. Come now.
Are you getting rusty, Mother? Hunk, yeah. You know, she's good with a blade, but it's been a long time for hand-to-hand for her, I think.
Jesus. Julius pinches the bridge of his nose. I could give you some, pointers, like a refresher lesson, Mom, if you need me to.
What the hell was that face you're making, Dad? Pequod, don't do that, Dad. You could hurt yourself. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm just trying to make multiple chins, and I gotta arch my neck back. Pequod, stop.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. Dad, you gotta stop that, please.
Were you making sound effects, Dad? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, Jesus. So, I gotta ask, how many bottles of wine are you in deep right now?
One, but we split it. So we're just having a little fun. Where's Ash? I see. He's coming. He's right here. Rest of the kids are pushing him. Hunk heard they had a bad day.
Yeah. RC Assassin tried to take him down.
Uh-huh. Okay. Nodding his head. Heard about Soul?
Yeah, you hear about that?
Uh-huh. Definitely did. Apparently Krellin knew all this time.
Well, that is just...
That makes 2 of them, looking at Icy. Icy.
Julius ruffles up Icy's hair and will walk over to Hunk.
It was, I gotta be honest, Dad, it was a stressful day.
Give him the dad voice, that's what you gotta do. And next time any of those little girls, bitches, is pregnant, you're gonna tell us, Nicole. Icy, yes, sir. Saluting Hunk.
Yes, please inform us next time.
I will constantly read their minds to see if they're pregnant from henceforward. At least until they're out of the military.
Yes. You see, I would love to hear that if it weren't for the dripping sarcasm coming from your voice.
She looks at Julius. I don't really like reading their minds. All they think about is fucking.
Julius lets out a chuckle. Well, they are our children.
That, and they think about Bash a lot, so I really don't like reading their minds. But, yeah, I will. That RC thing was definitely out of left field.
Julius clicks his tongue and shakes his head. Way out of left field.
And at the worst goddamn time, too. Hunk, what's that mason jar for?
Julius looks at the mason jar, looks at Hunk.
I mean, I feel like this should be a surprise for them. Don't you, Sasha?
Yeah, can you visit Nicole? Icy snaps her fingers. There you go.
Yeah, no, this is gonna be a surprise for you guys. Don't worry.
Just please, Dad, don't do that thing with your chin and whatever you're doing. Icy, yeah, it's weird, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hugging Julius and Icy and Pequod. I'm sorry.
He hugs him back.
It's okay, Dad. It's just a little weird to see you with so many chins.
It's alright. Now, we got good food on in the back. We got some hard liquor going. Go back there and we'll wait for Ash and the rest of the kids. Pequod, he's telling them tips about shooting pistols, so they're coming. They should be a minute or 2 away. Hunk, okay.
Julius nods towards them. Davine will go up to Icy and give her a big kiss on the cheek and hug her.
I hope you're all okay. The parents. I mean, it's a stressful moment. Yes.
It was. So stressful I hid down in the JSOC when Julius screamed at everybody. Pequod.
Oh, darling, I can understand it. Honestly, sometimes I get a bit scared when he screams.
It's kind of brutal, looking at Julius.
Julius shrugs. It was needed, and I don't do it very often.
Don't worry, Mother would shield you from it. Istram.
Davine gives a look over to Pequod and then whispers to Icy,
I would. Don't
I
worry.
know. That's why you're the best, and I always stick up for you.
She smiles at her, gives her another kiss on the cheek.
Thank you, darling.
But if anybody's pregnant, you tell. Icy, yes, sir. Stands up straight, saluting Hug.
Julius does the same thing. He also just salutes him.
No more cat-mouse games, Nicole. Yes, sir.
Jesus Christ, you can't pull the dad voice out like that all of a sudden.
Wasn't directed at you. Her. Just her.
You still think it doesn't scare me?
Well, your dad voice wouldn't work on her, but mine still does. Just her. I would give it to Krellin, but he'd just laugh at me, so.
Yeah, no, he would call me fishbowl head and call me stupid and stuff.
Pequod, we can check on them later. Drinks!
Yes, many drinks.
Going in, Hunk looking out the door. I don't see Ash and the kids yet.
No, neither do I.
She starts to act like Clive. Hiya, 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 doing the thing with her lips so it makes her sound like she has no teeth.
Grandfather! Looking at Hunk. Oh! Putting his hands down.
Having fun, are we?
Yeah, way too much. Coming up.
Davine puts her arms out.
Sharion, it's been so long.
It has, Davine. I would give you a hug, but they aren't quite working at the moment.
You're in a tuxedo, and you're in a beautiful dress doing that. Yeah. Rubbing the back of his neck.
Well, children, we know how to have fun, yes?
Sure, that's what I would call it. Carter coughs into his hand and hides a laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard. Wait a minute, one sec. You okay, honey? Looking at Soul's cheek.
Soul touches her cheek, winces a bit by the bruise, and nods.
I deserved it.
You had a rough day. I heard you did. You're okay though, everybody?
She nods. Everybody.
And then looks at Hunk, gives him a wink, and touches her stomach.
Everybody.
Give me a hug.
She will give him a hug.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm sorry for not telling you guys sooner.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. And no alcohol for you though.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't been drinking caffeine, alcohol, sugar. Honestly, it's been pretty miserable.
It'll end in 9 months or so. Either way, can he drink? Looking at Ricky. It's up to your dad.
Looks down at him. You may drink today.
Got his girlfriend here, gesturing up there, and Saris is in the back kitchen, so...
I will have to go say hello. And yes, he can drink. Honestly, as long as you drink in moderation, son, I don't mind.
How about, what are those things? Martinis. There you go.
Yeah.
A martini does sound good right now. Carter starts checking his surroundings. It's been something that he does every so often, Marianne's noticed.
Well, he's going through it, hands in his pockets.
Davine looks at him. How do you mean?
That would be PTSD.
Carter's ear, it looks like his elf ear actually perks up when he hears that, and he looks at Hunk. He tilts his head.
PTSD, looking between Hunk and Carter. Hunk, gestures to Ash. Ask him, he would know it.
Looks at Ash.
Let me guess. It's almost instinctual. Just perk up, looking around, as if you're in danger suddenly.
Carter nods. You never know if something's safe or not.
I don't feel that way. Hunk, everybody's different, Marianne. PTSD is gonna hit everybody differently. He was like that, pointing at Ash, and I only know that because I went through a period like that.
I was. Let me guess. It feels like the beginnings of your fight or flight response are being tinged at like the string on a guitar.
Carter nods. Yeah, exactly.
That's PTSD, son. It's not fun, but it's something you'll have to live with.
Treatable, nodding his head. And once you get away from heavy combat, it lessens with time. But we got jumped, not to reiterate again, but we were talking to Benjamin, Elizabeth, Samantha, JJ. We were jumped all the time back in the day when we first became a squad. Every fucking mission was walking into a goddamn trap. And it tuned my PTSD up to 22.
It was not fun. And a little word of advice, do you want to know when some of the most severe bits you're gonna get will happen?
When's that?
First couple weeks after you're out of everything, because that's when your brain gets a chance to catch up.
Carter nods. I'll have to keep that in mind, sir. Thank you.
It's treatable, and you got the family to support you and your squad. If you need to talk, though, you need to talk.
You know, it's funny. My dad offered the same exact thing to us.
And I'm gonna offer the same thing I did to Nicole. Next time we know somebody's pregnant, you're just gonna tell us. And that's it. No yelling, no screaming.
To be fair, I found out today, sir.
Understandable? You got your Aunt Dad voice, honey. You remember that. Pointing at Soul.
Soul nods.
Understood. Understood.
Poor girl.
Understood, sir. Well,
Good.
training's gonna be weird, sir. I mean, Soul's gonna have to join the chair force for a while.
Oh well. Play the piper, you gotta pay up like a man, or a woman. When you don't use protection, you know. That's rich coming from you.
Soul raises her eyebrows. Yeah, for real. I mean, we use more protection than you, and we've only done it like 4 times with protection.
Oh. Oh boy, I guess we're not the best people to be having this talk with, but yeah.
Davine hisses through her teeth. Yes, no, we really aren't, darling.
I'm gonna take Ash back to the kitchen. His wife is there. He'll come over and take Ash. You guys, I know your girlfriend is... Oh, God. Okay, well, maybe you guys ought to go get your own table and get her away from... Well, Zap's with her, and he's normal now. But, yeah. Let's go greet the guests, and then Ash's wife is waiting for him.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hunk is pushing Ash up to see Ellie, and as they come... Krellin, going to be the coolest movie ever, Marshall Fredson. She's nodding her head, just listening along. Oh, this dumb fucking movie. Marshall fat ass.
It's gonna be all like, whoop, as he's swinging his arms around.
Never see pedo van before, girl? She looks out at the van.
Oh, darling, what did we say? We don't call that a pedo van, yes?
It's the Krellmobile. Okay, nodding his head.
Sounds like a very interesting film they're discussing, yes, Ellie?
Yeah, it's a martial arts-oriented action movie. Hello, coming over, hugging Ricky.
He's gonna hug her really tight and just put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, Ellie.
That's a thing of beauty. Look at him over there hugging, having a good time, not talking about shitty kung fu movies, Davey.
Oh, yes, darling, they are not talking about shitty kung fu movies.
Wow. Rubbing Frederick's back. Look who is owner of KFC.
Fredwick will stand up, walk over right here, and bow down to Ash, like on his knees, prostrate himself and bow down to Ash.
Samuel holding his sniper rifle, he somehow has back up. They don't know how. Hunk's kind of overlooked it for right now. Holding it up like a guardsman, saluting Ash. And Krellin coming up, move please, father. Hunk, shaking Ash's hand. Going to be working together.
Yes, we are. I look forward to it, Krellin. And
Maybe me being KFC commercial? Hunk, good God.
I'm sure we can try to figure something out. But Frederick, please get up.
Collaboration with Fat Frederick? Oh, God.
Fredwick, sits up straight with his arms straight up in the air. It would be great. We appreciate the KFC master, and will go back down to prostrating himself.
You guys are going to be working together? Yes, me going out to Frontier to find Star Children places with the owner of KFC.
Yes. Once I'm healthy, going to be on the frontier, like you said, looking for Star Children bunkers. We're pretty sure we need to get them either way.
Yeah, you know what? Just, it doesn't matter. It's not our place. We're not in the military. But, I personally did not like that idea, and neither did my wife. Marianne, I wouldn't. Looking at Crow.
Davine shakes her head. No, we really didn't, darling. We tried talking about it with them, but they think it's the best course of action.
Marshall Fredson movies? Maybe KFC sponsor?
You know, I'll have to talk with the board of directors, but I think we might be able to work something out.
Very good. Watch after your offspring. Come, sit with us. Alright, well, we tried.
Davine sighs. Oh, yes, we did.
So, Ash, when we come here, Cole, just watching them leave, they're leaving us.
Damn right they are.
Soul clicks her tongue.
Wouldn't you leave us too when we're in this situation?
I guess I would. Cold watching them. So, Ash, when we come here, the cool people like to hang out in the back, you know, where your wife is, not out front with the stooges. Sarah's coming over hugging Ash.
He's gonna hug her back. No, I cannot blame you. It's much more... Well, let's be honest, much more intelligent in here. Suletta?
Sherion nodding over to him. We were just discussing fight scenes. I assume you were told of the Marshall movies.
Vaguely. Who is supposed to be starring in these?
I think some of it's TBD, but Frederick's going to be Marshall, the kung fu artist, and Clive here will be the villain in one, and we don't really know the other roles yet. It's a long-term production. We're talking 20 plus years until the movies are made. Pequod, which I just don't... Oh, here, picking Hale up. Get it. Putting Hale on her stomach.
I'm not sure. They probably have some reason, although probably not good. Wait, Fredwick is supposed to be the lead. Like, is he supposed to be fighting?
Pushing Ash in front of the plate of food next to Saris. Yeah, so that's what we were going to talk about with you today, son. We need you to really exercise your anger management and patience and control and give Clive and Frederick some tips, okay?
Julius's eyebrows go up.
Sure, yeah, I could do that. I could do that, most definitely.
But not anytime soon. Give us a couple weeks. We're perfecting the choreography, and then we're going to demonstrate what we have for you. We were doing it earlier today, and we were showing Suletta and Hunk and Davine. Pequod, is that why he was doing that thing with his chin? Or no?
Julius shrugs. Maybe.
So we'll show you, and you're going to be impressed. Everybody here, from the Ranger Major to the General to the fucking Headhunter Colonel, everybody here is going to be impressed.
Well, I'm sure to be. If you don't mind my asking, who are they, the Stooges like to take inspiration, after all. Who are they taking it from? Is it Van Damme?
Oh, no, Steven Seagal.
Seagal.
Steven Seagal.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You remember that movie where, Malcolm had Globnock hold you and they edited it out? I don't really want to bring it up, but you know which one I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
I thought they were just going to repeat the Malcolm movie, but they're not. They're putting their own fighting spin and twist on it, and I don't like to brag about my friends, but I think Clive here is going to give Julius a run for his money on screen in terms of martial arts. Sasha picking Jace up. Yeah, right.
Julius nodding. Really? Well, Jesus, that's high praise. I can't wait to see it.
Oh yeah, son, he's looking good out there.
Are you fast, Clive? Are you real fast? You know, I'm pretty fast myself when it comes to that kind of thing. Oh, like a mongoose, mate, like a mongoose.
Greased lightning, hooligan. Suletta, a very concerned look on her face at Julius, shaking her head no.
Greased lightning, huh? Well, I cannot wait to see it.
I'm actually a big fan of your YouTube, Clive. Looking at Clive, your collection. I collect Fredvis memorabilia, so I get it. But that video you put out earlier today, it touched my heartstrings. The one where you were angry, flipping off the camera. Oh, don't start, Saris. He shouldn't feed the troll.
Oh, that look my shack from the back video.
Yes, she nods her head. That was early this morning you put that up.
It was, at some point you just, you need to get it all out, and I lost it and I did, didn't I?
Sasha, let's see how quick he is. Clive, I have something for you.
Oh, he stands up straighter. Yes, Ranger General, how can I... Oh my god!
As promised, what does he do?
He ducks down, covers his head, and goes into a ball almost.
That was pretty fast. Looking around the room.
That was impressive. That was almost Ranger level reaction time, ma'am.
Cider, as promised.
Oh! He starts to stand up, wipes down his shirt. Oh! Thank you, ma'am. I love cider. He'll gingerly take the bottle and set it down. I'll make sure to have some with dinner, ma'am.
Yeah, you can share. I brought enough for everybody. She'll give it to him and go back and hold Jace.
Julius is just laughing his ass off. Oh my god. That was amazing. See, I knew to go overhead, because then he would duck down like that. I knew it.
No, that was a good touch. Definitely. Sasha nodding her head. Saris, do you have, martial arts prerequisite training, Clive? And is that how you're so quick? Scar, nah. He was an electrician. Electronic engineer. It's just like a natural born talent.
I mean, my good buddy here said so, mate. It's just a natural born talent, I have to say.
You ought to see the way he paces, really setting the tone for the scene, and it's just straight choreography. No effects, nothing added in. I mean, Soletta is just groaning to herself.
Ash is gonna lean in and whisper, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad?
On a scale of just watch the recording when you're not around them. She'll send it to Ash.
That bad.
Don't show Julius.
No, I won't. Oh boy. How was your day there?
Oh, it was wonderful. We had a pleasant time. We went shopping. We looked at some cars. We started off in Woodbury at the St. Bucks, drinking in the presence of our Lord and Savior John Kevin. Sasha.
Oh, well. It sounded like you had a much more enjoyable day than we did in the latter parts.
Oh no, yeah, it was enjoyable for the most part. Looking over at Clive and Scar.
David leans into Soletta. Well, at least they're having a good time, darling.
I don't know what happened to Mr. Freetooth. I guess it's a good thing, but yeah.
I suppose he's far more open, isn't he?
Hands in front of Clive's face.
Oh, really? Oh, really, mate? Hiya.
What the hell are they doing? Holding Hale? I have no idea.
Julia's holding Integra, looking at that. That's just them play fighting. That isn't what they actually got.
Yeah, no. No way. There's no way.
That's like when a child is playing with their 8-year-old and pretending to hit them, but they're not actually gonna. That's what that is right there. They're just playing around.
Sniffing the back of Ash's head. It's been so long he vaguely remembers the scent of Ash. I see he's asking why you're all fucked up.
Got messed up in another fight, old buddy. It's good to see you, and he's gonna scratch the side of his head.
Some things never change. I see. He's right about that.
No, yes, he is. Well, at least I know I've always got her to put me back together again.
Saris, what do you want, Ash? Hummus, pita, gyro, hunk. Eat it all. Eat it all. Eat everything. All the foods here is killer.
Thank you. Let's start with the pita, darling.
Saris will get some hummus on a pita for Ash. I see. Look at him. Playa! Looking at Jay.
Julius will look over. You see that right there? That's my grandson.
A playa. Through and through.
Oh, 100% a player. As he looks at Integra, and Integra is just sort of subtly nodding over to Jace. And then at her father, and she nods a bit.
And then, what's that about? I see Hale, is attached to Thomas in there, pointing at Pequod's stomach. So, sure.
Do you think it's like Carter and Memrian?
Somehow I think it's actually stronger, but yeah.
Julius nods. I mean, it might be because of Anovian blood or just a stronger connection between the two, but yeah, no, it's definitely like Carter and Memrian.
Oh boy, then we are in for it when they get bigger.
So, he'll look around. These kids are all down here talking amongst themselves, busy. So, these guys ain't dead, huh? I know they're civilians. So are we, but they're not dead. Clearly. So, Sasha, nope, they're not.
No,
Julius shakes his head. Nope. They are far from dead.
But you saw the ship explode, right?
part of the ship.
Fuck.
And we couldn't go back to confirm that it was all blown up because of basically a nuclear explosion in the area that left it clicking hot to the point you can't even set down on the planet.
You think their command structure's still intact, or this is just vengeance? When I think assassin, I think a revenge job. Sasha, I would. I'll leave it up to Ash, but yeah.
They gave us the date for when the orders were given to it, yes?
Sasha, 2 weeks ago.
See, I'm thinking.
That's not counting travel time or whenever they dropped it on that planet. Yada yada yada. The route they were using to go to and from their training exercises heavily used and trafficked by all Earthgov military. So it was throwing a bobber out into a lake, and they got a bite. In this instance, the bite they wanted.
Yes. Putting that into account, mind you, this is purely speculative. 2 weeks ago means after what happened with the Artemis. And I would think something like this would have a very high clearance to give orders to. At least that's the way I would run it. So I would assume that some, if not a large portion of their commanders have survived.
Great. Looking at Davine shaking his head, Suletta. Oh boy.
Davine shaking her head. And looks at Hunk. Just when I thought this was going to get easy. Julius laughs. It's never easy when you deal with this kind of thing.
Mm-mm. Shaking her head, rubbing Hale's head. No, it's not.
But they performed quite well from what I have been able to watch of the combat footage.
And it doesn't help that she was pregnant and hiding it, and Samantha and Colt blew themselves up. But that's why I punched her.
Julius nods, which I 100% think she deserved. Julius chuckles because that's what a good mom does.
Hunk shrugs. Oh boy! And so phase 2 of your classified military operation involves one of the goofiest creatures in existence. Going out to the frontier with Ash. Pequod, yes, father, it does.
It does, and I have no issue with it. Honestly, I think he's more competent than we really give him credit for.
Yeah, maybe he is. I don't. It's the Krellin we know is like far and removed from the being we met on that ship all those years ago.
It's true. But maybe that being will snap back at a moment's notice.
God, I'd hope so. Pequod, we're gonna have a talk with him before he goes, Relar.
I appreciate that, thank you. He's gonna turn to Saris. I think I know the answer already, but do you want to stay home, or do you want to accompany me with him?
Oh, we're going. They're going after our kids. Our kid, their kids. We're going. I got unfinished business with those guys.
That's what I thought the answer was. Then, when I'm ready, we'll go. Just need to recruit Kaz again.
Saris taps her chin with her finger. I think we're gonna bump into them one way or another. If they know where these Starchild places are, then they probably return often to get whatever tech they're gonna get. And if we find the places, we can stake them out. Ergo, I'm hoping we stake a place out, they show up, we kill them. And then those kids never have to deal with them again. Pequod, that would be a dream.
It would. It'd be very nice to get to be the ones who spring the trap for once, wouldn't it?
Slit their fucking throats. Maybe you got Clive out there. How about that? No! Look at Clive!
Oh, no, that's not a good idea. We can't risk our ambassador, Scar.
Give him a year of training with Julius. This motherfucker would be a force to contend with. Move heaven and earth. She starts laughing, Blaze. Oh my god.
I'm sure he would be.
Julius chuckles and whispers to Pequod, yeah, maybe after a year of training you'd actually know how to throw a punch.
Has he been drinking?
Julius looks over at Scar. Hey Scar, bud, have you been drinking it at all?
Oh, just one beer. Oh god!
Oh, okay. Well, hey, it's always good to relax with one, right?
What the fuck?
Julius looks at Pequod and shakes his head. Oh my god, what the fuck is this?
Hoo-yah! Hoo-yah!
What the fuck is this?
Honey?
It's echo chamber.
Oh my god. Is Suletta gonna end up like this too?
Looking at Suletta. I hope so, actually, because she'd be happy. He's happy now and not angry.
For Suletta, yeah, no, I'd be happy for it, but the moment I see her start to do stuff like that, oh my god, that'd be the video of the year. That's the video that we show everyone when they want to get introduced to the rainfalls.
Cool, Suletta.
Cool. A rainfall promo of cool Suletta.
Hey, big guy, martial artist, can I have some cider? I like cider.
Ah, yeah, sure, here you go, mate. You'll gingerly hand over the cider.
Banksy goes. I like to imagine Banksy goes to reach for it, but Clive tries to show off his grease lightning speed and pull it away. But he's not fast enough to stop Banksy, who's not even trying.
I was just about to say he tries to pull it away from him.
I thought you said I could have some. Holding the jug?
Yeah, no, mate. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Grease lightning. Rome isn't built in a day. It's a fond saying around the lane. Taking the cider.
That is very true. He's really fast, isn't he?
Where's that armor? If he wasn't in that armor, you would have been alright. Hitting him in the chest with his paw.
Yeah, you're probably right. The armor probably gives him an advantage.
That cider is a favorite of Lorelai's. I suggest everybody trying some. Suletta, please.
I would not say no to some of that cider.
The former general has such wonderful taste, I couldn't deny it.
Yeah, you should have seen her. We don't see her very often these days, but last time we saw her, she didn't scream at us, she didn't yell at us, she was actually, like, really empathetic and understanding.
Really?
Was she high? No, I think time away from the stress has softened her.
That's true, it's easier to be softer when you don't have the weight of the world on your shoulders.
Exactly. Nodding his head, passing out cups of cider.
Davy nods. But yes, no, she was quite friendly to us, which, especially to me, felt a little bit weird for her to be nice. She was always pleasant with me, mind you, I always had a feeling she was not the biggest fan of me.
Oh really? What gave you that idea? Looking at Davy?
Oh, I don't know, Letty. Literally any of our interactions with her, ever.
Well, maybe she's just not fond of people who get a second chance and then sit in a gym.
Davine sighs.
One day the gym thing's gonna be, like, forgotten and just, like, moved on from. I'd like to hope.
Davine shakes her head. No, it won't be.
Suletta, half of the first book for the curriculum is based around not sitting in a gym. So.
Well, at least the kids will know never to sit in a gym.
Yes, and if it makes you feel better, Davine, she hated me too.
And if it makes you feel better, you look better in that dress than she ever would. Hunk, agree!
Davine puts a hand on her chest. Oh my god, Suletta, thank you.
You're welcome! With a very worried look to Davine, then back at Clive and Scar, who are throwing hands.
Davine looks at them, gives Suletta a worried look. Perhaps stop them before they hit themselves.
Why don't you two settle down? Save the action for tomorrow when you train. Scar, yeah, alright.
Yeah, no, you're right, honey, you're right. Gotta shave all the juices in the tank, you know?
We're gonna be practicing a couple weeks here, maybe 2 or 3 hours a day on that choreography. Then we'll give you a proper right demonstration, Julius. I'll do, sound effects. Maybe we'll even play some music.
I cannot wait to see it, guys. I am so excited.
She's good. You go.
I wanna be blown away and feel like, man, these guys really are just the best of the best on the lane.
Hunk does the chin thing for Davine, Suletta, Ash, Ceres, Icy, and points to it.
Davine starts to laugh.
Suletta, ugh.
Oh my. That's something else?
You'll see when you watch that video.
Yeah, you'll see, darling, don't worry.
I'm sure I will. I mean, if it involves Frederick in a an athletic situation, I can only imagine.
You think they're bad? You ain't seen nothing. Gesturing to Scar and Clyde.
Well, we're going to have a good time watching that once we get home, dear.
Yeah, nodding her head, looking back at Blaze, playing the Game Man. It's, JJ's Game Man. Well, Samantha's actually, but I play it. They bought her very expensive old Pokemon games, and I'm quite fond of them, actually. Saris nods her head.
They're very good games. Are they originals?
Hunk. Yeah. And I actually didn't know why they were so expensive, believe it or not. Because I thought Pokemon was the counterfeit, and Malcolm's was... I was under a lot of stress back then. I had a heart attack.
I heard. I'm happy you're doing better.
He saved my life. Gestures to Clive. Got... The bar was gonna go on my neck. I was gonna die. He pulled the bar off my neck, and then those Rangers and him got me to Nicole. So, you're not the only one that gets patched up by her.
I think we all do, and thank you, Clive. I don't know what I'd do if this old man died.
It's no problem, really. I saw him in need, and I don't know, some fanatical strength took over. I had to save him.
That's why he's like so good at martial arts. You know, he saw Frederick in need of a good partner. He knew he needed to be a good villain, and it's just flowing naturally. I see. We can drink, right? Looking at Pequod heavily.
Julius nods. Oh yeah, as much as we want.
He's not on medication anymore. He can drink. Pointing it at.
Yes, I can. And I am going to very much make use of that opportunity tonight.
What's the best part about Amos besides the food? The free bar.
That sounds delightful.
What's Jace doing?
Jace is staring up at Sasha. His jaw is like open, like it would be on the floor if it could be, and he's just like following. I like to imagine there's like she's sitting under an air conditioner, so her hair is sort of slightly blowing. He's like following the hair with his head.
Look at him. He's mesmerized. Pequod speaks up. So let it jiggle out.
Jace sort of jumps and then slowly looks over at Suletta.
Tell it jiggle out.
Davine looks at Jace. Darling, he's 3. Like I say, I don't think you could be a gigolo before you hit puberty.
Kiss him on the cheek, Ranger General. See what he does. She will.
He does what he always does.
There's a kiss there. She said, jiggle out.
You know, this time around I stand corrected.
Yeah. He's already got half the battle done.
A little ladies' man.
Yeah. I think if you know what you want at that young of an age, then like I keep saying, half the battle's done, and it does not mean you're a gigolo.
Davine laughs and shakes her head. Besides, she leans to Suletta. It seems he has a very particular type, and I've personally only ever seen 2 women that look like that, and one of them is standing right there, and the other is down there. She points down to Sam.
With that Drake, which we're gonna have to get more of. Pequod, yes, eating food.
Well, even with them being endangered, I suppose you could call it a conservation project if anyone ever does ask.
You know those Midnight Striders, all that stuff, they were like myths back in the day. Long story short, I'm just shocked Okier didn't crush that thing with its hammer. They left him sleeping on the ship, Father.
They didn't wake him up.
They thought it was a simply responding to a heart attack. Why bring him out? They got scolded by the lot of us for that.
How about no more distress signals? Sasha, no. Unless they can facial pattern recognition, a EarthGov soldier. No more distress signals.
It's a shame we have to go to that length.
For their own good. Sarah's eating.
Oh, it is. Just frustrating, that's all.
Not for long. Stake out one of these Star Child places. Have Krellin pop some head.
Yes, we can do that. And it shouldn't be too long before I can be up and about again.
You'll be moving in a few weeks. I see you nodding her head.
Yeah, just think of it, Ash. In just a few weeks, you'll be out of Chair Force 1.
And Soul will be in Chair Force 1 studying, is what we gather. I see very hard. Yes, she will.
Extremely hard, like she's never studied it before.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go talk to her. She goes out, look at her, honey. She don't look beautiful in that dress, don't you think? She's not responding. She's just gazing at Davine's beauty. Hunk, yes, she does.
Davine looks over and smiles. Oh, thank you, darling. She rubs her hands down the dress. It is quite beautiful, isn't it?
Don't go wear that to the Oscars.
Yes, I am, darling. Yes, I am.
That's beautiful. Very beautiful. I can't wait to go and see y'all in a beautiful suit. We came, we ate, we want to get back to the lane. We got some SWTOR to play. Okay.
Oh, okay, darlings. You have a good day, okay?
Okay. He leaves. Pequod, wasn't too long ago he would have seen Davine in that dress and said something like, "Baby girl's gone undercover to slit my throat."
Baby girl's an assassin, a black widow trying to kill me.
Uncle laughed.
Yes, Davine, I can't believe the rumor I heard from Zap, but apparently you tried to use my ship to kill him.
And pistol, and AK, and set him on fire.
And crucify him.
I cannot believe you do such horrible things to him.
I'm so glad he's doing better.
Oh, so am I. It is nice to have a normal Zap back again.
It very much is, and yeah, it's so much better for the little ones as well. He's such a wonderful person for them.
Out here, Krellin's just rambling about Marshall Fredson, but I like to imagine nobody's listening.
Oh yeah, no, Carter's just like cutting up Memory Ann's food for her and then eating some of his own food, and Soul's just feeding Colt some pita, and none of them are listening.
There's one person who's listening intently. So then you're gonna make Lord of the Rings, but with Marshall? Yes, wow, so smart. Looking at her.
Very smart. I mean, it is a really good idea, don't you think?
There is no guns in Lord of the Rings, though. What's Marshall gonna do? Be innovator of his time, have Lancer? Oh, wow.
Not only that, but he is also going to travel back in time using his DeLorean.
Oh, I love Back to the Future. Ricky and I watched it last weekend. Ricky, are you listening?
Kinda.
Come on, kissing him on the cheek. It's not every day you get to sit amongst stars like this. Like you very much, looking at it.
I'll try to listen for you. Just, like I said, long day, not fun.
You know, Carter, if you're looking at Krellin, not listening to him, if you're ever feeling stressed, you need to talk to me. PTSD, whatever's on your mind, get it out. Don't be like your father.
Carter nods. He messes with his food for a second and leans over to her.
I've been struggling sleeping.
Well, then, we'll talk to Aunt Nicole and get you straightened out. You need to sleep.
Carter smiles and nods.
I keep on thinking I'm hearing that big demon that we fought in the power room.
Oh, the one we were locked in the generator room with, yeah.
He nods. I keep on thinking I hear it at night. And I haven't been able to fall asleep unless I have a knife right next to me.
Oh. Okay, Carter. Well, when you have these issues, you need to tell me and everybody, or maybe not everybody else, but those you want to tell so we can get it addressed. You're not going to be like your father.
Carter shakes his head. He puts his hand on her cheek and smiles.
I would like to get that one addressed, yeah. I like sleep, believe it or not.
How can we lead the squad without sleep?
Exactly. How can we lead it?
We'll talk to Aunt Nicole later tonight, kissing him on the lips, but You should have said something sooner.
I should have, yeah. I know, it's just... I didn't really think of anything of it until... Well, yeah, pretty stupid of me not to think anything of it, but until Grandpa said PTSD.
You're stressed. PTSD. I don't feel that way. But it affects everybody differently. Some people don't get affected by it. Look at him, gesturing to Colt.
Carter looks over at Colt and looks at Marianne. Sometimes I really wish I'd be more like him.
Maybe it does affect him. He just deals with it in different ways. Look at him. He trains, in my opinion, a little too much. But it's not my place to say that to him. That being said, he finds a way to focus that, channel it, and expel it from his body. I took a course on PTSD before going to the Headhunters. He hits a punching bag. Probably way too much, but if that's what helps him deal with it.
Carter nods. He looks down at his plate. You remember when Sol and I used to get really bad headaches?
Yes.
Yeah, and it was because of all the mana buildup and everything like that, yada yada yada. We started to play our instruments because of it.
Bring your instruments up to Gateway, or I'll buy you both copy. Well, we should just buy one for everybody in the band and play.
Carter nods. I think that might help out a little. Just give me something to do when I have nothing to do,
Then that's what you should be doing. Set aside a little bit of time every day and play. I'll be there.
Carter smiles. Maybe I'll write a song for you.
Just no Outlaw Country.
No, Outlaw. Honey, if my hands ever play Outlaw Country, just cut them off.
She laughs loudly. Carlin, what you laugh about? Trying to talk about Marshall over here. Marianne, oh, sorry. Look here, Carlin.
Yeah, can't you hear they're talking about Marshall?
Marshall Fredson, first movie called Fredtrician, Marianne. Oh! Then Frederick Special Ops, then Frederick Force.
Frederick Special Ops, you say, huh?
Frederick Special Ops, based on true events of Granddad Hunk life. Marianne, oh, who's Marshall again? Frederick, right? Yes. Oh.
Carter puts a hand onto Marianne's knee. That's certainly an interesting casting choice.
Marshall Fredson, master of Bullshido, Fred Shido. Right, not here. Have you ever studied Bushido or Fred Shido, Ricky?
No, I can't say that I have.
Wow, maybe he teach you someday.
Frederick looks at Ricky and nods. I could definitely teach you a thing or two.
Lightly slapping Soul on the back of the head. You got me dad voiced, bitch.
I'm sorry. Well, I got dad voiced myself, thank you.
It's my fault. I told them you were pregnant today because they were all sitting there brooding like, oh, there's something going on with her. Cool.
Soul chuckles a bit, stands up and hugs Icy.
It's okay, Auntie.
He kind of sounded like Jasper there. I was kind of trying, yeah. They were all sitting there, she's hiding something, and then I just told them. So, one way or another, they were gonna know.
Yeah, no, I was gonna tell them today, even if you didn't tell them first, or our assassin came after me.
Come Monday morning, we start studying. As long as you apply yourself, I promise you. In time, they could throw 20 of those assassins at you. You'll eat them for breakfast. Literally.
She smiles at her.
Well, I mean, not as literally as you would.
You'd be surprised. Nodding her head.
Oh yeah? I'm gonna actually eat them.
We need you to start summoning your Moon Knight.
Her eyes widen.
Then from my understanding, things that Moon Knight kills will empower you. So, maybe you won't eat them, but, yeah. That's awesome. Clapping. Krellin, not as awesome as Marshall.
Soul closes her eyes and starts to snicker.
You hear that, Auntie? Not as awesome as Marshall.
Yeah, nothing's as awesome as Marshall. Looking at him sitting there.
I suppose so.
Frederick does the chin thing, everybody just looks at him.
Uh-huh. You okay, man?
I'm doing just fine.
Is that like some type of Fred Cheeto maneuver?
It's a defensive move, so it's harder to hit you in the face.
Memory Ann tries to do it. What does Carter do?
Carter is leaning forward, counting all the chins. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9. I count 9.
Oh my god. I can only get barely 2.
I mean, Carter tries it himself. Same, I could only get 2.
I can only get 2. I can get 2 if I really press my neck down.
Soul does it. I have a bit of extra fat at the moment, but yeah, I can only get 2.
I can get icy 2. Probably could only got 1 back in the day.
Soul just sort of touches her chin. Honestly, that's just impressive, gesturing over to Fredwick.
Number of chins equal to you belt number in Fred Sheet. 9-time master black belt of chins. Remember, oh my god!
That's impressive. We'll have to have a sparring match sometime.
9-time black belt of Fred Cheeto. Based off of his chin count. Krellin, yes. Looking at Frederick.
That's just awesome, Fredwick. Thank you. And Fredwick looks over at Ricky. I gladly accept a sparring match. Julius is going to be giving me some pointers, but I think I could give you some pointers.
Really, me think it'd be other way around. Us give Julius pointer.
I mean, we're gonna show him stuff he probably never even thought of.
God, I'm so glad I'm not pregnant and can drink. She leaves.
Saul chuckles a bit. Sits down next to Colt. Yeah, for this one, I think I would like one, but sadly I can't.
Colt will pull her on his lap, kiss her. Try hard, Frederick. Make 10, so 10-time champion.
Okay, let me do this. He inhales a breath, and it somehow looks like he makes more fat go to his chin. And he starts to do it, and Carter starts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Gross. 10? Oh god, that's 10.
She chugs down the rest of her martini. You know, I think I'm going to like these Marshall Fredson films the more I think about it. We're quite fond of Seagal movies in the squad. We watch them to relax as a bonding exercise, so.
Oh god, yes, the more I think about it, I think these are going to be amazing.
Yeah, I think they'll be great. And hey, we can go to the premieres.
Wow, 10-time champion just sitting there. Krellin looking at Fred.
I mean, Ricky, you're sitting next to the 10-time champion of Fred Cheeto. Do you not feel honored?
Can I just have his autograph now? Krellin, of course.
Fredwick, still doing the chins, will put his hand out for whatever Ellie wants him to sign.
And we will cut there as Marshall Fredson is now ingrained into the culture of Rainfall.